Xiao Xinran didn't expect that her usually overly confident, self-proclaimed most sensible second sister would be so foolish one day. She quickly shouted, "Xiao Xiao, marry him. Hurry up. Let him take good care of the kids. Don't let him cause trouble." Her mother was no longer running away. When Lu Haomin realized what was happening, he didn't want to change his words. After all, she was his wife. "Wife, I love you." Fu Xiaoxiao's lips hadn't stopped trembling since just now. She nodded and replied, "Okay." Wow. 2 firecrackers sounded and countless sparkling confetti fell, landing on their hair, clothes, hands, and the ground. The crowd around them began to send their blessings. They thought the ceremony would end after they exchanged rings, but at this moment, old Master Lu stepped onto the stage, standing between the two and facing everyone. "From this moment on, I will give the speech." The two turned to the old man, waiting for his words. Lu Haomin, marriage means 2 people forming a family, meaning they will consider each other's feelings in the future, and it involves the union of 2 families bearing their responsibilities. Are you willing to love, care for, protect, and look after Fu Xiaoxiao, making her your only partner? I am willing. Seeing Lu Haomin's sincerity, tears involuntarily welled up in Fu Xiaoxiao's eyes. Fu Xiaoxiao, marriage means that in the next stage of life, you will spend time with another person, understanding, supporting, loving, and growing with him. The person is the one beside you, Lu Haomin. Are you willing to make him your only partner? I am willing. Isn't this the person she has been waiting for? All right. I, Lu Fingnian, hereby declare in front of all my guests that Lu Haomin and Fu Xiaoxiao are now officially married. I wish them happiness, health, harmony, and a lifetime of joy without disaster or hardship. After speaking, he took a piece of jade with an emerald color from a tray nearby and helped Fu Xiaoxiao hang it around her neck. Then he put on 2 matching emerald jade rings for the couple. This marked another pair of newlyweds in the Lu family. Qin Yujiao and her husband were crying loudly. Although it was a happy occasion, they couldn't help but cry. Chen Xie and Fu Xianxian also shed tears and clapped their hands hard. Under everyone's watch, the couple finally completed the wedding ring exchange. Maybe because Lu Haomin had lost some weight, the ring was a little loose on his finger. Fu Xiaoxiao's nose tingled, and tears started to fall. Lu Haomin quickly wiped her tears. Wife, now I can openly call you my wife. That's so great. Fu Xiaoxiao looked into his red eyes, but still smiled happily. Husband, Lu Haomin shivered and took her face in his hands before kissing her eagerly desired lips. Wow. Congratulations. The couple didn't kiss for long. Soon everyone was asked to sit down. The dishes weren't as luxurious as before, but the table was still beautifully arranged. Lu Haomin introduced Fu Xiaoxiao to his family, from her grandparents, uncles, and aunts to cousins and siblings. Only a few uncles and aunts from his side came, and everyone gave her wedding gifts. Now, it wasn't like the end of the world. Even if the gifts weren't as fancy, they could be kept as keepsakes. Some practical gifts like high-end skincare products and medicines were also given. After a few simple chats, Fu Xiaoxiao learned that some of her cousins from her maternal side, who hadn't joined the military or government, were also planning to leave tomorrow. It seemed that things weren't as simple as they appeared. Most of Lu Haomin's old friends came, except for Shirtu. Over time, they had all become more mature and steady, no longer feeling like spoiled rich kids. Unfortunately, before Fu Xiaoxiao could finish her thoughts, Zhang Kaiho's words brought her back to reality. Fu Jie, even though tonight is your rare wedding night, you'll be leaving tomorrow. It's a bit hard, but could you keep the room empty for Haomin for a while? Fu Xiaoxiao. She went together. Lu Haomin didn't explain to his brothers and just took his wife back to the main table to join their grandfather and the others. They are also planning to leave with us. After clarifying this for his wife, Lu Haomin gently hugged the little one who had been leaning towards them. Finally back in his father's arms, he felt happy. Fu Xiaoxiao played with the little one for a while, then leaned closer to Lu Haomin and asked, "Are you going to help them gather supplies? Will their family go too?" That was the only idea she could think of. It's just them and a few assistants. Their family isn't going. Most believe it's safer here. But now wasn't the time for such talk, so they quickly changed the subject. The good news was that Grandpa finally agreed to leave with them. Today, he already sent someone to inform the remaining children, but everyone thought the base was well-stocked and didn't want to risk going outside, so they had no plans to leave. After dinner, Grandpa told Lu Haomin to go to the basement and take all his treasures. Even though Fu Xiaoxiao was quite experienced with wealth, she still exclaimed in amazement at Grandpa's 3-story basement. She looked at the high-tech security door and walls, full of a modern, high-tech feel. Inside, there were antique shelves and wooden racks, with paintings and antiques filling an entire floor. The next level had spices, woods, and even some rare medicinal herbs stored in half a basement. Many boxes were stacked, but she didn't know what was inside. She finally understood why Grandpa gave each child a ton of gold when they turned an age. The amount of stuff was so overwhelming that Grandpa didn't even care about it. She wondered what the Lu family used to do. It's hard to believe that, even in ancient times, a royal family wouldn't have so many treasures. Especially considering China's history of upheavals like the Cultural Revolution and land reforms, how could so many items have survived? Did they earn this wealth after the reform and opening up? It seemed impossible. Indeed, ordinary people can't imagine the wealth of capitalists. Later, when Fu Xiaoxiao helped gather supplies from Lu Haomin's friends, she was again amazed at the neatly stacked building materials. Aren't these supposed to be used for building the base? After all, this was a critical time for construction. Jiang Kaiho nonchalantly replied, "Yes, these are the leftovers, Xiao Fu. Isn't there a bit too much left? The cave is fully armed and well prepared." If she took out the building materials and prefabricated houses from her space, a base with over 1,000 people wouldn't be a problem. All right, since there are supplies, I won't be about it. Then the two of them went to gather things from Ma Tianyu and Dong's Wuxi. As for Wei Shirin, no one said anything. They only knew he wasn't in Shangguang City, and now no one knew his situation. They couldn't contact him at all. Xiao Fu always feels like bad luck is coming. Since even Lu Haomin and the others can't be reached, and Ma Tianyu has been searching for so long without success, she definitely can't. When they returned to the Lu family, it was already 1 a.m. Xiao Fu didn't want to do anything, not even take a shower. She just wanted to sleep. In the end, Lu Haomin helped her. She realized today her face was unusually bold. Normally, she would be shy, but just now she even ordered him to rub her feet. It seems that switching roles really makes her reveal her true nature easily. Looking at his sleeping side profile, Lu Haomin kissed her little face and then went to tidy up himself. Heartless little woman. Turning around, he saw Lu Ba sitting in a row, staring at him. Lu Haomin. What's wrong? Not going to kiss your wife?
Infilial son.
Forget it as a father. How can he argue with the kids? He simply patted each of them on the head to show his fatherly love. Lu Ba, you're pulling my hair. If I weren't worried about waking Mom, I'd bite you. When Xiao Fu woke up, she didn't expect it was already 10 a.m. She fed breakfast to the cats in the house and noticed their litter boxes had been cleaned. Having a husband is really great. Happiness. At that moment, Lu Haomin just happened to come in. You're awake? Go eat breakfast first. We'll leave soon. They've already set out from the base. We need to prepare at the destination. In the morning, her uncle received news that the plague had spread to Kyoto. The speed was too fast and the epidemic prevention couldn't keep up. Shangguang City was preparing for full-scale control measures in the afternoon. It won't be easy to come and go then. Honestly, these past few days have been too peaceful, eating, sleeping, and drinking water. It's almost like the end of the world. Only now, as everyone packs up, do they finally feel the urgency. Ma Tianyu and a few others have already taken people out of the city. Fu Xianxian and Chen Shi also took some people, preparing to come back for the next group. The remaining people at home plan to leave directly by helicopter. They will go ahead to the destination with geologists, architects, and bodyguards, and also prepare the building materials. The families of these workers are all driving outside to wait. From the air again, looking at this raised land, Fu Xiaoxiao still feels a deep respect for nature. Do you think, when we grow up, we can see the earth recover? Lu Haomin holds her hand tightly. Don't think too much. People in the past went through many hardships too. There's no reason we can't overcome and survive. We will become stronger. Yes, that's how humans grow. Before evening, 4 helicopters finally arrived at the hill Fu Xiaoxiao mentioned. From above, the mountain stretched for 10 miles, remote and uninhabited, with no buildings. Only ash from the previous fire remained. This actually made things easier for them. At least, insects and small animals wouldn't attack so quickly. They first parked the helicopters near the spot where they had fallen before. Then more than 40 people, including old Lu, arrived by plane. After greeting Lu Haomin, the survey team immediately started working. Fu Xiaoxiao really wanted to give Lu Haomin a thumbs up. His efficiency was incredible. Even at such a critical time, he found such capable helpers. Amazing! What had he promised them? Lu Haomin asked her to prepare a few villa-style houses for everyone to rest in. He wasn't worried about others knowing he had a special space. He only claimed it was a space-folding technology. Want it too? Sorry, after the earthquake, the Research Institute space was gone. Why tell you? With such a powerful boss like me, what are you worried about? You want to leak the news? Sorry, I have a wife. I'm not afraid. When the time comes, I'll wipe you all out. Fu Xiaoxiao didn't know where this guy's confidence came from. But now, her supplies were within a 200-meter radius. That means within 200 meters, as long as there's a medium, even air, she could silently store things. It's a super powerful tool for theft and killing. She released 5 villa-style houses. Her bodyguards and staff behind her were instantly shocked. This was too amazing. Lu Haomin didn't care about everyone's shocked expressions and directly announced, "Li Yu, you organize things. Tonight we will just make do inside." Everyone. Make do? Shouldn't there be an explanation first? In the end, Li Yu gave a simple explanation of the technology. As for how to make it, that wasn't Lu Haomin's concern anymore. The supplies collected during the earthquake now came in handy. Fu Xiaoxiao set up a bed or mat in each room and placed all other daily necessities in the lobby on the first floor for everyone to share. Old Master Lu stayed in the same building with a few members of the Lu family. He wasn't afraid of the pets. In fact, he liked them. He was currently holding Chu Yi and playing with the pets on the first floor. This villa has 5 rooms on each floor. The first floor was for old Master Lu, Steward Feng, and a few servants. The second floor was for Lu Zhentian and others, along with Fu Guosheng. The third floor was for Lu Haomin's family of 3 and the 8 pets. When Chun Shi and the others arrived, they would also be arranged on the 3rd floor. As for the others, they would be arranged after the plane returned to pick them up, with Li Yu making the arrangements. From the 3rd floor, looking down, the bodyguards had also become explorers, heading toward the cave entrance. Fu Xiaoxiao was truly impressed. All these people are willing to follow the Lu family. Aren't they afraid of losing? Lu Haomin wrapped his arms around her waist from behind. That's because the Lu family is trustworthy. No suspicion, no doubt about the people. Fu Xiaoxiao suddenly thought of something. Do you think I should make my own staircase down? Lu Haomin. After Fu Xiaoxiao explained, Lu Haomin realized that the space could be used this way. Looks like his wife's cleverness isn't too bad. Finally, something more thoughtful than Lu Haomin expected, and Fu Xiaoxiao immediately felt proud. She was used to being outsmarted, but now she could finally turn the tables. How could she not be happy? She just wanted to try and see if it worked. Thinking this, she grabbed Lu Haomin and headed toward their destination. She didn't dig another hole. She just followed the spiral down the cave entrance. The people behind kept walking until they reached the bottom, their jaws dropping in amazement. This technology is unbeatable. Can it be mass-produced? Everyone is begging for it. Please bring the scientists back to life. The first 2 groups watched the main team walk down leisurely, and their feelings were hard to describe. It was as if they had exerted great effort only to find out there was a direct route all along. It was very frustrating. When everyone reached the cave, they all marveled. Whether the cave was man-made or natural, it was hard to say. But the terrain and the airflow were surprising. How could air still circulate here? Normally, since this mountain had sunk due to tectonic activity, there shouldn't be any airflow. Yet there was some. They didn't know if it was caused by the recent earthquake or if someone had designed it this way. Anyway, they were now benefiting from it. The next part of the exploration was no longer Fu Xiaoxiao's concern. Watching everyone organize their lamps and tools efficiently, she took Lu Haomin to look around the small caves. This is where we place the tokens. See that pillar? It's still there. Looking at the spot illuminated by her flashlight, Lu Haomin stepped closer and found a hidden button under the pillar. He then looked at her with surprise. You guys were really lucky back then, Fu Xiaoxiao. After inspecting the mechanism, Fu Xiaoxiao broke out in a cold sweat. They had checked this area before, and even Fu Xianxian hadn't noticed it. Well, he was just an ordinary soldier, not a special forces member. What should we do now? Could it be that this spot is a dead end? It's okay. We just need someone to come and check it out. Lu Haomin was less worried. Ancient wisdom was impressive, but modern technology was not just for show. He asked, should I take out the glow-in-the-dark pearl? If they had to live underground forever, they would need a lot of supplies, and there were plenty of glow-in-the-dark pearls around. Lu Haomin suggested she take one out to see. To their surprise, it lit up the entire mountain cave. Maybe because the cave was smaller. Lu Haomin. Is this really a glow-in-the-dark pearl or a tiny sun? Just take it out. It's a tech product. Whether everyone believes it or not, they have to accept it. Fu Xiaoxiao really wanted to give a thumbs up. She needed someone strong-willed to guide her, or she might still be tangled up trying to come up with a reasonable explanation. Everyone was surprised when Lu Haomin released the large ball. They wondered why this product hadn't been sold yet. It was a shame because it seemed better than energy-saving rechargeable lamps. Because the lighting was stronger, everyone's work efficiency improved a lot. After reminding them to be careful of traps and the secret passage to the outer mountain, they decided there was nothing urgent, so the two of them returned to the ground. The investigation below might take a long time, but no one was in a hurry. As long as disasters didn't strike suddenly, they could live anywhere. The sun had already set, and the chefs had prepared dinner. Except for the younger brother, the eldest uncle, the younger uncle, and the Chin family, everyone else was gathered in the villa. Even Junior One had a special children's chair. Old Master Lu was the head of the family. When he went out, he didn't care about rules. He simply held a small gathering and let everyone eat. Seeing such a peaceful scene, Fu Xiaoxiao felt very happy. She liked this kind of atmosphere. From the plane, I saw there was no sign of water nearby. How should we handle this? Lu Zhenhua didn't think the small amount of water brought from Shangguang City could be reused forever. Lu Haomin wasn't worried. I checked the area's data. It has a lot of water sources. Even with tectonic movements, there should still be some water left. Tomorrow I'll try digging down. If I find water naturally, that's great. If not, I'll look for it elsewhere. I'm sure I can find some. Also, Grandpa gave me 1,000 tons of purified water. When I install the filtration and recycling system, the entire mountain cave will be a closed loop. We can save water for years. This recycling system was serious. The purified water was as good as tap water. It would separate drinking water from wastewater, enough for everyone's needs. They wouldn't need to waste water like before. Besides, water resources wouldn't just evaporate because of a disaster. He didn't believe it wouldn't rain at all. If it didn't rain, he could fly to a place with water. Moving trees and people to survive was common, right? Seeing that he had a plan, everyone felt more at ease. Actually, Fu Xiaoxiao wanted to say that besides the 1,000 tons of water, she had plenty of water and snow in her space. But she thought it wasn't urgent and could wait to see how things developed. Do you think Sister Fu and the others will come back soon? They've been gone for days. Do you think they won't come back to pick us up? The dozens of people in the basement had been feeling gloomy after dinner. Recently, everyone felt like time was dragging, mainly because Sister Fu usually didn't go out with the whole family. Now, everyone was feeling uncertain. It wasn't distrust, but no one dared to think too much. only praying that Sister Fu and the others would return soon. Until noon the next day, the second group of people arrived one after another. With more people, the work in the basement sped up. They started building their new home using the materials provided by Xiao Xiao. What if they couldn't do it? They learned. While there was still time, the helicopter took off again, planning to pick up the third group before nightfall. Today, Lu Haoming and Xiao Zhao's task was to go back to the basement at the foot of the mountain and bring everyone else over. How could they just find a ready-made base and enjoy it? No, they had to work together to build it. Yesterday, everyone was worried about being left behind. When Xiao Xiao returned, it was like a long-lost family reunion. They all cried happily, eager to thank her and show their gratitude. They didn't realize how tough these days had been. Xiao Xiao thought, "Really?" Everyone said, "Absolutely." Although people had returned, there was only one vehicle. How could they manage?
Could it be?
Fu Chongsheng looked a bit nervous as he spoke. Xiao Xiao saw everyone was tense. "What's wrong?" "Don't want to go." No. How do we go?" "In groups. With only one vehicle, no matter how they packed, at most 10 people could fit. And with so many supplies, it was a problem." "Oh, it's fine. We have a space folding device. Look." He then revealed 2 trucks that suddenly appeared. "Wow, what is that?" Everyone stared in disbelief at the suddenly appearing trucks, unable to believe their eyes.
Fu.
"Sister Fu, what is this? A space device? How?" She reached out to touch it, and it was definitely a real vehicle. It took about 10 minutes for everyone to accept the fact that the trucks had appeared out of nowhere. "Sister Fu, you're amazing. Is this a magic bag?" Fu Yuning's big eyes sparkled as she looked at her. Xiao Xiao replied, "No, it's a space folding device from your brother-in-law." "Hello, Sister Fu, you're so impressive. You're so amazing, brother-in-law. Brother-in-law is really awesome. What's the principle behind this, Sister Fu?" Lu Haoming. He found it strange. Why does everyone think his wife's entrance is special and impressive, but when it's his turn, no one seems to think he's remarkable? It seems he's really suited to just go along quietly. Yes, that's probably it. Xiao Xiao also didn't know how to explain. "I don't understand this high-tech stuff." "So don't ask me, ask Lu Haoming." The others didn't insist on digging deeper. They just thought this thing was too amazing and broke their usual understanding. It seemed the world was full of surprises. This is similar to the space or magic bag described in novels. They didn't ask whether they could also have such things or other questions. Their first thought was, can we just take our supplies without moving them? That would save so much effort. Yes, pack your things. Lu Haoming will help you store everything. When you arrive, you can organize your stuff again. What else could they do? Just act. Who has a top combat leader in their team and also a space folding device or similar magic tool? You say that's brother-in-law's? But his is also Sister Fu's. What's the difference? Traveling around the world, this is the only one of its kind, unmatched. They felt like they'd look really cool going out in the future, almost like being blessed by the gods. Everyone here now knows about these. I'll say it once, mind your own mouths. She didn't want to say anything harsh, but when it was time to warn, she had to do it. Everyone promised they wouldn't betray her. Though swearing didn't mean much, they all made vows. Jiang Yusheng was so excited. Sister Fu, should our team have a name? Xiao Xiao hesitated. Is that really necessary? Zhang Yisen's eyes lit up. I think we should call ourselves the overpowering team. What kind of name is that? We should be more elegant. Call ourselves the Spring Dawn team. Spring Sleep. Unaware of dawn. What a terrible name. I think we should call ourselves the impressive team. Look at the 2 big tigers in our team. Full of power. No, everyone should know that Sister Fu is the boss of our team. Then how about calling a Xiao Xiao team? That doesn't sound powerful enough. It should be called Tong Xiao team. What do you mean? Where's the power in that? It's not as good as Breaking Dawn. Where's Breaking Dawn? Why not just call it the All-Knowing Base? All-Knowing works too. To set up a base, we need supplies. We don't have enough with just a little. So what should we do? Meanwhile, Lu Haoming, who had been completely ignored, remained silent. It seemed his wife held a lot of respect in the team. That was good. At least it meant no one dared to bully her. Let's call it Chu Xiao, meaning the arrival of dawn, and it also symbolizes a mother and daughter together. Lu Haomin saw that everyone had been discussing for a long time without deciding, so he finally spoke to make the decision.
Chu Xiao?
The arrival of dawn. Chu Xiao base. I think that sounds good. Won't that sound not powerful enough? But it feels warm and nice. Yes, we are all waiting for the survivors of dawn, all hoping for nature's forgiveness. Let's call it Chu Xiao. What if, in the future, the country recovers? Can our base still exist? Everyone looked at Lu Haomin. We only need to live well in the present. The future development of the base doesn't concern you. It's too early to talk about other things, and the terrain there has already been discussed with Uncle. The rest will be handled by the outside team. Everyone knew they just needed to follow orders. Those things weren't their concern. Since that's the case, everyone immediately became motivated. They were going to their new home. How could they not be happy? They had endured too many days of staying inside with no way out. When they returned to the mobile villa at night, Qin Shi and the others had already arrived. So Lu Haomin and the others could just go tomorrow and bring everyone over. The underground team was left to Fu Xianxian to organize. Asking her to manage it was impossible. Absolutely impossible. After days of constant work, she just wanted to be a lazy person now. Today, we received news that the North Ring base has already experienced a natural epidemic. Lu Zhentian didn't expect the epidemic to be so serious this time. The North Ring and the northwest directions, he didn't expect the outbreaks to happen there first. Zhou Xinran was worried that their situation might become the next disaster zone. Things were happening too quickly, and the protective measures were not yet in place. She wondered if the group returning tomorrow would arrive safely. Her younger son was still there. The only thing we can do now is work quickly. The surveyor said today that the underground cave has good terrain. As long as we protect the main ventilation shafts and entrances, we should be able to live inside without problems, she said. Hearing her husband say this, Zhou Xinran felt a bit reassured. It meant they wouldn't rush out and realize too late that it was a mistake. If Lu Haomin knew what his mother was thinking, he would probably hum and say, "Look who's making decisions. Do you think I would go into battle unprepared?" Maybe because of the urgency from other areas, everyone, not just the new members, started working late into the night to build the mountain caves according to the architect's plans. They mainly installed iron doors and iron mesh at the entrances and also reinforced the underground gates with several layers of iron mesh to prevent snakes, insects, and rodents from burrowing in from the soil. The main gate couldn't be closed after Fu Xianxian opened it, so that would have to be fixed later when there was time. Fortunately, the caves were naturally formed from the stone mountain and later carved out by humans. The walls were very strong, and there weren't many places that needed repair. Fu Xiaoxiao followed the doctor's advice and brought some medicines to prevent animals that could spread disease from approaching. Everyone sprinkled powder around the living area to keep pests away. After finishing this task, she asked the team's lab technician to test the soil nearby. If it was safe, she planned to harvest some crops, fruits, and medicinal plants inside the cave. Living with hope would give everyone more motivation. They also dug several more caves based on the architect's suggestions, making the space wider so they could do anything they wanted. Seeing the caves gradually come to life, Fu Xiaoxiao felt a sense of achievement. Lu Haomin, I really love you so much. Hearing his wife's occasional confessions, Lu Haomin could only feel happy and do nothing else. Over the past few days, hearing her say she loved him was many times more than when they were together before. Sometimes he almost wanted to punish her on the spot, but he knew he couldn't do that now. There were too many things to consider, and he didn't want her to get tired. No one knows how hard he is trying. After finally finding his wife, he can only occasionally kiss or hug her, which makes him very sad. He wishes he could mark her all over with a sign to prove she is really his, not just a figment of his imagination. Finding a wife made everyone think he was almost crazy with love. He believes only his wife can cure his obsession, so he always follows her wherever she goes. He is willing to remove all obstacles for his wife. As long as she is with him, he knows he is not sick. He loves her so much. Loving someone alone is not easy. People without wives don't understand. Lu Haoming holds her small hand tightly. I love you too. Things are almost settled here. Let's go back and rest. Let them handle the rest. Looking around, it's true. He has neglected little Chu-yi these past few days. He should go back and hug her. He wonders if she misses her mom. In the lobby on the first floor, old Master Lu, Chu-yi, and Jiang Jiutian are happily playing with building blocks among a pile of toys. Nearby, Lu Ba and others are joking and laughing. It's so lively. Grandpa, are you still awake so late? Hearing her mom's voice, Chu-yi's big eyes light up instantly. Playing. Oh, she learned another word. The old man smiles happily. Being with these two little ones makes me feel young again. I'm not sleepy now. Are you hungry? The kitchen has some bird's nest soup. Let's go have some to boost our energy. Xiao, wait. I'll get it for you. I know where it is. Jiang Jiutian immediately volunteers to run into the kitchen. He's grown up now and can help adults do many things. He's great. At this moment, Chef Li from the kitchen comes out with Jiang Jiutian, carrying things. Jiang Jiutian keeps praising the chef's steamed buns, making the chef blush. The chef has been making these for decades and isn't surprised, but it makes children happy to like his food. I must try some then. It's really delicious. Excellent. Fu Xiaoxiao also enthusiastically praises. Right. I want to learn how to make buns from Chef Li. Then I can make them for Chu-yi. I want to be a chef too. Fu Xiaoxiao nods and ruffles his hair. Good. Grow up quickly, every day. Eat more to grow taller. Then you can learn from the chef. Definitely. Getting my parents' approval made Jiang Jiutian very proud. But now it's late. Let's go back and sleep, okay? Jiang Jiutian. Was it really that quick? He still wanted to keep playing. But seeing Aunt Xiao Zhao's expectant expression, he thought, being a good and obedient child is the best. Okay, I can sleep alone now. I'm not afraid. You're so good every day. Go ahead. Then, the well-behaved 5-year-old said goodnight to everyone and every animal present, then happily went upstairs. Old Mr. Lu sighed. You've done a great job teaching him. He will appreciate your care when he grows up. Actually, Fu Xiaoxiao didn't insist on anything. She just hoped Jiang Jiutian would grow up healthy and safe. As for everything else, she would see how he develops. All right, Chu-yi, it's time for you to sleep too, okay? It's too late for him to still be full of energy. He needs to develop a good habit of sleeping early. Chu-yi obediently allowed his mom to hug him. He loved his mom the most. After greeting old Mr. Lu, everyone took Jiang Jiutian and the animals upstairs. After they finished their snack, Lu Yi and Lu Er came down to guard the door. Once everything was done, the two of them lay in bed. It was already late at night, around 11 p.m. Despite feeling exhausted, Fu Xiaoxiao kept tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. Her eyes were wide open, thinking about Lu Haoming. She knew he hadn't fallen asleep yet, so she gently asked, Lu Haoming, are you asleep? Lu Haoming really wanted to settle him down. No, listening to Lu Haoming's voice, she could feel his breathing was still steady. Do you have no desire for me anymore? Thinking about how he used to cling to her like a teddy bear, but since they reunited, he seemed to have no such needs anymore. Has he lost feelings for her? Lu Haoming sighed softly and moved her body closer to a certain part of his lower body. Can you feel it? He wanted to tell her that his feelings for her hadn't changed. Fu Xiaoxiao. Well. It's not that I don't want it, but I'm worried you'll get tired. Be good. After this busy time is over, you can do whatever you want with your husband. Right now. Don't tease me, okay? I'm afraid I might lose control and hurt you, and you won't be able to handle it. Fu Xiaoxiao. She just wanted to ask a question, not because she was scared. She was just testing. Okay, time to sleep. Seeing the little woman stop talking, Lu Haoming almost got angry. After teasing her, he ran away. Such a coward. It's better that she didn't say anything, but now that she did, the tension only increased. He endured and endured, but finally couldn't hold back and got up to go to the bathroom. Listening to the man's passionate sounds from the bathroom, Fu Xiaoxiao felt like a cooked shrimp. Her whole body was hot. But she was also worried that if the two of them lost control, they might wake up everyone in the building, which would be awkward. So, she could only feel a little sorry for her husband for 3 seconds. Meanwhile, the cats on the floor and bed were all listening carefully to the strange sounds coming from the bathroom. What's going on? Does Dad look uncomfortable? Hearing the cats meow, Fu Xiaoxiao suddenly thought that they must sleep in separate rooms from now on. Otherwise, if they really got intimate, the cats might watch them. Thinking of that made her shiver. Sleep. With that command, the cats stopped making noise, but still looked at the bathroom with bright eyes. Fu Xiaoxiao. How is it? Lu Haowen asked the other side, where Fu Xianxian was controlling the drone. Nothing unusual so far. How about you? Nothing either. That was strange. Could it be because of the big fire on our side so the flames didn't spread here? Fu Xiaoxiao guessed. The fire was huge, even causing giant hailstorms. Animals are selective about their environment. Maybe that's true. Chun Shi, though not familiar with these things, thought about the recent big fire that burned everything clean. The snakes, insects, and rats probably avoided this place because it was too inhospitable. No black ash, water, or green plants, just nothing but destruction. Was coming here a death sentence? She wasn't sure if this was a good thing or not. At least we can rest easy for now. They worked hard and finally finished clearing and protecting the stone cave today. Once the architect's plans are ready, they can start building the house. They can move the mobile villa inside, and then slowly start construction, building their own home by hand. The sense of achievement from this is unmatched. Should we move down now? Since it's temporarily safe, living upstairs is definitely more comfortable than underground. Xiao Xiao also looks at Lu Haomin. Let's not move yet. Keep 2 people to watch over things, finish building below, then move together. Since the decision is made, everyone quickly starts organizing the work. Currently, all the people have arrived here, nearly 200 in total. Except for the elderly women and children, over 100 people can participate in building. As long as everyone works together, it won't take too long to finish the mountain cave. It's basically just decorating. Watching the drone footage, Xiao Xiao still feels a bit uneasy. Many people have already started heading to the base. Right now, they can hold on with supplies, but what about later? She can't keep sending supplies continuously, so leaving is actually a good idea. You've done very well, sweetheart. Her Xiao Xiao is still so kind-hearted. Where could she change? Her nature is like that. She's a little lamb, trying to pretend to be a wolf with a big tail. Xiao Xiao doesn't comment, and the two continue flying until the drone's battery nearly runs out. Then they head back. Although they don't know how long they'll live in this cave, everyone is still working to make it more comfortable. The first floor on the stairs is set up as a living space. Some small caves have been expanded into uniform-sized rooms, with stairs leading up to the 2nd and 3rd floors. There are about 100 rooms providing both private space and comfort. Very nice. The large caves are directly turned into villas by Xiao Xiao and her group, saving on construction. Xiao Xiao, the Lu family, and Lu Ba only share one cave, divided into 2 villas. Old Master Lu, Lu Zhenhua, his wife, and the butler and servants live in one, the 3 brothers in another. The remaining open space was used by Lu Ba to build an outdoor playground. Qin Shi, Fu Xianxian, Fu Guosheng, and others live in one cave, which has 2 small villas. Her mother also wants to be with Qin Yujiao and others, so they have company and can chat comfortably without feeling too isolated. Qin Yujiao agrees. Her daughter is already married, and she knows there are still some worries in her heart. She doesn't bother her and lives in the next door. It's not a bad thing. Ma Tianyu and his friends live in one cave, decorating it themselves. It's all done by hand, which is very good. After everyone was assigned their homes, they were all very happy. They had familiar people around, friends, and privacy. It was quite good, like living in a big village. It was lively and bustling. After the assignments, the remaining caves on the 1st floor were used to store tools and supplies. Anyone in need could exchange for what they wanted. The large area where a mountain of gold was once piled was now a playground for everyone. There were areas for children, fitness zones, activities for middle-aged and elderly people, sports fields, and more. It looked just like a community. The carved decorations on the stairs and ground were told to be left untouched. People thought it was nice to keep them for viewing. Everyone was grateful for this shelter and listened carefully. The underground cave was turned into various rooms: medical rooms, media rooms, boxing and fighting rooms, libraries, meeting rooms, classrooms, clothing and tailoring rooms, karaoke, game rooms, chess rooms, gyms, shooting ranges, and bathing centers. The goal was to prevent mold and keep everyone busy, avoiding boredom that might lead to everyone rushing to plant seedlings when the base was first set up. The upper level of the playground, which was shaped like a golden inverted pyramid, was turned into a planting area. Grow lights were installed, so the plants could photosynthesize and grow without worry. When more people gathered, someone needed to manage. At first, Fu Xiaoxiao and Lu Haomin gave up, saying they weren't management experts. The Lu family. In the end, the chief manager was Lu Haoyu, who had experience managing large companies. There were fewer than 200 people, so it was manageable. Lu Haomin was just a figurehead as the base leader, and Fu Xiaoxiao was the honorary wife of the base leader. They became mascots for the base, but not in a glamorous way. The others. Dong Zhuoxi was responsible for weapons and training management. Ma Tianyu handled education. Zhang Kaiho took care of repairs and maintenance. Liu managed personnel arrangements, and Yast, who used to be Lu Haoyu's trusted assistant, continued to help him. Some capable people took on small titles, and the management team could choose whoever they needed. Everyone in the cave had to exercise for an hour every morning to strengthen their bodies. The rest of the time, they could sign up to work, farm, or do other tasks as they wished. Most people took turns on duty activities. This small place really doesn't have much to manage. Everyone is quite disciplined, except for some specific rooms that need fixed staff. Others can visit each other as they like. Seeing how relaxed everyone is, Zhang Kaiho can't believe this is the end of the world. If he adds the red light district, he fears this place is like a paradise of fun, almost like a full entertainment club. Look at how crazy these people are. The media room is closed but showing a movie. The fighting room is also closed, but faint cheers can be heard. Children of all ages are in 2 classrooms taking lessons. A group is busy sewing in the tailoring room and shopping in the finished products area. Several KTV rooms are lit up, indicating people are singing inside. The shooting range is closed, but people are practicing shooting inside. A group of men and women are carrying small basins with bathing supplies toward the bath centers. Upstairs, people are happily chatting and planting crops. Zhang Kaiho sees old Master Lu holding a young girl, listening to music, watching children play on the playground. And there's more. He also built a few terraces out of boredom, and now he's just relaxing with Lu Haomin and others, drinking tea. What kind of magical life is this? If it keeps going like this, he might even open a bar. It's too much. How can we be so lazy? We have no ambition at all. Shouldn't we go out and expand our territory? How can we be so decadent? How can we be so carefree? It's too selfish and inhumane. I even despise myself. After grumbling bitterly, Zhang Kaiho takes a sip of tea, looking very satisfied. Everyone else is speechless. Why not send someone up to flip the solar panels on the pit? Ma Tianyu suggests after cracking open a macadamia nut and putting it in his mouth. No, that's not possible. There are still a few snakes curled up on top. I'll do it after they dry out and turn into snake jerky. He's not stupid. After 2 months, the rat army finally came to visit. Besides Zhuo, she's setting traps. Who dares to go up there? Afraid of being bitten or infected. Has Zhuo come down yet? Just as he asks, someone arrives at the door. Well, speak of the devil. How is it? Is everything okay? Zhang Kaiho sees a few people disinfecting in a small room at the door and quickly calls out. Zhuoxi nods with an okay gesture when he sees the group of elders drinking tea. He needs to change his clothes first. Seeing that he said everything was fine, Zhang Kaiho didn't ask further, since he knew he would come back soon. Lu Wu, come into Uncle's arms. Want a hug? Lu Wu rolled his eyes and kept resting on his mom's lap, with his eyes half closed. "You're so rude." Jiang Kaiho looked so heartbroken, as if he had been rejected, and could only sip his tea to feel better. Fu Xiaoxiao gently patted Lu Wu's head. The little guy was very independent. It was okay for girls to hug him, but men, except for his dad and Grandpa Lu, were not allowed. Where's Lu San? Looking around, Jiang Kaiho realized that this guy had already gone over to the first-year area. Not only did he have no luck with women, but even animals seemed to dislike him. "Calm down." Lu Haomin poured him a cup of tea and shot him a look. This guy was even more restless than him. Lu Qi and Lu Ba jumped a few steps from the open space below the stairs, about 10 meters down, onto the terrace where they were. Seeing Jiang Kaiho occupying a spot next to Dad, they bared their teeth and tried to scare him away. "Jiang Kaiho. Dad, big brothers and sisters, really, it's not that serious." In the end, he reluctantly moved his stool aside. He wasn't afraid. He was just being polite. Over the past 2 months, everyone had gradually learned about the personalities of the two tigers. As long as you didn't provoke them, they mostly ignored you. But if you accidentally upset them, well, they might just pounce and scare you. If they got really angry, they could even swipe a paw and knock you down. The only good thing was that they didn't bite people randomly. At this moment, Chen Shi ran over panting heavily. Seeing Lu Qi and Lu Ba sitting obediently beside Lu Haomin and Fu Xiaoxiao, drinking large bowls of water, she quickly drank a few cups herself to catch her breath. "Their energy is too high now. I really can't keep up." Phew. At first, she could run a little behind them, but in the blink of an eye, they disappeared. In these 2 months, Fu Xiaoxiao had carved out a suitable path for the animals and people based on the architect's advice through the entire Rocky Mountain. From top to bottom, it was basically a playground exclusive for Lu Yi, Lu Er, Lu Qi, and Lu Ba. They had been playing there for so long and still hadn't gotten tired. The mountain was large enough, with proper ventilation openings. The mountain, which looked to be about 1,000 meters high, actually had nearly 2,000 meters of underground terrain. Now, the whole mountain was almost turned into a playground by their development. It's you who want to go upstairs to see, and now you're blaming them for being full of energy because you can't run anymore? Lu Haowen couldn't help but retort to her. Chen Shi glanced sideways. "Haha, if you have the guts, go." Standing there and talking comfortably. "I do want to go, but unfortunately, they don't like me." "What can I do?" Seeing his annoyed expression, Chen Shi lost interest and said, "Shouldn't we replace the tiger claw stand? Look, it's almost broken." Hearing this, Fu Xiaoxiao turned to look at the equipment in the animal activity area below. The sad, frayed rope was almost in pieces, and the wooden post, which was half a meter in diameter, had shrunk to about 10 centimeters around. "This is too fragile. We've already replaced it 3 times this month." Chen Shi said, "Exactly. Look at Lu San and the others, they're so sensible. They've only torn it once this month. The scratching boards are all things Xiaoxiao collected before, but the tiger claw stand has to be made anew." Lu Haomin didn't think it was a problem. He gently rubbed Lu Qi's big head. "That's good. Tigers should have their own style. If they don't get angry when faced with danger, wouldn't that be funny?" Chen Shi said, "Just spoil them as much as you want. No wonder he's a good dad. No wonder Lu Ba's 2 months old. Lu Ba just loves him so much, such a good man. But he's a bit of a dog, especially to his close friends. Look at what he did to help his best friend avoid being stuck underground all the time. He actually had Xiaoxiao dig a circle of open space about 10 meters below the mountaintop lookout tower. He personally led people to build a circular viewing house there, taking a month to complete it. It's 360 degrees. Bulletproof glass.
For sightseeing.
And it's livable, with floor-to-ceiling windows. Although there's not much to see now, it's really crazy. Is this a shelter?
Huh.
Most of the time, when the two of them are taking care of the kids, the children are always with Lu Hao. Whether eating or changing diapers, Fu Xiaoxiao finally started to relax and let go. Lu Hao takes care of everything. TSK. Sometimes, when their energy is too high and she doesn't see her best friend coming downstairs, she can guess what happened the night before. She doesn't want to think that way, but she's been lucky enough to see her best friend exhausted once. It's hard not to think about it. All she can say is, her best friend is quite lucky. Lu Haoyu also came over now. I just received a message from my older brother. The epidemic at the Guangzhou base has been brought under control. Everyone sighed in relief. That's good, after all, there are family members over there. They are safe, but we also hope they don't suffer too much during the disaster. I wonder how other areas are doing? If they can control the situation, it should be ending soon. Look, most of those fleeing to us have been caught or killed. Some have escaped elsewhere, or they've been wiped out. The biggest problem now is the shortage of medicine. Lu Haowen and Jiang Kaiho discussed this topic. Lu Haoyu looked at Lu Haomin and said, "My uncle mentioned that very hot weather might start again soon." Everyone was surprised to hear this. Why now? Didn't it just end? That's not the worst. The border is already very chaotic. Many people are fighting for supplies to survive.
Fuxiao fehlt nervos.
Fighting for supplies? What does that mean? Are people fighting over resources? Or are our people being attacked on our own land? Lu Haoyu looked serious. It's both. There's violence, looting, and fighting. It's better where there are military bases, but ordinary civilians. Everyone understood what he meant without him finishing. She covered her mouth to stop herself from screaming. She had killed before, but only to protect herself. Now, ordinary people struggling to survive are forced into this war game. It's too cruel. Can the government do anything? Can they stop the invaders? When you hear the news, that place might already be empty. Now, it's not like making a phone call to send a rescue signal. News is slow and people, weapons, and tools can't keep up. The only thing they can do is gather everyone in the base and stay united. But the previous plague already destroyed many places. Now, with new threats, it's almost impossible to defend. These are just wild people. But what countries are attacking? The Moluccas and regions all the way to Bactria are small countries. They probably can't hold on anymore. But even if they can't hold on, they shouldn't kill and loot. Can't they seek help and work together? Anyone who can reason with you isn't a wild person. If I meet them, I'd fight and win every time. Looking at Chun-Shi's forceful hand movements as she slams the table, Lu Haowen quietly moves a soft coaster over to prevent her from breaking the table. Yes, that's exactly what he's thinking. I feel we're not trying hard enough now. An hour of exercise in the morning isn't enough. We need at least 2 hours. The monthly assessment is almost over, right? Maybe we should make the tests harder each month. It seems like a fight might break out in the future. You're a girl. Why are you always fighting? Men should handle this kind of thing. Seeing her angry and righteous expression, Lu Haowen couldn't help but say a few words. Chun-Shi scoffs. Is this called fighting? You haven't even seen me fight. Honestly, you men think you're so great. Last month, I scored higher than you in the assessment. Everyone living here, except for the Lu family, Fu family, Ma Tianyu, and a few specific people, along with their servants and employees' families under 10 or over 55, are required to participate in a monthly assessment. Only those who pass can continue to enjoy the basic supplies and extra points provided by the base. If not, they have to work on their own to earn points for supplies. Failing the assessment means doing labor projects that are different from regular chores. These projects are not your favorite work. They are assigned to the least desirable tasks. For example, if you like planting, you'll be assigned to work as a sanitation worker to earn points. If you want to guard the warehouse, you'll be sent to take care of kindergarten children. Don't underestimate Li Yu and Yas's observation skills. They are trained in psychology and are very good at observing. Honestly, in such a small place, there's not much room for action, so they find their own ways to have fun. If you refuse, well, stop eating and lock yourself in your room. If you refuse again, it means you're not fitting in or have issues with the system. You'll be sent back to your original base. This place can't accommodate troublemakers. The rules are simple and strict. People who pass the assessment often like to keep competing, like one-on-one fights or big brawls, which really stirs up everyone's fighting spirit and helps increase their strength. Last month, the top 10 winners received a whole roasted sheep as a reward, and the top 3 with the highest strength scores got extra seafood ingredients from the base leader. Remember, ocean pollution is no joke. In recent years, It's been nearly impossible to catch edible seafood at sea unless you go to unpolluted waters. But who knows where those are? Talking about how difficult it is to go anywhere again. Is it easy for them just for a little bit of food and drink? Hearing Chun Shi's scolding tone, Lu Haowen felt very frustrated. He didn't mean to lose. He just accidentally touched a sensitive spot. He was so distracted that he was thrown over her shoulder. He really couldn't tell if she had a sense of womanhood or not. This time, if I lose again, I'll see what happens. Let's see who wins. Fu Xiaoxiao watched the two arguing playfully and felt happy. It was so lively. Everyone was just joking around, and that was so nice. The negative energy outside the world really wasn't suitable for her. Okay, for this exam, the prize will be a box of beer for the top 10 students. The top 3 will get 10 pounds of beef. How about that? Yeah, sounds good. Zhang Kaiho got excited when he heard about the alcohol. But you won't be in the top 10, so what are you happy about? I'm going to build good relationships with the top 10, then I can get some beer. It's no big deal, right? Lu Haomin. He was even more useless. Why aren't you trying to build a good relationship with me? Zhang Kaiho looked at him helplessly. You only listen to Sister Fu. If I want to build a relationship, I'd be trying to please Sister Fu. Lu Haomin. He was speechless. It was true, and he had nothing to say.
Mom.
Eat. Seeing housekeeper Feng protectively walking over with Qi, Fu Xiaoxiao's heart almost melted. Good, what is this? Wow, Qi is so amazing. She learned a new character again. So impressive. Hee hee. Listening to the laughter, Lu Haoyu couldn't help but touch his little niece's face. Qi's laugh is really contagious. Lu Haowen looked a bit surprised. Big brother, you even know the word contagious? It's rare for you to be so down-to-earth. Lu Haoyu ignored him directly. After having fun, Qi climbed onto Lu Ba's back. Ever since she could walk on her own, she wanted to go everywhere. She wanted to leave her little footprints all over the mountain cave. Now she even wanted to ride a tiger. She was so daring. Only Lu Ba spoiled her. When housekeeper Feng came over to help, he actually carried the little girl away. I told you. Qi will definitely be a queen someday. Look, riding a tiger. Everyone was speechless. Kids love to play. That's natural. But why did they suddenly have such high expectations? You keep talking every day and it's not reliable. Qinshi was annoyed. Not reliable? The unreliable one is right next to you. Zhang Kaiho was hinted at and said nothing. Hey, don't attack me personally. What did I do wrong? How can you be reliable when you're hanging around Xiao Zhao's rival next to Lu Haomin? Zhang Kaiho. Can we move on now? Everyone was amused. Actually, Fu Xiaoxiao didn't mind this. Mainly because that woman didn't even make it into their circle, just a passing acquaintance at most. I'm just kind-hearted. Seeing him start to argue back. Chun-Shi said, a few days ago the crazy guy and Baikai were arguing, and you went to mediate. What did you say? You said the ugly one should go first. Tell me, are you reliable, Zhang Kaiho? He spoke too quickly without thinking. I just blurted it out. Oh, you blurted it out? So what did you mean to say? Based on the pronunciation, Chi Ou Cho, you meant eat the sound, so it's stupid should go first, Zhang Kaiho. Everyone remembered this incident. It wasn't really a fight, just a debate over something. Who would have thought Zhang Kaiho, passing by, insisted on stopping it and then blurted out a shocking remark that made the whole world quiet. Hearing this, Fu Xiaoxiao burst out laughing. She couldn't help. This really hit her funny bone. Chun-Shi didn't let him off. Last month, on Lantern Festival, you insisted on eating roasted sweet potatoes. You ate too much and farted, and it even smelled like. You deny it, but you definitely farted, right? I didn't. How could I do something so stupid? It's hard to say. You've been unreliable for a while now. This time, Zhang Kaiho blushed deeply, trembling for a long time before finally saying, You're a woman. Women. Why are your words so harsh when you're so pretty? Qinshi made a V sign. Just giving some examples to see if your unreliability holds up. Clearly, it does. Well played. Watching the back and forth between them, Lu Haowen felt uncomfortable. Why was she so interested in Jiang Ge? Why did she talk so much to Jung-ge? And she was even smiling at him. Girls should be a bit more refined. Listening to Lu Haowen's random remark, Chin-shi looked at him with a speechless expression and said, "Are you okay, Lu Haowen?" Next day, ding ding ding. Today is a good day. Everything I wish for can come true. Today is a good day. The loudspeaker's booming sound echoed inside the cave, waking everyone from their dreams. It was surprising that he had turned on the loudspeaker for the entire mountain cave. The volume was so loud it could send people away. Jong Kaiho, you're really too much. When the cave door opened, Ma Tianyu, with messy hair, shouted angrily at the open space below. Unfortunately, the music was so loud that the people downstairs didn't hear him. By the time someone found the volume control, they had already been hit on the head and pushed to the ground.
Whoa.
Who the heck is attacking me? Jong Kaiho didn't expect anyone to dare do that. Just as he looked over with angry eyes, he saw a furious, wide-eyed lion Ma Tianyu. What are you doing? Don't you know I might fall if you hit me? After turning off the speaker, Ma Tianyu moved his wrists and said, I think just falling isn't enough to teach you a lesson. I've decided to take action. Jong Kaiho. Wow. You're serious.
Stop.
Hey, don't hit my face. One after another, sleepy people came out of the cave, asking, what's going on? Are we supposed to come out and watch a fight? Is this just one-sided hitting? What's happening? It's so early and you're waking us up? Is today training early? Is today the assessment day? Did it start early? This is too early. It's only 4 a.m. Everyone looked up at the clock on the stone wall. If it was just the time showing 4 o'clock, that would be fine, but both the numbers and the clock hands all pointed to 4. Wow, they woke up the mountain's guardian beast. After 4:30 a.m., except for the old man and the little ones still sleeping, everyone else gathered on the open ground below the steps. Fu Xiaoxiao was lying on the balcony railing, looking down, with Lu Baizhi beside her. Some were copying their mother by lying down or peeking through the gaps in the railing, looking very relaxed. Lu Haomin was also downstairs, but he was the one who was awakened. He didn't speak, just watched how Jiang Kaiho would start after causing the commotion. Jiang Kaiho. Seeing the many pairs of eyes of different sizes below, he could only say he just couldn't sleep and wondered if he should try testing the music's effect. Who knew it would turn out to be the loudest? Ahem, since he caused the trouble himself, he had to host the event. How does Brother Yu usually start? He wanted to ask Brother Yu for help, but instead saw Lu Haoyu sitting comfortably at a table, drinking water from a thermos. Jiang Kaiho. Brother Yu? Help me? Did he sense what I was thinking? Unfortunately, even Lu Haowen and Dong Zhuoxi looked like they were just watching the show. Fu Xianxian saw that he hadn't spoken the whole time. Brother Jiang? Did we get the time wrong? Chen Shi snorted coldly. Haha, probably another mistake. Maybe he accidentally pressed the wrong button? How is that possible? Jiang Kaiho immediately retorted. At this point, he could only tough it out. Today, we'll warm up for an hour as usual, then start the assessment activity. Everyone get ready. Wanda Long couldn't help raising his hand. But we haven't had breakfast yet. Are we starting the assessment right away? Jiang Kaiho. Where's the breakfast maker? For today's assessment, is it all going to be cooked in a big pot? He looked at the chefs from the Liu family. Chef Li looked a bit speechless. The assessment usually starts at 9 o'clock. We got up at 5 to prepare, and it hasn't even started yet. Jiang Kaiho. Don't you usually prepare more food? He then looked at Lu Haomin, since he often asked the chefs to prepare ingredients, usually all packed up right after cooking. That's for my wife. Do you want to eat? Lu Haomin shot him a sidelong glance. Jiang Kaiho. Deep breath. It's okay. Then you guys go prepare breakfast first. Others. Warm up and get ready to start training. Li Xiaobo. Step forward and lead the team. Seeing the guard captain step forward, Jiang Kaiho finally let out a long breath. Luckily, the training team leader was here. He was a Special Forces veteran, and he had been leading the team for the past 2 months. He didn't need to worry about the rest. He had passed the test. To prove she was not at fault, she also joined the team in training. Even when Chen Shi looked at her with suspicion, She remained calm and continued exercising. Fu Xiaoxiao usually trains with them. Today she woke up, but still felt sleepy. Seeing that they had started their normal training, she decided to help the cooks in the kitchen. Looking at the machines kneading dough and the thawing pork, she wondered if they were planning to make steamed buns for breakfast. "Masterly, are you going to make steamed buns?" she asked. Masterly looked up and smiled warmly. "Yes, we're making meat buns and twisted bread. Let me help you wash the ingredients," she offered. An older woman nearby immediately stopped her.
No, no, no.
"The lady of the base doesn't need to do this. We can handle it ourselves. You should rest or go back to sleep. We don't need too many people here." There were fewer than 200 people in the entire cave. About 10 of them were helping now. Each person was almost done with their task, so they didn't think it was too much work. The helpers were mostly family members of the Liu family's guards and followers. They didn't usually do much work, so it would be unfair to stop them from helping with small chores. Life here was no different from being a lazy person in the past. The assessments were based on age and physical strength. Older people didn't need to be tested, but there were still standards. For example, climbing a 10-meter staircase back and forth 5 times in half an hour was enough to pass. If they didn't, they had to do an extra half hour of training every day. It wasn't a big deal. Cooking was only done during big events like the assessment day. Usually, everyone took care of their own meals. They even set up a small cafeteria for those who couldn't cook alone. Besides occasionally learning farming, cleaning, taking baths at the communal bathhouse, playing mahjong, chatting, or reading books, life here was more relaxed than before the apocalypse. They almost wished for more things to do. Since they didn't need help, Fu Xiaoxiao didn't insist. She decided to check the situation inside and outside the cave. With a wave of her hand, Lu Yi, Lu Er, Lu Qi, and Lu Ba split up and ran toward different passages. Looking at the few animals, Fu Xiaoxiao truly feels proud of herself now. Her pets are like her right and left hands. Who would have thought that after a few more training sessions, they could already help with patrol work? Lu San's sensing ability is also excellent. When those snakes and rats ran over earlier, he started warning from far away. After experiencing falling into a mountain cave, Fu Xiaoxiao quickly understood what he meant and immediately asked Lu Haomin to pay attention to the situation. Lu Si is the mascot of the cave. He doesn't need to do anything special, but is loved by everyone. Now, he's acting like a leader inspecting work, jumping onto the balcony railing with Lu San to look down. Lu Wu is very active. Since there's nothing happening now, he went back into the cave to play with Chu Yi. The rest, Lu, blinked big eyes and wanted a hug from Mom. Fu Xiaoxiao could only indulge him. Holding the 8-pound Lu, she thought, not bad, not fat, and I can still feel the little muscles in his short legs. Fu Xiaoxiao plans to go to the glass house on the mountaintop to check the outside situation. Although it's still dark, darkness is no problem for her. She jogged up her own carved stairs and finally reached the mountaintop glass house after about 10 minutes. At this moment, it's not even sunrise. The moon is still faintly hanging in the sky. The clouds are covering the sky quickly. After a while, Fu Xiaoxiao noticed something was wrong. Those weren't clouds. Were they bats or crows? Anyway, flying creatures. Even Lu started to get agitated. Fu Xiaoxiao immediately pressed the alarm button nearby. When the people happily training suddenly heard the alarm, they were all confused. Where was that sound coming from? Then, a loudspeaker announced Fu Xiaoxiao's voice. A large group of flying creatures blocking the sky is coming from the southwest towards us. There are many, estimated to be dozens of kilometers away. Everyone, be alert. Prepare immediately. Lu Haomin recognized her voice and knew that his wife had reached the mountaintop. Everyone became a bit panicked. The creatures on the ground earlier were already a big problem, but they had grown calmer from initial nervousness to routine. But now, what is it? Flying creatures? Locusts? Bats? Crows? Eagles? Birds? Dong Zhuoxi immediately ordered the security team to check all entrances and vents, while he prepared to go to the monitoring room to see the situation. Under Commander Lu Haoyu's orders, everyone quickly began to act. Lu Haomin listened to the live broadcast and immediately ran upstairs. Seeing that everyone was working in an orderly way, Qinshi and a few others hurried to follow, eager to see what was really happening. When they reached the viewing lounge, they saw Fu Xiaoxiao standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, staring into the distance. Hearing the familiar footsteps, she knew who was coming. Before she could turn around, Lu Haomin came over to look out together. Several others followed behind. "Oh my goodness!" Qinshi exclaimed in surprise. She didn't expect the situation to be so serious, like the sky was about to fall. "Oh no, 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 no. What on earth is this? Feels like the whole mountain could be knocked over. Is the observation deck closed?" "It's closed. I checked just now. Fu Xiaoxiao wouldn't let her be in a dangerous place." After a few broadcasts, she went to check the doors and windows of the observation deck. Soon everyone saw what was outside. It wasn't just bats. There were all kinds of birds and flying insects, like a big mess. "My scalp is going numb." Jiang Kaiho cried out in distress. "This is a nightmare for people with fear of crowds. I can't take it anymore. I can't watch this." When a swarm of bats, birds, and insects hit the glass outside, the horrible scene made everyone feel physically uncomfortable. Qinshi immediately vomited. It was too disgusting, full of blood and corpses. She couldn't look anymore. Fu Xiaoxiao also held Lu Haomin's hand tightly. She was worried that the bulletproof glass might break, and then those creatures could come inside. "Everyone go back." They couldn't stop what was happening now, so they had to leave and lock the door. She whispered a few words to Fu Xiaoxiao, who understood immediately. They added several layers of barriers behind the door. Back downstairs, Lu Haoyu also saw the situation outside through the surveillance cameras. "Is the top part intact?" Lu Haomin shook his head.
Not yet.
"How about you?" "No worries, no escapees got in. All the air circulators are on, and so far, nothing unusual has been found. I also sent a message to my uncle. The people outside can't interfere now, but it seems their safety measures are quite good." Because of this distraction, everyone stopped training and gathered in small groups to talk about what happened. Jiang Kaiho had an idea. "Actually, I think I was a hero today, right?" Everyone looked at him. He cleared his throat and puffed out his chest. "I told you to get up earlier." Everyone. Although they didn't want to admit it, he was right. If they had waited until the alarm sounded when those things were nearby, it might have been too late. Seeing him happily seeking praise, Dong Zhuoxi patted his back. "I'll praise you. Well done, little mouse." Jiang Kaiho. "Are you sure you're praising me?" "Just a lucky hit, like a blind cat bumping into a dead mouse." Qinshi thought this person was easy to flatter. Jiang Kaiho. "You just can't stand to see me do well." Qinshi. Yeah, I'm petty." Luo Haowen, watching the two argue, felt a strange discomfort in his chest. He didn't like seeing them so happy talking, but he couldn't explain why, only feeling annoyed and upset. "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" He turned around and saw his furrowed brow. Qinshi thought he was still upset about seeing those disgusting things earlier. He realized she was talking to him. Luo Haowen quickly smoothed his expression. "No, I was just thinking that we probably can't go up there for a while." "You still want to go up?" Qinshi was surprised. "Look at those endless scenes. Do you still want to go out? It seems like they might even be flying back and forth." Luo Haowen. "No, I was just saying that." Why did he suddenly get defensive? "Since we can't go out, we just have to do what we can. The assessment will start normally later." Luo Haowen hugged his wife and went back to rest. The others continued their conversation. Fu Xiaoxiao thought about the eyes of those flying objects and felt very uncomfortable. Luo Haowen, "I think some of those things might be contagious. If that is the case, what should humans do? The plague is not over yet, and now there are other health issues. All we can do now is encourage everyone to keep good personal hygiene and check the ventilation areas daily to prevent any infectious viruses from spreading." Fu Xiaoxiao knows that she can't do much alone, but luckily, Lu Haomin is here. Hearing this, she feels a bit calmer. A clear, cheerful cry touches her heart. Why did Chui wake up so early? Xiao Xinran brings her a bottle and explains. When Luwu came to her little bed, she couldn't fall back asleep. Last night, Chui stayed with her grandma and others, which was at her father's request. Usually, only when two people want some private time do they send Chu-yi away. What's going on outside? I didn't go out earlier, but it sounds like something happened. Xiao Xinran hands the bottle to Chu-yi, who grabs it herself and casually asks. It's not even 6 o'clock yet, so how could there be an assessment so early? There's no need to hide this matter, so Fu Xiaoxiao briefly explains about the flying objects outside. There shouldn't be any problem here, right? No, we've checked all the places that need inspection. That's good, that's good. They're fine here, but they don't know how things are outside. They can only hope fewer people die. Has Grandpa gotten up yet? He should be getting up soon. Usually the old man and Uncle Feng go out around 6 for an hour of Tai Chi before breakfast. Just as she says this, they see the old man come out. Good morning, Grandpa. Why are you here so early today? Lu Haomin explains what happened earlier again. The old man looks a bit heavy-hearted. It seems a disaster has struck another region. I don't know what it is this time, but it's forcing everything to flee in one direction. They discuss this matter, and at this moment, Lu Jintian also comes downstairs and joins the conversation when he sees what they're talking about. Meanwhile, the household maid brings in 2 large bowls. Old master, the master and madam are awake. Second young master and his wife, I just steamed some buns. I'll bring some over for you to try. Thank you, Aunt Jiang. You should go eat now too. Okay, I'll heat up the milk for you and then go. Unable to stop her, Xiao Xiao followed her willingly. Since coming here, they've been told to call her differently, claiming they're used to it. But after arriving, they no longer need to stay inside the cave all day. Sometimes they go out to meet new friends or other older sisters. Xiao Xiao can only say that the Lu family really knows how to use people. Everyone is very loyal and responsible. By the way, in half a month, it will be the first birthday. Have you thought about what to do then? Joanna was so cute drinking milk by herself that she thought of the birthday celebration. Xiao Xiao had discussed with Lu Haomin before, saying, I thought our family could just have a simple meal, but Haomin said everyone would want to visit, so it might be better to hold a big celebration. We could do it on the playground, and everyone would be happy. That's a good idea. I also think we should have a big celebration. Our Joanna is turning 1. Are you happy, Joanna? Goo 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 goo, a few people were sent to keep watch outside. After everyone finished breakfast and rested, the assessment resumed. Everyone, big and small, gathered on the playground. Even old Master Lu and Lu Jintian sat on the balcony watching. The assessment was so lively that they couldn't miss out on the fun. They set up a platform about 100 square meters. Xiao Xiao and Lu Haomin sat nearby, waiting for Lu Haoyu to announce the start. The platform was built by everyone last month. It wasn't perfect, but with many hands, they managed to build it. Yast first went on stage to explain the rules for this month's assessment. Then Lu Haoyu announced the start, and Li Yu and his team counted the results. After the rules were explained, everyone noticed that the goals for this month had increased compared to last month. For example, the previous goal was to run up and down a 10-meter staircase 15 times in half an hour. Now they had to do it in under 28 minutes. Of course, those not required to participate in the assessment still followed the old rules. The security team's original goal was to select the top 60 strongest fighters for the team, but now, after dividing into groups, the bottom 15 might be eliminated. Currently, the 60 guards are divided into 6 groups of 10 people each through a draw. The 2 groups compete in team battles, and the winning group advances directly. The losing 30 people then draw lots again, forming 5-person teams. The winners of this round, totaling 15 people, move on, while the remaining must face challenges from non-guards. If they lose, they are eliminated and become regular staff working at the base, losing access to guards' benefits. This competition has become a team effort, focusing on how quickly they can build trust and coordination. For the guards, doing farming or cleaning is fine, but being eliminated is embarrassing. Since everyone is a guard, quitting the team is a matter of honor. To rejoin, they must pass the next assessment and earn their place again. For non-guards, the strength test is simpler. They just need to beat their opponent in the draw. The loser gets one more chance to challenge. If they lose again, they can only run stairs. Running back and forth 15 times within 15 minutes counts as passing. Next time, the time limit will be reduced by 1 minute. Everyone faces slightly increased difficulty based on their last test. No matter who they are, anyone on the list must participate in at least one challenge. Liu Haoyu announced the start of the tests. Participants were divided into two groups, one for strength tests and one for stair running. Liu is responsible for the stair test. He plans to try the strength test in half an hour. Since the benefits differ depending on the test, he and his team quickly prepare. For the strength test, the guards start first. Liu Haoyu randomly divided the team into 6 groups. When everyone saw their groups, they quickly found their teammates, some familiar, some not from the guard team. After 2 months of working together, everyone knew who was who. Now they must immediately choose a leader and plan their strategy. Ding ding ding. Now, I declare, the first and second groups prepare. The match begins in 5 minutes. Those still running stairs speed up. Of course, everyone wants to watch the excitement. No one wants to just listen to cheers while gasping for breath and seeing nothing. Qin Yujiao and Fu Guosheng are anxious. They didn't need to participate in the test, but they wanted to challenge themselves. Now, their son might have to go on stage, so they have to speed up to get ready. Oh wow, Xiaobin is now the team leader. Old Master Lu saw his son's nephew looking so confident and couldn't help teasing him. Qiao Xinran also saw this and said, "This guy is growing up really fast." But after all, he's been in the army for a long time and is now an adult. He must have some achievements, right? She was very happy. This was her younger brother's only son, only 19 years old. He just finished high school but had to stop studying due to a natural disaster. He started self-learning at home. Surprisingly, after coming here, it seemed like he found his direction. His enthusiasm was incredible. She believed her brother and sister-in-law would be very pleased when they saw such a lively young man next time. Oh, I wonder if Li Xiaobo can keep his position as captain this time. I think Ma Jingyu is quite good. The guard team also had a challenge to pick the captain. From the first winning team, they would choose the strongest one to be the captain. Each captain had a chance to choose a weapon as a reward, not limited to traditional or modern weapons. So, everyone was eager to compete for that position. Last month, Li Xiaobo narrowly won. Who knows if he will be surpassed this month? Everyone is in good shape now, so it will probably be more intense this time. Lu Zhentian sipped his tea and said calmly, "I think Feng Wuji is very skilled." Housekeeper Feng also chimed in, "I like Pu Tai. He's very strong. How about we make a bet?" Seeing how excited they were, Qiao Xinran suggested, "You each pick someone you think will win. After the captain is chosen, the loser has to sing a song for everyone. Old Master Lu, Lu Zhentian, and Housekeeper Feng. You're quite the player." Old Master Lu was quite happy. "All right, I choose Ma Jingyu this time. I'll go with Feng Wuji. Okay, I pick Pu Tai. Deal." Qiao Xinran smiled as she watched the 3 of them. No matter who lost, they would have to perform. Look at Steward Wu over there. He looks 10 or 20 years younger. Who knew he had this side to him? Seeing the crowd around the arena cheering, Lu Zhentian found it quite interesting. They had been part of the Lu family for nearly 20 years, but he didn't expect that even at his age, he still had a competitive side. He's not that old, is he? Around 40. 45. He has been acting as the butler for a long time, and Wu is the one he chose. Is it about time? You've been here since graduation, so you're 44 now. Have you ever thought about getting married? Qiao Xinran remembered past events. I've been in a few relationships, but after being hurt, I stopped liking women. Old Mr. Lu /Lu Zhentian /Butler Feng. Why does that sound so strange? On the stage, 2 groups have already taken their positions. Group 1 starts shouting tough words. 10 minutes and we'll make you all leave the stage. Wow, the crowd below cheers. Group 2 scoffs. No need for 10 minutes, 5 minutes, and we'll make you kneel. Oh. Dong Zhuixi watches both sides shout their threats, then raises a small red flag. Start. Take him down. Knees. Hook punch followed by a back kick. Sweep the leg, team. Sometimes the audience is even more excited than the fighters on stage. The 2 groups fight in pairs. When one person is knocked off the stage, the winner quickly helps their teammate, making it a 2-on-1 fight, which is much faster. Even if Fu Xiaoxiao doesn't know the moves, she can tell that Li Xiaobo is still as skilled as ever. His moves are quick and clean, without unnecessary fuss. He's fierce, really treating his opponent like an enemy. After kicking someone off the stage, he immediately turns to attack the next person. Truly worthy of being the captain, hearing his wife's praise, Lu Haomin clears his throat. I'm pretty good too. Can you beat him? Fu Xiaoxiao doesn't believe it. Her husband isn't a special forces soldier, and fighting in the end of the world is different from this kind of combat. Lu Haomin. Seeing his wife's doubtful expression, he really wants to confidently say he can. I'm not a professional, but as an amateur, I'm the best.
Fu Xiaoxiao.
This man's terrible desire to win. Seeing that his wife isn't paying attention to him, Lu Haomin feels down. He decides he needs to spar with Li Xiaobo. On the stage, the fighters are giving their all, fighting fiercely. The people watching below are so excited they wish they could go on stage and replace those weaklings. And the weaklings who were pushed off the stage or dazed on it, they're not special forces. How could they compare? Look at who's left on the stage now, mostly former bodyguards. The match lasted 20 minutes before a winner was decided. Team Li Xiaobo won, and everyone passed the test. Even those who were pushed off the stage were excited, celebrating on the sidelines. No wonder, they won. Luck is part of strength too. Next came the third and fourth groups. In these groups, Fong Wu, whom Lu Zhentian liked, and Pu Tai, favored by Steward Feng, faced each other. Oh, wow, these two are up against each other. This will be interesting. Old Master Lu quickly took a sip of tea to clear his throat. Maybe he could cheer for them later. In a child's chair nearby, Chu Yi watched the scene below the railing and cheered loudly, as if encouraging them. Hee hee, my little Yin Jin loves watching too. The old man found his granddaughter waving her little fists adorable and happily cheered along with the audience. Seeing the playful old man, Lu Zhentian and his wife felt very happy. Usually, the old man stayed alone at the old house and didn't like to join them. His personality seemed to be getting stranger. But now, after coming out, he seemed much younger at heart. The group draw was quite fair this time. Not all the strongest players were in one team, so each team's strength was fairly balanced. This time, the third group used a strategy of attacking and sticking together to defend, which is typical in team battles, where teammates' strengths complement each other. When one person was caught off guard and knocked down, the defending team's rhythm was slightly disrupted. Suddenly, Fong Wu, who was fighting his opponent, seized the chance to sneak attack two others who were fighting fiercely, quickly eliminating one of them. Ma Tianyu watched with increasing excitement. Fu Xiaoxiao agreed. This is what you call using tricks in war. Lu Haomin, standing nearby, couldn't help but comment. That's an ambush, a sneaky move. Fu Xiaoxiao and Ma Tianyu looked at him with slightly furrowed brows. Brother, are you okay? It's just a game, you call it sneaky? Fu Xiaoxiao asked Lu Haomin, do you have a problem with them? Lu Haomin looked at his wife in disbelief.
Me?
Do I have any issues?
Fu Xiaoxiao replied,
Their strength difference is too obvious? Lu Haomin felt frustrated, then leaned close to her ear and said, Tonight, I will show you how strong your husband really is, Fu Xiaoxiao. Jealousy makes people look ugly. Lu Haomin, you've changed. Keep going. Keep going. Brother Tai. PewDiePie's strength was impressive. He directly lifted someone and threw them out of the ring. He found an opening, grabbed another person's arm, and held them tightly, like a steel clamp that couldn't be moved. The person being held kept hitting back with their elbows, but couldn't escape being thrown out. PewDiePie. Everyone cheered. Strong fighters are always popular. Aunt Lee excitedly boasted to those nearby, My son. Haha. Okay, we get it, he's your son. This fight lasted even longer than the previous one. In the end, only Fong Wuji and PewDiePie remained on the field. Even Lu Zhentian and housekeeper Feng on the balcony got excited. This was the moment to see who might become the team leader. Fu Xiaoxiao, watching the excitement below, also stood up. Wow, this is so thrilling. She felt like her competitive spirit was fully awakened. Lu Haomin. Seeing Qin Shi, who was even more excited than himself, Lu Haowen really wanted to hold her down. How could there be a woman who loved fighting more than him? Can't you just behave? Qin Shi looked at him like he was slow. Little brother, are you okay? At a time like this, are you trying to find trouble? Lu Haowen. Fong Wuji retracted his right fist and immediately attacked PewDie's ribs. The punch was very fast, like lightning. PewDie felt a chill in his heart and didn't dare to be careless. He quickly sidestepped and swung out his palm to meet Fong Wuji's punch. Seeing his attack blocked, Fong Wuji's heart sank. He knew he was facing a tough opponent, but he didn't lose hope. Instead, he was fired up. Using PewDie's palm force, he spun around and kicked toward PewDie's head. His leg technique was like a whirlwind, fast and fierce, stirring up a gust of wind. PewDie admired Fong Wuji's powerful leg skills, but was not to be outdone. He immediately protected his head with both hands and blocked Fong Wuji's spinning kick. Taking the opportunity, he also turned sideways to avoid Fong Wuji's subsequent attacks. Seeing his attack blocked again, Fong Wu felt even more anxious. He knew he couldn't wait any longer. He had to fight quickly and decisively. So, he kicked with one leg to try to recover his fist that had been held back. But PewDie had already expected this move. He immediately grabbed Fong Wu's leg and pulled hard downward. Fong Wu lost his balance and fell forward. Taking advantage of the moment, PewDie swung his arm and knocked him down. Fong Wu felt a strong force hit him, and he couldn't help but fall to the ground. There was a loud bang as Fong Wu hit the ground hard. The powerful impact made everyone in the stands tremble. They were all stunned by what they saw. At this moment, PewDie quickly turned over and pinned him down, locking him in place. 10-9-8-7. Before Dong Zhuoxi could finish counting, Fong Wu clapped his hands and admitted defeat immediately. The crowd cheered loudly. The 9 team members who had already lost quickly went on stage and threw PewDie into the air. It looks like strength won this time. Seeing how proud old Fong looked, Lu Jintian's mouth twitched. How childish, the people beside him. Can't accept losing. It was just a song and it was over in a few minutes. Really? Wow, PewDie has gotten much stronger. Looks like he's been practicing a lot lately. Watching his wife praise other men all the time, Lu Haomin tried to smile, but he couldn't feel happy at all. He thought that after so long, he wouldn't be impulsive about feelings like a young fool anymore. He believed that as time went on, their relationship had already improved. He was sure he would be more tolerant, understanding, and loving toward his wife. But now he realized he was very petty. He couldn't even tolerate his wife paying attention to other men. Even if everyone was watching, she would only glance at them briefly. How could he become like this? Why has his possessiveness become so strong? Maybe. You should look at your husband. Fu Xiaoxiao was stunned for a moment before realizing Lu Haomin was talking. Lu Haomin? What are you doing? She didn't understand why it seemed like Lu Haomin was always trying to seek attention. Lu Haomin's eyes suddenly dimmed, and the corner of his mouth lost its smile. Fu Xiaoxiao. Next, the matches between groups 5 and 6 will take place. Fu Xianxian is also part of this group, and Fu Xiaoxiao's attention is quickly drawn away again. Lu Haomin, waiting for his wife's comfort. What should I do if my wife doesn't know how to comfort me? Who can teach me? Maybe because they are on Ma Jingyu's team. After arranging their positions, Fu Xianxian and the others won quite easily. The whole match was less tense than the previous group, but everyone could see that Ma Jingyu is very strong now. There will be a captain's duel in the afternoon. After the 3 main groups finish, the 5-person teams will draw lots again. To make the matches fairer, everyone will start the afternoon competition after the draw. Next, there will be a strength test for those not in the guard team. The whole area is divided into 4 fighting rings, so the matches can go faster. When the matches are almost over, it will be lunchtime. It's not Qin Shi's turn yet, but she is already stretching. Not your turn yet. Why are you in such a hurry? Qin Shi feels annoyed. Lu Haowen, I've noticed you haven't been very sharp in your words lately. What's going on? Are you trying to be funny? Why does it seem like he always looks at her with dislike? Lu Haowen doesn't know what's wrong either. I just wanted to say it's not your turn yet. You'll be up again soon. Qinshi, what does it matter? Do I like it or not? Lu Haowen sees she's getting impatient. No, I'll stay with you. He then stretches his muscles too. Qinshi. This little brother seems a bit slow lately. Maybe not very smart. Finally, it's Qinshi's turn. To her surprise, the first to go up is Fan Xiangyi. Oh, Xiangyi, you're pretty good. Fan Xiangyi clenches her fists and smiles. Someone has to challenge, right? It's not that Qinshi underestimates her. They've lived together for so long. Everyone knows each other well. All right, let's start directly. Without much politeness, Qinshi attacks first. After a few moves, she realizes that this woman has improved a lot. She feels she's not the top or second best among women, but Fan Xiangyi has avoided several attacks and even learned to sneak attack. However, her basic skills are still not as solid as Qinshi's, and she soon lost. Xiangyi, you've improved so quickly since you started training with Longda. Hearing Qinshi tease, Fan Xiangyi didn't get upset. They just decided to be together last month, and after spending more time together, she learned a few moves from Wanda Long, who is almost ready to join the guard team. Her skills have improved a lot. All right, I know you're good. I'll try again, she said, then prepare to go back to the queue for the next match. She felt she hadn't had enough fun yet. She planned to find others to spar with after everyone finished. Seeing her seem ready to challenge Zhang Kaiho, Lu Haowen stopped her. Let's have one more match? She looked him over. What? Want to settle the score? Lu Haowen asked, are you going to fight or not? She replied, okay, I'm giving you a chance.
Come on.
Then she ran to find Fu Xiaoxiao to watch the match together. Who do you think will win this time? As soon as she sat next to Fu Xiaoxiao, Qinshi poured herself a glass of water. It's hard to say. Ma Jingyu still seems to be playing at his best, so I can't tell who's stronger between him and Li Xiaobo. I think Puta's explosive power is really strong this time. Yeah, I think so too. Listening to the two women gossip about other men, Lu Haowen thought. Is this really appropriate? The matches between pairs didn't take long. The fights were mostly quick because the skills weren't as professional and their strength levels were very different, so the matches ended fast. She saw she could challenge again and immediately went back into the ring. Everyone cheered when they saw these two start another match. They both looked good, eye-catching, and their moves were smooth, making it very entertaining. She said, don't talk about letting me win, or anything. Lu Haowen pursed his lips and didn't say anything, just made a pleased gesture. Come on, Qinshi. Haowen, you can do it.
Lu Haowen. Lu Haowen.
Qinshi.
Come on.
The crowd helped build the excitement, and the two started their fight. She swung her fist and rushed forward. She followed with a hook punch from the side, but Lu Haowen easily dodged both. Lu Haowen wasn't in a hurry. He let her use all her moves first, then looked for her weakness and focused on attacking her lower body. She didn't expect him to be so good. After about 10 exchanges, she realized she couldn't keep up. She was secretly surprised. Was this guy really so strong? But she knew she couldn't admit defeat. As a woman, she could only be knocked down, not give up. The two figures tangled with each other. Their breathing grew faster, and sweat dripped down their foreheads. Everyone could feel Qinshi's movements becoming more aggressive, but her strength was starting to fade, probably from exhaustion. In contrast, Lu Haowen seemed to still be in control. Suddenly, Lu Haowen grabbed her wrist, twisted it behind her back, and tightly held her legs so she couldn't move.
Wow.
Haowen, you're amazing. Qinshi tried to reach for her restrained hand, but Lu Haowen was too strong. In her desperation, she used a sneaky move called Monkey Steals Peach. Lu Haowen didn't expect her to use such a trick to win. He was caught off guard and couldn't see her twisted face clearly after the surprise attack. Her claw nearly hit him, and she threw him to the ground with a shoulder throw. But at this moment, he couldn't get up. Only a man's pain could be truly felt. The scene fell silent, everyone staring in shock at Qinshi standing on the stage. After realizing what she had done, She wanted to die. What had she just done? Except for Chu-yi, Lu Ba, and the little children, everyone else probably didn't understand what just happened. All the men felt their bodies tighten unconsciously, and even the women clenched their fists. Fu Xiaoxiao stared in shock at her best friend's move. It was a real knockout. What was she thinking? Her little brother-in-law. Could he still stand up? The people on the balcony were also stunned and speechless. Only Chewy was curious why everyone was so quiet. At this moment, Jiqing finally reacted and hurried to call someone to take her to the medical room for a checkup. Lu Haoyu also stood up. No matter what happened, he was his third brother. He had to go and see what was wrong. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. Shi was especially afraid to look at the Lu family on the balcony. She quickly followed Lu Haowen, worried she might have seriously hurt someone and caused a big problem. Beautiful Shi, how are you so capable? How can you use such tricks on your own people? Shi lowered her head, feeling sad. I didn't mean to. Do you believe me? Fu Xiaoxiao replied. Does it matter if I believe you? Shi said nothing. In the clinic, Lian Yicheng helped the person onto the bed and told everyone to leave. He was about to take off Lu Haowen's pants to see what was going on. Lu Haowen clung tightly to his pants, not letting him move. He had calmed down now, but he still felt embarrassed. Lian Yicheng said, Third young Master Lu, if you don't want any lasting problems, let go now. I am a doctor. Lu Haowen refused to loosen his grip. At this moment, Lu Haoyu also came in. Seeing his brother so embarrassed and angry, he asked, Are you okay? Lian Yicheng replied, I don't know. He won't let go. Hearing his older brother's voice, Lu Haowen didn't want to release him, but Lu Haomin also entered the room. Should I hold him down? Hearing his second brother, Lu Haowen wanted to hide his face in the blanket. Both of you, go out first. I'll handle this. He pulled the screen over, probably because the young man was shy. The two brothers waited outside the screen, feeling still a bit scared. Thinking back, they realized how ruthless this woman could be. What if something got seriously hurt? When Lian Yicheng came out, Lu Haoyu looked at him, asking about the result. Lian Yicheng took off his gloves. There are no major issues. Nothing is broken or cut, besides some redness and a bit of pain. But he refused to let us check with instruments, so we don't know if there's any internal problem. If he can still stand up, it should be fine, right? Hearing Lu Haomin's teasing comment, Lu Haowen behind the screen was silent. He's still in shock. Whether he can stand depends on him, Lian Yicheng said. Lu Haoyu also went in to check on his younger brother, who was sitting up with a red face. It seemed there were no serious problems. Does it still hurt? Lu Haowen didn't answer. Much better now, just from that one moment. Try touching it yourself. Lu Haowen looked at his older brother in surprise.
Ah.
Outside, Lian Yicheng and Lu Haomin remained silent. When the clinic door opened, Fu Xiaoxiao signaled the result with her eyes. It's fine. Just rest for a bit. I'll go check in with Mom and the others. After hearing that everything was okay, Fu Xiaoxiao and Shi finally relaxed. The others waiting outside also let out a sigh of relief. Luckily, everything was fine. However, it seemed that no man would dare to fight Shi again, as it was just too frightening. Shi. Her reputation was ruined, but she thought, well, she deserved it. Seeing that Lu Haowen hadn't come out, she wondered if he was just there to comfort everyone. She decided she had to go see for herself. When Shi slipped inside, the others were stunned for a moment. Then she signaled for them to stay behind the screen. The young man sitting there wasn't dressed improperly, so she figured they could handle it themselves. Lu Haowen. Hearing his weak, pleading voice, Lu Haowen looked up and saw her head peeking out from behind the screen. I'm sorry, Lu Haowen. Is sorry going to help? Shi felt awkward. I really didn't mean to, but you did something unforgivable to me in front of everyone. Shi looked a bit annoyed. Then should I make it up to you, Lu Haowen? Realizing what she said, Shi also paused. Oh my gosh, where did her intelligence go? No, that's not what I meant. I mean, maybe I should apologize to you face to face in front of everyone? Isn't that embarrassing enough already? Lu Haowen looked at her with a blank expression, which made her feel more guilty. What do you think I should do to forgive me? Lu Haowen didn't answer. She couldn't stand the awkward atmosphere anymore. She immediately exposed herself completely. Just tell me what you want me to do. Seeing his eyes turn red gradually, Shi suddenly felt like she was being a bit cruel. Stop, don't go off topic. I've never been treated like this by a woman before. Shi's mind was about to burst with curse words, but then she remembered it was her fault. How about this? If you're not sure what to do now, I'll just owe you for now. If next time you do something unforgivable to me, we can cancel it out, okay? Lu Haowen. What could I possibly do to you that's unforgivable? Do I dare? Seeing that he looked like he was about to cry, but also holding back, she said, Haowen, I really know I was wrong. Truly, I swear I won't do that again. Lu Haowen, you still want to do this in the future? How am I supposed to go out and meet people? Shi. What should I do? The cave is so small. Probably. This topic won't be brought up much in the future. I'll ask your brother to tell everyone to keep quiet. Then I will go and tell everyone who keeps talking too much. Are you really going to hit everyone, Shi? Nothing seems to work. What should I do? Seeing her look troubled, Lu Haowen softened his tone. Forget it. Let's leave it for now. Shi finally relaxed when she saw he gave up. Then she let out a deep breath. But then she thought of something and asked with concern, Does your injury still hurt? Lu Haowen. After confirming that the younger son was okay, Lu Zhentian and the others felt relieved. The crowd around also felt nervous for the two of them. The incident happened so quickly that everyone was caught off guard. Now that it's over, everyone feels relieved. Just a false alarm. Seeing everyone gathered, Lu Haoyu directly told them to go have lunch and continue the competition in the afternoon. In front of the Lu family members, no one dared to discuss what just happened. They hurried to eat lunch because there was still an afternoon contest. Why hasn't the third brother come out yet? Hearing Lu Zhentian ask, Lian Yijian, who was about to go eat, paused. Oh, Shi and young Master Lu are inside talking. I think she's probably apologizing. Hearing this, Lu Zhentian felt a bit more at ease. It's good that she's just comforting him. I just worry that the third brother might have some lingering issues. As for Shi, forget it. If the third brother doesn't say anything, we won't interfere. It's normal for adults to apologize for their actions. After all, this could be a lifelong matter. When the afternoon competition started, Shi and Lu Haowen sat calmly watching the game. But at some point, a subtle, sneaky glance from below still occasionally looked over. Whether they appeared calm on the surface, they weren't sure. At this moment, Lu Haoyu also came over. How is it? Seeing his older brother return, Lu Haomin casually asked. Not too good. But there aren't many injuries. Most areas have been protected. They've already moved into the house and basement. Currently, we can only use fire attacks, but fuel is a big problem. I think the surveillance is still wandering around within the western province. Yes, some have already arrived. This situation is really full of internal and external problems. There's no way to solve everything once and for all. However, after hearing this, Fu Xiaoxiao had some immature ideas. Never mind, she decided to discuss it with Lu Haomin later. In the afternoon, Shi quietly hugged Lu Si, acting like a gentle girl. If you didn't know her usual personality, you'd think she was like that all the time. Jiang Kaiho also admired this woman very much. If he had still wanted to fight before, that idea has now completely disappeared. It's better not to compete directly. Shi, I'm so frustrated inside, Lu Haowen. Until the captain selection, the atmosphere finally returned to the excitement of the previous. Next to them, there were many prizes displayed, just waiting to see if everyone would rush for them. The individual ranking competition was decided by drawing lots for two-person duels. There were 30 people, more than last time. This time, they were divided into 15 pairs to compete. The winners continued drawing lots, with one person getting a bye. The top 8 would be chosen as captains. Each of these 8 would receive a pack of 24 beers and a pig leg. The top 3 would get an extra 10 pounds of beef. The first place, as usual, would become the captain and could choose their favorite weapon. Everyone was eager to try. Last month, Li Xiaobo's Desert Eagle was so cool that everyone drooled over it. It's a pity that Fong Wu had already lost and couldn't participate in the captain selection. Lu Zhentian's singing was also out. Unexpectedly, this competition was quite intense. Jiang Yuxing even made it into the top 15, which made Fu Xiaoxiao's former team members feel proud.
See?
It's not only the Special Forces bodyguards who are the strongest. Our team also has some talented people. This made Jiang Yuxing feel shy. He was inspired to work harder after the base commander sent someone to bring his father over. He didn't expect he had really improved. Jiang's father was nearby, loosening his son's muscles. Son, don't put too much pressure on yourself. Making it into the top 15 is good enough. If you win again, we can have some beer. I'll prepare some snacks for you. Remember, each assessment also means points are awarded, just like a company paying salaries. This victory, passing through, work hours, and other things are all counted as points. These points can be exchanged for supplies. To enjoy good food and drinks without worry, it's best to earn as many points as possible. Everyone nearby smiled kindly and offered their good wishes. Reaching the top 15 earns you an extra 500 points. That special wine can be exchanged, don't worry. When hearing this, Mr. Zhang's eyes lit up with happiness. He had been thinking about that wine since he arrived, but the exchange points were too high, so he could only go and look at it each time. When he drew a buy, Jiang Yuxing was completely stunned. Fu Xianxian quickly came over and said, Yuxing, you're so lucky. Reaching the top 8 earns more than just 500 points. It's 1,000 points. Mr. Jiang was so excited he couldn't hide it. Second match, no problem. Just go and learn from others. Mr. Jiang knew his son's skill level. Even if he was optimistic, he wouldn't be overly confident. Being in the top 15 was already good enough. Reaching the top 8 was fantastic. He thought, that's enough. Stop while you're ahead. Wanda Long and others also came over to send their blessings. She was quite surprised and whispered to Fu Xiaoxiao, I didn't expect Yuxing to be so lucky. Lucky is also part of strength. That's right. Among the 30 people who lost, nearly 20 were bodyguards brought by the Liu family. The team that won drew someone with similar skills to him. The draw for the top 15 to top 8 was a bye, so he could only give a thumbs up. When it was the top 8 to top 4, everyone's excitement grew. Even Lu Qi and Lu Ba shouted loudly, their roars so loud they almost hurt everyone's ears. It was no surprise that the 3 players everyone expected made it to the semifinals. The last dark horse was a martial artist. The team was full of talented fighters. Given the chance, many ambitious people could succeed. Looking at today's weapon rewards, the 4 players showed their best skills, techniques, strength, moves, and more. Each displayed their unique talents, making the scene very lively. Chun-Shi seemed to forget the awkward moment earlier in the morning. Now she was at the ring cheering for her favorite Taipu. Lu Haowen was almost defeated by her. She was a woman, just a woman. Is that appropriate? Watching a few women around her cheer for Taipu, Lu Haowen thought, if it weren't for Lu Haomin stopping him, Fu Xiaoxiao also wanted to go cheer for Ma Jingyu. The atmosphere was so intense that she felt something was missing if she didn't join in. Unexpectedly, Steward Feng also came down to cheer for Taipu, blushing with a group of people, which was quite embarrassing to watch. The old master sipped his tea and said, look at how calm I am. In his mind, he was silently cheering for Ma Jingyu. He was getting old, or he might have gone down himself. When the top 2 were decided, the crowd's cheers almost shook the ceiling apart. The most exciting moment finally arrived, the final showdown between Ma Jingyu and Li Xiaobo. After a half-hour break, both said they were ready, and the match began. The old master couldn't sit still anymore. He stood up, leaning on the railing, cheering loudly. Next to him, Lu Jintian and Xiao Xinran looked on. It was hard to believe the old master still had such fighting spirit. If it weren't for his bones, he might have gone down to fight himself. Li Xiaobo remained steady as always, while Ma Jingyu was more aggressive. Both were former special forces, and their skills were impressive. At this moment, Fu Xiaoxiao no longer cared about her husband. She stood up and ran to Qin Shi to cheer for Ma Jingyu. She finally understood why people get so excited watching boxing or fighting matches. The atmosphere was really lively. Lu Haomin looked grim and stood protectively beside his wife. People around them unconsciously made space, but it couldn't stop everyone's enthusiasm. Seeing Ma Jingyu fake an attack and then throw a punch, Li Xiaobo dodged and moved a few steps, causing his opponent to block instinctively. Then he launched a fierce Spartan kick, powerful and swift, kicking straight toward Ma Jingyu with a gust of wind. If that kick had hit, Ma Jingyu might have been knocked out of the ring. Fortunately, Ma Jingyu was no fool. He stabilized his stance and immediately counterattacked. Although Li Xiaobo's kick was fierce, Ma Jingyu seemed prepared. He quickly sidestepped and avoided Li Xiaobo's attack. Then Ma Jingyu launched a counterattack, his fists like a storm, striking at Li Xiaobo. Both fighters are very skilled in mixed martial arts, and right now they are testing their endurance. Their bodies move constantly on the stage, with each attack full of strength and power. Their eyes are focused and determined, as if only they exist in the world. Their breathing becomes faster, sweat drips from their foreheads, but they do not relax at all. They know that the outcome of the match depends on their willpower. The one who can last the longest will be the winner. After a few rounds of calm, they continue fighting. Finally, Ma Jingyu sees an opening and hits Li Xiaobo with his elbow to the chin. Li Xiaobo's body jerks suddenly, almost falling to the ground. Ma Jingyu takes advantage of this and throws Li Xiaobo to the ground with a powerful move, then locks his legs to win the match.
Wow. Yes.
I won. Ma Jingyu.
Ma Jingyu.
Ma Jingyu. The crowd is excited. A new team leader has been born. Both fighters, exhausted, stand up. How do you feel? Does your back hurt? Li Xiaobo shakes his head.
I'm okay.
How long have you been secretly practicing? Oh, I'm just joking. I've been training for a while. My chin still hurts. My bones feel like they're about to break. You should give it a good massage. Later, Dr. Lian will give you some medicine. After the new team leader is chosen, the competition for third and fourth place begins. Naturally, Pu Tai wins, and the rising star by Hua takes fourth place. But who will be stronger next time? That's hard to say. After winning the match, Ma Jingyu chooses a Czech CZ-83 pistol. It's a versatile gun, and he really likes it. It's much better than a Desert Eagle. He's so happy to get a gun he likes. In the cave, weapons are given as rewards, but bullets are not included with the guns. This is to prevent accidental firing. If you want to shoot, you need to exchange points for bullets and practice on the ground. Later, you can collect the shells to prevent illegal possession of ammunition. The shooting range inside the cave only has crossbows and bows, not guns or bullets. Still, everyone is very excited about this. There's another way to get weapons, by exchanging points. But the required points are very high, so it's faster to aim for becoming the team leader. When Lu Haoyu announced the end of the assessment, everyone hadn't finished cheering before they saw the base leader and Steward Feng both take the microphone. People looked surprised and confused. What's going on? Lu Zhentian tried his microphone, which he just took, and it seemed fine. Steward Feng also tested his, and it was okay. Then, my lovely comrades at Chu Xiao Base. Next, my old friend Feng and I will sing a song to cheer everyone up. Huh? They're going to sing? Lu Haowen looked incredulous. After a quick glare from his dad, he silently shut up. Everyone cheered immediately. How rare and wonderful. As the music started, everyone's inner music DNA seemed to jump to life. Bored and hesitant, I see. Reaching for my dreams isn't easy. Who decides if I stay or go? It's my universe in my heart. My ambitions are higher than the sky. Confidence keeps my spirit alive forever. When Huang Jela's band song, No More Hesitation, began, those who knew the song joined in a big chorus during the One day, dreams will come true, finding the world inside my heart. Eventually, I will see. Their slightly weathered voices added a story-like feel, making the scene feel like a concert. Fu Xiaoxiao didn't expect her father-in-law and the others to sing so beautifully. She excitedly whispered to her husband, Dad, and them sing so well. Lu Quten, never willing to admit defeat, jumped in again. I sing very well too, Fu Xiaoxiao replied, Then next time, I'll listen to you sing. Without thinking much about what he meant, she happily waved her hands, immersed in the music. Lu Haomin. A whole day had passed, an entire day, and his wife's attention was completely elsewhere. After the two middle-aged men finished singing, everyone cheered loudly. One more song. They smiled and waved, stepping down from the stage. They said, "That's enough for us. The young ones can have fun now." Though it was a bit disappointing not to hear more, today was the happiest day in the past 2 months. It was a true celebration for everyone. Next, it's time to distribute the points. This is the most exciting part, as everyone who passes the test will receive a guaranteed minimum of 100 points for extra spending. Those with higher ranks will get additional points based on their position. This gives everyone a fun way to enjoy shopping and spending. I received 180 points. I got 240. Plus, my son's 1,000 points. Haha, I can buy a lot of things. How do you have so many? Last month, I went planting with Aunt Jean. It was so fun. I only got 130. I guess I need to try harder. I like the clothes old Lou made. I didn't pass, only 50 points. I need to work harder. Why didn't you pass? I couldn't finish the last lap. I was so close. That's a shame. Now you'll have to work to earn points. Lee will probably arrange for you to patrol Lu Qi and Lu Ba. No way, because you acted so scared. Aren't you scared too? I pretend I'm not. As everyone excitedly discusses their points, Fu Xiaoxiao smiles knowingly. Everyone lives with passion, and nothing is more joyful than seeing such positive energy. Suddenly, she notices the gloomy Lu Haomin. Lu Haomin? What's wrong? Lu Haomin. My wife, I won't get angry. He smiles. My pH level is below 7. Fu Xiaoxiao. What? Sorry, she really didn't understand. Is this some kind of chemistry thing? My central nervous system has gone off track after passing through the brain cortex and entered the anger pool. Fu Xiaoxiao. It's even more complicated now. Should I get a doctor to check you? Lu Haomin. He's upset because she said he's angry and doesn't understand. Now she's making up nonsense and asking him to see a doctor. Doesn't she realize he's unhappy?
No anger, no anger.
He's her husband. He'll teach her a lesson tonight. Note: this excerpt is from a song by the band Beyond. If it is considered plagiarism, I will delete it. After earning points, most people started shopping happily. Even Fu Guosheng, who didn't need points, joined in the fun. He bought a big bag of small toys as gifts for his obedient granddaughter. Xiao Yi was very happy. That night, when Lu Haomin didn't bring Xiao Yi to sleep, Fu Xiaoxiao knew what he was planning to do. In the room, there was only a small night light, giving a dim glow. Fu Xiaoxiao felt a little confused. Was he trying to set a romantic mood? But where was he? Just as she was thinking, Lu Haomin came out of the bathroom, wearing a bathrobe.
Huh?
Something seemed off. Lu Haomin? He glanced at her with a look that clearly said he was planning to settle a score. Fu Xiaoxiao was confused. What's going on? Is he on his period? No, men don't have periods. Hey, what's wrong? Lu Haomin didn't hide his feelings. He pulled her onto the bed and looked down at her. Fu Xiaoxiao, you've been looking at other men all day. Do you realize that's wrong? Fu Xiaoxiao. Are you okay? Do you think I'm okay? Your dear husband is very angry, the kind that needs to be comforted. If not, I won't let you sleep.
Fu Xiaoxiao.
No, I was just watching the competition. I wasn't looking at the stands, I was looking at the ground. This was so confusing. Lu Haomin suppressed his frustration and sighed. You kept looking at others all day, and you kept calling another man's name happily.
Fu Xiaoxiao.
Big brother, do you even listen to what you're saying? You didn't even look at me with admiration.
Fu Xiaoxiao.
Hey, we're just watching the game. It's different. Then should I go fight Ma Jingyu? Fu Xiaoxiao, no need. I'm afraid you'll embarrass yourself. Lu Haomin. Wife, I love you.
I'm angry.
If you don't comfort me, we'll sleep in separate beds.
Fu Xiaoxiao.
Wow, Lu Haomin is so impressive. He's even learned to threaten now. Darling, here it comes again. That voice really makes it hard to resist. Fu Xiaoxiao wraps her arms around his neck and pulls him down. What are those people? They're just ordinary folks. How can they compare to someone like you, a true fairy? Alright, since he doesn't seem to like that, let's try another. You are the one in my heart. Those people are just passers-by. Why compare? You're already mine. If you're angry, I feel the same. Do you really want me to be upset? Please give me some face, okay? With such a handsome face, how can you look angry? Don't get sulky just because I hold a special place in your heart, Lu Haoming. Why don't you say you'll stop looking at others in the future? Fu Xiao. I didn't lose my sight, but I can't say that.
She understands.
But I want to see you every day. Others are just there to highlight how great you are, like a comparison group. Lu Haoming. You just want to see other people? Fu Xiao. Suddenly, it feels like he's acting like a mischievous kid again, just like when we first got together. Lu Haoming, if I can't make you happy, I get angry. When I get angry, I might scold you, my dear. Lu Haoming. Let me try to make you happy in a different way. Lu Haoming. Then, he feels a small hand reaching down toward him. No, you can't touch me when your husband isn't happy, Fu Xiao. You're so good-looking. It would be a shame if you didn't kiss me now. But you haven't taken a shower. Seeing him still being stubborn, Fu Xiao simply pulls his head down with both hands and looks into his eyes seriously. I'm really happy today because you're here. I can be myself without worries, just carefree Fu Xiao. When I'm happy, I smile. When I'm excited, I go crazy. When I'm thrilled, I shout. These are my true feelings. As long as you're here, I will always be like this. I believe we will keep going forward, experiencing more joys and sorrows together. At this moment, their hearts grew even closer. Lu Haoming's gaze softened as he looked at her, as if filled with deep love ready to overflow. Fu Xiao. Our little things talking about them too much just makes it blurry. Can you help me? Lu Haoming. Who is comforting whom? Fu Xiao stops caring about everything and suddenly flips over, pressing him down and kissing him wildly. Afterward, she pulls open his bathrobe, starting from his Adam's apple and going downward. Lu Haoming can't handle this. A moan escapes his throat, and his breathing becomes heavier. She doesn't know how much time has passed, but before falling asleep, Fu Xiao thinks to herself that even if she is comforted, she still won't be able to sleep. She sleeps until she wakes up naturally, turns over, and finds Lu Haoming is no longer there. She moves a little and feels refreshed. She's a bit tired but doesn't feel any other discomfort. He's considerate. Looking at the time, another half-day has passed. Fu Xiao. Forget it, I should go downstairs. I wanted to talk to Lu Haoming about my thoughts yesterday, but all this chaos almost made me forget. When she gets downstairs, she finds no one in their room, not even Lu Ba's shadow. She opens the door and looks out. What's going on? Is there another fight happening? Then, Fu Xiao's eyes widen. What's the situation? The fighting ring she didn't take away yesterday now has Lu Haoming and the new team leader fighting? No, they are sparring. Fu Xiao. This man, is it really necessary? On the balcony, Junior first year sees her mom come out and immediately gets excited to go over. Just as she rushes forward and falls, Lu Qi catches her just in time to prevent her from falling. Xiao Xinran turns around when she hears the noise. Oh my little darling, when did you crawl out of your chair? Now that she's older, her mischievous personality is gradually showing. Things that seemed safe before can now turn into dangers for her. Even with her seatbelt on, she can still get down from the chair. That's unbelievable for a 1-year-old. She looks up and sees Fu Xiao approaching. You're awake? Let Xiao Zhang bring you some food to fill your stomach first. Later, for lunch, you can eat a bit more. After speaking, she calls a nearby maid, Auntie Jiang, who is excitedly watching the fight, to bring breakfast. Auntie Jiang smiles happily when she sees Fu Xiao. Second young mistress. Just wait a moment. I'll bring it to you right away. She didn't expect that the handsome second young master would be so charming even when fighting. Well, sparring. Even if the new team leader held back a little, the base commander's strength is quite impressive. After greeting her family members, Fu Xiao sat down and looked downward. Why did it turn into a sparring match? Xiao Xinran shrugged. Not sure, but it was the second brother who started it. When I came out, I saw him fighting with Pu Tai. During the break, others also joined in a few rounds. Today was mainly about practicing, not a fierce captain competition, but it was still very interesting to watch. Hearing this, Fu Xiaoxiao roughly understood why men can be so petty. After Aunt Jiang brought over the food, she continued watching the arena. Fu Xiaoxiao simply ate her bowl while watching. Not bad, not bad. Her husband is really handsome. It seemed he sensed her gaze. Lu Haomin changed his style, his punches becoming fierce, as if warning Ma Jingyu. Ma Jingyu noticed his change. He didn't want to lose, so he also became serious and started attacking with full effort. It seems both are getting serious. Fu Xiaoxiao. Cough, come on, honey. Their fists hit each other hard, each impact showing the power behind it. Fu Xiaoxiao's heart raced as the match went on. She was worried Lu Haomin might get hurt, but also hoped he would win. As the match continued, Lu Haomin's disadvantages became clear. Despite trying his best, Ma Jingyu's strong attacks made him struggle. Fu Xiaoxiao's heart was in her throat. She clenched her fists tightly, praying that Lu Haomin could hold on. Suddenly, Ma Jingyu took advantage of a mistake and delivered a hook punch to his chin. Lu Haomin wobbled and almost fell. Unfortunately, with his strength, Lu Haomin was soon caught and pinned down. Fu Xiaoxiao thought, looks like a little wolf dog lost and needs comfort. Lu Haomin, who was pulled up, didn't dare look at his wife. It was too embarrassing. Just yesterday, he boasted about how good he was, and today he was knocked down. He didn't expect his wife to come watch. He just wanted to spar, but once he saw her gaze, he only wanted to win. Sadly, he was too weak. How could he protect his wife in the future? Base leader, are you okay? Ma Jingyu hurried over to ask, worried he might be hurt. It's okay, you all can continue. If you lose, just accept it and go hug your wife. Watching my wife eat the last spoonful of porridge, Lu Haomin leaned on the table with a puppy-like look in his eyes, almost wagging his tail. Wife, you're really impressive, truly. You managed to fight the captain. He's trained for so many years, but he didn't win against you right away. Lu Haomin. Why didn't I feel comforted? Lu Zhentian. He was just letting him win. If he really fought in less than 20 moves, he would have beaten him badly. Lu Haomin / Fu Xiaoxiao. Lu Haomin. My real dad. Fu Xiaoxiao. Let's be a bit more polite. Xiao Xinran exclaimed. 20 moves? I thought I could knock him out in 10. Lu Haomin / Fu Xiaoxiao. That hurts even more. But that's not the same. If Haomin also came from a special forces background, I believe everyone here would be losers. She truly believes this, not just boasting. Could he get in? His grandfather wanted to send him to the military for training, but he refused and insisted on going abroad. Who's to blame now? Even if he joined the army, they wouldn't look at him, and he's not a special forces soldier. Fu Xiaoxiao. That husband, what do you really think of your own father? Wife, he said. Seeing Lu Haomin act spoiled, Fu Xiaoxiao really wanted to say, that's your dad, my father-in-law. Do you want me to argue back? No one compares to me in my heart. I've always been the best. Xiao Xinran was so full from their little love scene that she shivered. Fu Xiaoxiao / Lu Haomin. That Lu Haoyu came over at this moment. Some of those things haven't left yet. They're wandering near the North Ring. Lu Haomin, upon hearing this, straightened up. Did they see a lot of people over there? Yes, they've mutated and are eating human flesh. Hearing about this, Fu Xiaoxiao finally remembered what she wanted to say earlier. Lu Haomin, I've been meaning to tell you, I think I might be able to deal with those things. Everyone looked at her. Fu Xiaoxiao immediately felt a bit nervous, but thinking that she couldn't just sit and wait, she continued. My hidden weapons are pretty good. I said before, I was impressive, and I wasn't joking. The Lu family wondered what connection this hidden weapon had with those objects. I can shoot them down. After all, fire attacks can't reach the sky, right? They can't just fly a fighter plane and shoot guns or missiles. That would be too much effort and not very flexible. It might even result in losing a few fighters instead of hitting the targets. What do you mean? Xiao Xinran was confused. Had she missed some news? Why couldn't she understand what her second sister-in-law was saying? Lu Zhentian and Lu Haoyu also didn't understand. Lu Haomin had heard his wife mention it before, but had never seen it himself. He only knew that his wife was good at darts and archery from the shooting room. Seeing everyone's expressions, Fu Xiaoxiao directly asked her eldest brother, "Are there still those things nearby?" "Some, not many, that's enough." Fu Xiaoxiao didn't waste time and called Lu Haomin to go up to the observation deck. Seeing the black marks outside the glass, she knew how many lives had been lost. She casually opened a window, and Lu Haomin wanted to stop her, but didn't have time. It was as if they smelled the scent of meat, and a flock of crows flew straight toward the window. Lu Haomin was shocked. They hadn't brought any weapons with them. Before he could rush over, he saw those things falling down one by one. Lu Haomin's pupils shrank. What is this? He was annoyed that he hadn't let his wife show her special skills earlier. Now, he had no idea what was happening. After shooting down all the approaching crows, Fu Xiaoxiao closed the window. "Did you see that?" Seeing his expectant look for an explanation, Fu Xiaoxiao explained the principle to him. "Is this using space to perform rapid shooting?" Huh. That explanation seemed to fit. "But you haven't tried it on a large scale. The number, distance, and direction are different from now." Right now, they were just waiting for those things to fly over, and it was only from one side, not from all directions. The number wasn't too many, so she could handle it. But if they came from all sides at once, could she manage? Fu Xiaoxiao also understood. "So, we can go out and try, right? We stay in the car, open the sunroof, and if something's wrong, we can immediately escape." Lu Haomin didn't want his wife to take risks. After all, so many people at the base couldn't handle these things. Could it be that his wife's special ability would just wipe them all out? He knew she really wanted to do something good, but he was selfish and didn't want his wife to get hurt. "Lu Haomin, I really can do it. You have to see that your wife is very capable." Thinking for a moment, she added, "I mean, after we deal with the things nearby, can we just keep it a secret?" She didn't want to be exposed in front of everyone, but she also wanted to do what she could. To her, it didn't seem too difficult. Lu Haomin pulled her into his arms and hesitated about whether to go through with it. "Husband? I know my limits. Trust me, okay?" "Yeah, okay." His voice was muffled. Fu Xiaoxiao knew he wasn't very willing, but he wanted to support her. "It's just the two of us. No need to bring others." Fu Xiaoxiao knew he was probably thinking of bringing more people and weapons, but she didn't think it was necessary. She just wanted to practice a little, fearing she might become rusty if she didn't. When they decided to go out, the Lu family was against it. Everyone could see what was happening outside. Why go out now? Was it really just because Fu Xiaoxiao said she had a way? If she really had a solution, why not tell the base to handle it? Why go personally? Lu Haomin said, "I've made my decision. You all know I won't change my mind." Old Master Lu was very disappointed. "Nonsense. What kind of stupid decision is that? If you want to go by yourself. Why bring Xiaoxiao? Yeah, second brother, what kind of cowardly idea is that? Can't you be more reasonable?" Fu Xiaoxiao felt a bit embarrassed. She didn't want her husband to take all the blame. Seeing her expression, Lu Haomin quickly stopped her. "I've already been separated from her once. I swear I won't leave her again. I can't just abandon her." "Are you abandoning her now?" "Just staying with her is the best protection for her. Grandpa, trust me. I won't do anything I'm not sure about." "Is that the same?" "Grandpa, don't be angry. We discussed it and decided to go. We really don't want to worry you. There's no real danger this time. Xiaoxiao, don't goof around with him." "Grandpa, Dad, if there's danger, my husband can just make a hole and we can hide." "Didn't you see how fast he can make a hole?" Perhaps thinking about the time they built the cave base, the old man didn't argue immediately but said, "Maybe it's not necessary for both of you to go. Wouldn't it be better to leave it to others? There are many strong fighters in the team. Why should they drag their wives along?" "Grandpa, I don't want to be separated from Hao Min. I want to go with him. It won't take long, and we need to prepare for the first birthday celebration, right?" "What method are you talking about?" They talked for a while but didn't explain the method clearly. Lu Haoyu asked directly. "We'll tell you when we come back." Fu Xiaoxiao had told him before that everyone in their team knew she was skilled with hidden weapons, but she didn't want to explain too much now. It was better to act quickly. If everyone knew about Xiaoxiao's skills, they wouldn't let her go. Just like he thought. How much could she fight alone? 100, 1,000? No problem. Tens of thousands? Constantly? How many hands does she have? No one knew she had a space ability. No. You can't go without telling us. The old man refused to let them go. Stalemating like this wasn't good. Thinking of something, Fu Xiaoxiao gently stroked Lu Haomin's hand and said to everyone, "Actually, we just want to try. Of course, if it doesn't work, we'll come back immediately." Seeing everyone look over, Fu Xiaoxiao took out several small bottles she found in the cave. Everyone looked at the smooth, white porcelain bottles. These look quite like jade. The old man casually picked up a bottle to examine it. He wanted to see what they were up to. Poison? What's this? Poison. He had never heard of such a thing. What material is it made of? The bottle looked more and more like jade. Could it be a modern fake? Fu Xiaoxiao nodded. Yes, we tested it today. We put a drop of this into a bowl of water, then threw in a piece of meat to attract crows nearby. The result was anyone who touched the water basically died. Really powerful. So toxic? Everyone in the living room gasped. Lu Haowen quickly put the bottles back in the old man's hand, afraid of spilling or touching them accidentally. Are you sure it's made from this? Is it really that powerful? How does it work? Hearing his older brother ask, Fu Xiaoxiao, who wasn't good at making up stories, hesitated. In the end, Lu Haomin took over. There's no real principle behind it. We just tried it, and if it works, that's good enough. Lu Haowen asked, where did this thing come from? Lu Haomin replied, we found it unexpectedly. Lu Haowen said, again unexpectedly? Lu Haomin said, it's good luck. Have you tested it? Lu Zhentian wondered. If this really works, China might be saved. No, we just tried it today. We only have a few bottles. To prevent them from asking if there are more, Lu Haomin spoke first. Don't worry, we won't do anything dangerous. We'll just put it out and watch nearby. If it can get rid of all the chaos, it's good for everyone, isn't it? No one is more suitable for this than me. I have a backup plan. I can hide, but others can't. Once they knew the danger was lower, everyone hesitated a bit. It could take 2 days to come back if we go quickly. Of course, if we drive straight, we can go and return in a day. If we go slow, it might take 3 or 4 days. After half an hour of talking and promises, everyone finally agreed to let them leave, but they couldn't travel at night. They would leave tomorrow. Neither of the two had any objections. Before leaving, Fu Xiaoxiao filled both villas' pools and packed the fridge and freezer full. You've only been gone 2 days. Are you not planning to come back and let us enjoy the new year? Hearing Xiao Xinran's question, Fu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but laugh a little.
No, Mum.
You know, I feel safer with everything packed. Otherwise, we wouldn't be at ease going out. Then don't go, Fu Xiaoxiao. Fine, do whatever you want. Watching Master Li and Master busying themselves with Aunt Jiang and others, they said, make more, don't let them go hungry. Master Li quickly assured her, don't worry, madam. Everything is what the second young master and his wife like to eat. That's more like it. After making sure everything was fine, Xiao Xinran wanted to take her second daughter-in-law out of the kitchen, letting her husband handle the packing. But Fu Xiaoxiao refused to leave. She said she wanted to wait with her husband. Xiao Xinran was disappointed. Just spoil him. You're spoiling him. Forget it. Young people are affectionate. If she doesn't like her to leave, then she won't. Fu Xiaoxiao stuck out her tongue at Lu Haomin. Maybe we should go outside and wait. Anyway, it won't be that quick for now. I'm still loved by my wife, unlike his mother. After going out, the two sat on a small swing outside the villa to rest. Where did those poisons come from? Fu Xiaoxiao only remembered to tell him after he asked. Actually, they were all found in this cave. She then roughly explained what happened when they discovered the cave. She had forgotten for so long that she hadn't mentioned what treasures they received. Are there many kinds? From her words, it seems those boxes are full of medicines, antidotes, herbs, and so on, but whether they still work is unknown. Do you think we should really try poisoning something?
Fu Xiaoxiao.
Can it really be like that? But we don't know how to use it. Lu Haomin patted her head. It doesn't have to be used. Just try it the way I told the family earlier. He doesn't believe those animals wouldn't be thirsty. Otherwise, We could dilute the poison with water and spray it around. It's not about whether the medicine works or if it's really poison. We have so many ready-made samples. It would be a shame not to test them. What if those animals are even more poisonous than this and don't die? Just follow the old method and practice on yourself. Fu Xiaoxiao. Why is her mind always so slow? She can't seem to turn around her thoughts. She's definitely gotten dumber. Probably because she's pregnant. But she's still within the safe period, so it must be. It has to be. The next morning, early without needing her family to see them off, they set out in the car at dawn. Along the way, all the Lin Xing they saw was taken care of by Fu Xiaoxiao. She's improved now. Her shooting range can reach about 1 kilometer. That's a huge progress. If she can eliminate all the mutated creatures flying above, then China's strongest. Do you have any? Seeing her confident and proud look, Lu Haomin was very happy. A confident wife is truly beautiful, and her proud look is also very cute. Yes, she's his. Throughout the journey, their temperaments seemed to switch. Fu Xiaoxiao kept chattering, sharing her thoughts and experiences, while Lu Haomin listened quietly, occasionally interjecting a few words. When tired, they took breaks and drove safely without fatigue. Fu Xiaoxiao wanted to try driving, but Lu Haomin didn't let her. He didn't want her to be distracted, so she focused on taking care of the flying creatures instead. In the afternoon, from afar, they saw the buzzing of creatures circling in the sky. Fu Xiaoxiao felt uneasy, as if her scalp wasn't her own, watching a convoy about 10 kilometers away. However, she said, Lu Haomin, I think I see a convoy being surrounded over there. It's military green. Lu Haomin took out binoculars and looked in the direction she pointed. Unfortunately, the zoom was limited, so he couldn't see the details clearly. Should we go over there? Fu Xiaoxiao always felt there were people inside. This was a good base, but several vehicles were moving out at once. She didn't think it was just rich kids seeking excitement. Could it be the base staff on a mission? The more she thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Lu Haomin couldn't see the situation clearly, but seeing her eager to go, he asked, Do you want to go? Yes. If they are from the government, there must be an emergency. Maybe we can help. All right. Since his wife wanted to do it, he agreed. Should we go underground? Lu Haomin hesitated. There's no need for that. It's hard to tell the direction from underground over such a distance. Ah? Then what should we do? Just go directly. Is that okay? He decided to trust him. Thinking about it, those people were busy with their own problems. Could they even notice them? Even if they saw the vehicles through the dense flying creatures, who would recognize them with their current gear? Revenge? Then just take them out. As they got closer to the attacked convoy, both of them could feel the tense atmosphere, like a storm was about to hit. Fu Xiaoxiao noticed the other side wasn't without counterattack. The mutated flying creatures were circling the convoy, constantly attacking. The convoy members fought back hard, but there were too many creatures. They couldn't break free. When the vehicle was about a kilometer away, Fu Xiaoxiao started shooting. Every shot was precise, with no escape for the targets. After eliminating the nearby mutated creatures, she began rescuing the trapped group. Seeing his wife fight so fiercely, Lu Haomin's brow remained tense. This was the first time he saw her attack so directly, more powerful than during their demonstration at the base. He finally understood why she was so confident. She was very skilled at using her abilities, and no enemy could escape from her. He also didn't notice any signs of hidden weapons being fired, as if the animals had simply fallen after shooting out bloodlines. When Fu Xiaoxiao started her attack, she sensed that the people in the convoy were looking in their direction, but she didn't care. Maybe because Lu Haomin was nearby, she believed that, in the face of absolute strength, all schemes are just illusions. What is there to fear once you're strong? Pretending to be weak to catch the enemy? But there must be a real tiger. Those people weren't their target. By the time the last bat fell, the convoy was already buried beyond sight. How they escaped or what happened to the bodies was no longer Fu Xiaoxiao's concern. When she stopped and rolled up the window, Lu Haomin rubbed her fingers. You're not tired. It's not your hands, but your mind. He pulled her into his arms and gently touched her head under the black hood. Knock, knock, knock. Outside the car, a person in a black long-sleeve shirt, wearing a blue medical mask and camouflage hat, was knocking on their window. Lu Haomin rolled down the window halfway. Hello. I am Fong Wenbin, the leader of the first team of the North Ring Base Rescue Team. Seeing the two black-cloaked figures inside the car, with no fingers showing, Fong Wenbin thought he was seeing ghosts. His strong mental resilience helped him dismiss superstitions, and he greeted them politely. Fong Wenbin. Wasn't it you who saved us? Did you just make the move?
Thank you.
May I ask what kind of weapon you used? Lu Haomin. Soundwave technique. Fong Wenbin. Fu Xiao Xiao. My husband is quite humorous. Is he unwilling to reveal it? He explained, we are on a mission to nearby bases. You know how tricky these mutated animals can be. The road ahead is still long, so when we saw you help us, I hoped you could give us some assistance. Although he didn't see exactly how they fought. No matter. Good luck to you. After speaking, he closed the car window and sped away. Fong Wenbin wanted to chase after him, but unfortunately, the car was moving too fast. His team members hadn't caught up yet. They were all busy clearing the bodies so the convoy could leave. Who could that person be? So mysterious? No license plate number was visible, and even if there was, it wouldn't help. At this moment, no one knew if the car owner was the same as before. It seems they need to report to the base once the vehicle is out. At this moment, a fully armed person ran over and saluted. There are too many, it will take some time. I just looked at the cause of death of those bodies. All were shot through cleanly, with no bullets left behind. Fong Wenbin frowned. He thought it was some new kind of weapon, but when he checked inside the car, there was nothing unusual. The vehicle was a normal Jeep. Maybe it was hidden under the cloak? But what kind of weapon could cause such widespread destruction? It was like countless snipers and machine gunners surrounding and shooting from all directions. Could it be sonic waves? What kind of thing is that? Watching the vehicle drive away, catching up was impossible. But since they were heading toward the base, Fong Wenbin wondered about the purpose of those cloaked shooters. Fu Xiaoxiao felt that not having to look back or worry was such a good feeling. Indeed, her personality was too stubborn. Lu Haomin, I will also make myself stronger. Suddenly, she blurted out this random statement, then seemed to remember something. Okay, I rely on my wife now. The two of them parked the car 5 kilometers outside the North Ring base. From afar, they saw the sky above the base filled with swirling flying objects and the buildings covered with dense swarms of flying things. The overwhelming gray and black made the entire base look like a scene from the end of the world. Fu Xiaoxiao could see that the buildings of the base were crowded with various mutated animals. They stared fearlessly at the structures below, as if waiting for an attack. Some animals used their sharp claws to carve deep scratches into the buildings, seemingly warning humans. Everyone was hiding inside their houses, with doors and windows tightly shut, afraid to go outside. She even faintly saw bloodstains inside some broken windows. The air was thick with a suffocating sense of oppression, as if the prelude to the apocalypse had already begun. In this apocalyptic world, people not only face frequent natural disasters and human-made calamities, but also threats from animals and viruses. They must endure mental suffering and constant fear. How can these days ever end? Both of them felt a bit upset. The scene was too oppressive. Lu Haomin, I hate this kind of atmosphere. Fu Xiaoxiao felt very uncomfortable, her chest tight with anxiety. If her husband weren't holding her tightly, she'd want to rush over and destroy everything in that scene. It was truly despairing and suffocating, full of negative energy. Then let's get started. Fu Xiaoxiao didn't say much. She took out a logistics box and they prepared to pack their supplies inside. Looking at the hundreds of small jade bottles she arranged, he asked, "What are these?" Fu Xiaoxiao wasn't sure either. I took one bottle in each box. I don't know if they can be used, but let's try. When they saw the poison in the cave before, she had wanted to open it. Now she wasn't afraid. Anything that could be stored in her space was non-living. They put on protective suits and opened one bottle of poison. Fu Xiaoxiao poured it into a porcelain basin. It was thick and only a little, unclear if it was dried or just like that naturally. Lu Haomin used a silver utensil to stir it. It looked like a watery corpse. When the silver turned black, they realized it was truly toxic. Using silver was the fastest way to test toxicity. They checked all the bottles, and only about 10 still had poison. How do we test it? There were fewer toxic bottles than expected, and they weren't sure if diluting with water would work. Give me a piece of meat. Hearing this, Fu Xiaoxiao immediately took out a 5-pound piece of pork from her space. Lu Haomin didn't let her do it herself. He used a brush to coat the entire piece of meat with poison. Will they eat it like this? Let's try. Even animals that eat rotten meat will smell fresh and still eat it. If they don't eat, other animals might. Lu Haomin asked her to send the meat outside to test. Outside, a group of bugs and crows had gathered, and some crows were even eating carrion insects. It seemed these creatures didn't act alone, but as part of the entire food chain. Fu Xiaoxiao found a chance and threw the poisoned meat outside. In just a moment, all the objects rushed toward the piece of pork, and in less than a second, it was completely eaten. Looking out through a small window, some of those who succeeded in grabbing food were then eaten by others of the same kind. This scene made Fu Xiaoxiao feel physically uncomfortable. After waiting nearly 10 minutes, she clearly saw those who had touched the poison fall one after another, then be eaten by nearby creatures of different kinds. Half an hour later, Fu Xiaoxiao was excited. Lu Haomin, it really works. Just one bottle of medicine. Only one. The effect was too strong? Even if the medicine had a healing property, if it happened several times, it would be like a contagious disease. As long as the bodies were eaten, everything would be wiped out. Don't be too optimistic. The medicine's power will weaken. After about 5 transformations, it won't hurt them much anymore. She hadn't paid attention to that. She only saw that most of those who ate the medicine died. She didn't analyze which ones ate it, but at least it proved the medicine was useful. The two of them tried the remaining medicine once. Only 5 types of medicine were effective against the mutated infectious animals outside. The rest were just toxic, probably less toxic than the creatures themselves. Even so, 5 bottles of medicine killed many bodies, attracting a large swarm of flying creatures. At this point, Fu Xiaoxiao stopped testing the poison and directly activated her pea shooter. As more and more bodies gathered around, Fu Xiaoxiao pulled Lu Haomin away. They had to move somewhere else because she couldn't attack here after being buried. Maybe because of the loud noise, they attracted everything from the base. Lu Haomin was sweating nervously for her. But Fu Xiaoxiao became more and more brave. She fought off groups of enemies, one after another, and her ability to control objects and transform space became stronger and more agile. Seeing his wife fight bravely, Lu Haomin liked her more and more. She should be like this. If he didn't like it, he wouldn't bother. If he liked it, he should go for it. It was great. Now he loved her confident look. They moved several times until nightfall, finally eliminating most of the mutated virus carriers. After that, Lu Haomin insisted they stop. He felt sorry for her. Fortunately, there weren't many left. The two of them set fire to the remaining bodies. The people in the remaining base should be able to handle it. They watched the large fire from afar, like a city, not knowing what was happening elsewhere. Those snakes, insects, rats, and ants from last time, they should have been eaten by them, right? Otherwise, why didn't I even see a shadow? Perhaps. The strong prey on the weak. Everywhere is the same. When they left, a row of combat drones appeared in the sky. They took off from the North Ring base, ready to monitor the situation overnight. These drones are the last hope of the base because all the previous unmanned fighters were destroyed in airstrikes. To preserve their strength, the base had to stay quiet. Now, facing such a large-scale animal death event, flocks of birds are few. They are waiting for the right moment to strike, and if they don't act now, they might all die without knowing what happened. The drones fly in the night sky, their engines making a deep hum as if mourning the lost lives. But after half an hour of circling, they still couldn't find the cause of the accident. The strange death pattern had stopped, and there were fires everywhere, but no suspicious people were seen. They only fought remaining flying objects and gained no new information. The managers at the North Ring base were also frustrated. They hadn't found out what caused the fire that destroyed everything. The strange death phenomenon seemed similar to the rescue team's reports. Could it really be those two people? No one knew how they did it. Unaware that the two who had started the investigation had already reached a remote mountain, Fu Xiaoxiao suddenly paused after washing herself. She felt a chill in her heart. Lu Haomin. I think something bad is coming. Lu Haomin was surprised by her sudden words. Is it dangerous? He used to ignore some of his wife's thoughts, but now he believed them completely. I don't know, but I feel it will happen. She just sensed that something was different, but she couldn't say exactly what. Rest now. I'll stay awake. No, you've been driving all day. Be good. We'll take turns. If they argued any longer, neither of them would get any rest. But Fu Xiaoxiao couldn't relax. After much persuasion, she finally calmed her restless mind. They decided to rest in the car, which could also serve as a precaution. They had been busy late into the night yesterday, and by the time they arrived here, it was already late. Looking at his peaceful sleeping side profile, his Xiaoxiao, an ordinary yet wonderful little woman, how can she be so charming? She doesn't even realize how amazing she is. Outside, the sky was completely dark with no sign of light. It was already past 5 a.m., and the sunrise hadn't appeared yet. Usually, at this time, a few rays of light would be visible. By 8 a.m., Lu Haomin, who was preparing to switch shifts, noticed something was wrong. The sky was still dark, not because of clouds, but because the sun hadn't risen. He was worried she wouldn't wake him up, so he set an alarm. When Fu Xiaoxiao woke up and called him, he finally realized what was happening. I knew you wouldn't wake me up. Lu Haomin's mood was a bit heavy. Honey, it's not dawn yet. Fu Xiaoxiao was annoyed. We agreed you'd wake me at the right time. Whether it's bright or not, doesn't matter. After saying that, she checked the time on the car's clock. It was indeed 8 a.m. Then she looked at Lu Haomin, who was frowning and staring out the window. He also started to understand. Huh? It's 8 a.m. and it's still not bright? The sun is really late today. Could it be that all regions have shifted away from the original equator, causing the sun to be late by a few hours? It was earlier than usual before. It seems the whole Earth's time has really gone wrong. Never mind. You go back to sleep. Rest well, and we'll deal with it later. She didn't feel anything unusual now, so it probably wasn't a big disaster. Seeing her determined look, Lu Haomin smiled and kissed her cheek. He leaned back in his seat and relaxed. Fu Xiaoxiao covered him with a blanket, then looked out the window again. The scene was similar to midnight. No sign of dawn at all. It seemed the earth was completely chaotic now, with extreme cold and heat becoming normal. But by noon, at 11 a.m., the sky was still pitch black, and Fu Xiaoxiao felt something was wrong. It had been too long without the sun. Is it still not bright? She was so focused that she didn't notice Lu Haomin had already woken up. Yes, it's already half a day late. It might not get bright until tonight. If the clock hadn't shown 11:06 instead of 23:06, she would have thought it was still night. Let's go back. They couldn't wait any longer. This was too strange. Better to be safe and head back. Fu Xiaoxiao didn't object. The two of them adjusted their plans, turned on the car lights, and prepared to leave. This is when driving at night becomes difficult. Without a navigation system, people could still determine direction during the day using landmarks, but now, the two can only rely on a compass to find their way. I'll drive now. Fei Xiaoxiao feels it's better for her to drive at this moment because she can see better. Lu Haomin didn't say anything and switched places. They need to hurry back. They walk and stop along the way, trying to get back as quickly as possible. Neither of them expected that their trip would be so smooth this time. No survivors causing trouble. But returning home turned out to be very difficult. What should have taken a day took 3 days because they couldn't find the right direction, and even a compass was useless. They are sure that their hemisphere is now in a state of continuous night. They don't know if this will last forever or just for a while, like a disaster day. If it continues long-term without day and night, it will have a big impact on people's lives, the environment, and ecosystems. First, the long night will cause serious mental and physical stress for people. Because of the darkness, People can't get enough sunlight, which leads to a lack of vitamin D and affects bone health. Also, the dark environment can cause feelings of sadness, anxiety, and depression. In daily life, the long night makes many things difficult. Extended darkness makes traveling hard, which is different from hiding away during a disaster. Additionally, with lower temperatures, energy use will increase. Power and fuel supplies will face big challenges. They used solar energy in their mountain cave before, but now without sunlight, they can only rely on diesel generators. With so many people and no renewable resources, even more energy won't be enough. They don't know how the people inside the mountain cave are doing. If they knew how hard it was to go out and come back, Fei Xiaoxiao wouldn't have gone out at all. But now, there's no way to regret. Is this what they call the long night? Fei Xiaoxiao isn't sure how long they've been driving. She only knows that no matter how they drive, the sky remains dark. The feeling of restlessness caused by the night is very uncomfortable.
Take a break.
Don't drive anymore. Lu Haomin could sense that she was feeling a bit unstable. He was glad to be with her. If he left her alone, she might fall into some emotional confusion. He could already feel the part she mentioned before about her changing. She was becoming more impatient. Fu Xiaoxiao knew she should slow down now. She had been driving for a long time and could tell they weren't far from the base, but no matter how she looked, she couldn't find it, which made her very anxious. When the car stopped on a flat area, her mood also calmed down. Lu Haomin got out of the car and went to open the driver's door. Fu Xiaoxiao thought he wanted to keep driving, but instead, he suddenly hugged her tightly. I'm here with you, sweetheart. We're not in a rush. As long as we're together, no matter where we are, I want you to know I'm willing. Being gently patted and held by him made her feel very safe. She didn't even realize her mood was close to breaking. Now, she only felt how good it was to be with him. Luckily, Lu Haomin was here. She held him tightly around the waist, took a deep breath of assent, and thought, yes, it's Lu Haomin. Feeling her relax, Lu Haomin gently touched her head. That fool. Even after so long, she's still scared. Lu Haomin, what should I do without you? I wouldn't know what to do without you. Fortunately, they were still together. Be good. Chuyi is waiting for us at home. We can go back soon, no need to worry, okay? She really wanted to say she was anxious. It's been 4 days since they left. Has the temperature dropped again? Even though she was in a warm embrace, she could still feel the cold air. Yeah, it should be around 10 degrees. Earlier, she received news that a heat wave was coming, but instead, the long polar night arrived first. That probably means extreme cold is coming too. For the environment, the polar night affects the normal functioning of ecosystems. Because of less sunlight, plants' photosynthesis is limited, which affects their growth and reproduction. Animals also struggle to find food and move normally due to changes in daylight, disrupting the food chain. At the same time, lower temperatures cause glaciers to expand and sea levels to drop, creating environmental problems. Now, neither of them could see the sun. They didn't know if the North and South poles had also changed. Actually, he is not worried about the situation at the base. His older brother and others are there, so there is nothing to fear. They will handle everything. Right now, he is worried that they have no compass to guide them. They have already gone the wrong way many times, and it's uncertain if they can turn back to the right path. If they keep going further away, it will take even longer to return. Now, they cannot find any landmarks. Both of them are unfamiliar with these areas. They can only guess based on some mountains and buildings that haven't collapsed. This makes their return even more delayed. They don't know how worried the people at the base are. Lu Haomin, did I do something wrong again? He hugs her tighter. No, you didn't. Do you know you are very brave? You stepped up to help everyone. Doing good things without seeking recognition is rare. Our situation is temporary. Let's work together to get through this, okay? Fu Xiaoxiao leans into his arms. Although she still feels worried and scared inside, her husband's comfort and support make her feel a little safer. Now, she must try to stay calm. You're right, she says, lifting her head with a firm look in her eyes. As long as you are here, no problem is too big for us to handle. This little cutie. Lu Haomin couldn't help but kiss her. Fu Xiaoxiao feels like her energy is flowing through her, as if her meridians are open. That's not enough. Lu Haomin. Since they met again, his wife has been especially proactive in some ways. It really surprised him. In the darkness, if you ignore the car's headlights, you wouldn't know that inside the open car door, a man and woman are passionately kissing. His lips are hot, like a wave of heat hitting her. Fu Xiaoxiao feels numb all over and almost can't sit still. No, Lu Haomin is afraid he can't control himself. He quickly pulls away to stop himself from going further. He must suppress his growing desire. Seeing her wet, pleading eyes accusing him, as if asking why he stopped, Lu Haomin feels like a cloud has settled in his heart, soft and fluffy. It's not convenient outside, baby.
Don't look at me like that.
He never thought he would switch roles with her one day. Now, he feels like every breath and expression of hers is tempting him. It's too much, no matter how much he looks, it's never enough. Fu Xiaoxiao is now completely at ease, but she feels a little guilty for taking advantage of her dear husband. Shall we go rest in the camper? Lu Haomin couldn't help but gently ruffle her hair. Just try to me, huh? Afraid I won't take care of you. Fu Xiaoxiao. She didn't mean anything special. She just really wanted to rest in the camper where there was a bed. Ahem, just for resting, really. Lu Haomin. Let's not go there. If you're still not feeling stable, we can try something else. Hearing those familiar words, Fu Xiaoxiao's mind suddenly lit up like fireworks. It was a bit exciting, but she wanted to try. The two of them had been driving for several days until they saw the familiar mountain range. Fu Xiaoxiao finally let out an excited scream. We're back. Are we there? Lu Haomin couldn't see the distant place, but seeing her so happy, he guessed it was close. Yes, less than an hour now, just ahead. Then you stop the car, I'll drive. You rest a little longer. She had been driving all these days. He was exhausted just watching her. Maybe because he charged her last time, she no longer suppressed her emotions and kept complaining along the way. He also saw a cute side of her for the first time. Maybe this is what they call road rage. Perhaps because he's with his wife, he feels his temper has improved a lot. Even when she scolds, it's so adorable. In the past, he would have been the one to start the argument, but now his wife is doing all the work, so he thought, why not try being in her place? Honestly, he's quite happy. Fu Xiaoxiao didn't mind either. Even though it's only 10 kilometers on a good road, it would normally take about 10 minutes. But now, it would take at least half an hour to get there. Feeling reassured, Fu Xiaoxiao relaxed completely. Husband, I love you. Lu Haomin suddenly sighed with a gentle smile. Yes, he loved his proactive wife. We're back. We're back. When the infrared detector in the monitor picked up a vehicle, the observer initially thought it was just a passing car or something. But as it got closer, the figure in the driver's seat, besides the base commander, was unmistakable. They immediately exclaimed in surprise. Everyone knew the base commander and his wife had returned, and they all excitedly gathered at the gate. If they weren't worried about a possible outbreak outside, they might have broken the door to welcome them. When the two of them opened the door, they were a bit confused to see everyone in the base lined up to welcome them. Was it really necessary? Qiao Xinran and the others squeezed beside the two, tears in their eyes, watching closely, worried they might be hurt. They had originally planned to stay for only 2 days, but now it had been almost a week. Everyone was anxious every day, worried something might happen. Now they were finally back and looked safe and sound. You're back, that's good. Why did it take so long? There was no vehicle in the cave except for bicycles and small sports vehicles. Otherwise, they would have gone out to find people. Only after Fu Xianxian and others persuaded everyone not to worry did they manage to stay calm and pray for their safety. Seeing so many people gathered, Lu Haoyu decided to let everyone disperse. There were too many, too enthusiastic. It was better for everyone to go home and rest. Everyone just wanted to make sure the two were okay. Now that they confirmed they were safe, they dispersed to let the family have some time together. As long as the mascot was still there, or rather, as long as the base leaders were safe, that was enough. Xiao Xiao, are you really okay? Fu Guisheng also looked at his daughter carefully. Fu Xiaoxiao shook her head. Really, we're fine. It was just dark, and it took time to find the way back. We didn't see many animals along the way. Seeing that they were truly safe, Fu Guoxing relaxed. Good, good. Have you eaten? I'll ask your mom to cook something. Dad, no need. We ate before coming back. You know we're not hungry. Fu Xiaoxiao didn't let him go. They thought they'd be searching for a long time, but they returned so quickly that they weren't hungry at all. Let them go back and rest first. After driving for so long, they must be very tired. Qin Yujiao, standing nearby, saw how exhausted they looked. She guessed they had been driving all the time, must have been very tiring. She quickly pulled Fu Guoxing away, not wanting to disturb them. Yes, yes, go rest first. Qiao Xinran also felt they shouldn't ask more now. The most important thing was for them to rest. Everything else could wait. The couple initially thought they were still in good shape, but now, seeing everyone treating them like fragile dolls, they felt they owed it to everyone to rest. However, seeing that everyone had dispersed but still occasionally looked over, Lu Haomin simply sat down on the terrace. Looking at the situation, it seems everyone understands now. It looks like they are ready to explain things to everyone. We're not tired. Let's just sit and rest for a while. We'll tell you about what's happening outside before we take a break. They all seem fine. The Lu family and some friends and the Fu family members sit down together. No one is leaving. Instead, they gather around to hear the news. Lu Haomin knows everyone is worried. He briefly explains what happened on the way. Everyone immediately starts talking excitedly. Can we even use this compass? No wonder we haven't been able to send or receive signals these days. This is so dangerous. The roads are dark and blocked. If any of you get lost, we won't be able to find you. What about the people outside who aren't at the base? For the past few days, they've been in darkness. They thought it was only in this area, but it turns out other places are the same. And you? Fu Xiaoxiao notices everyone seems okay. She thought that without solar power, many things wouldn't work anymore. But now, everything seems normal. We're still fine. Since there's no solar power, Jace has built a manual generator. Now, we take turns to generate electricity by hand. Hearing this, Fu Xiaoxiao is surprised. Does Jace have this skill? As expected, the assistant is not an ordinary person. They also discuss the dangers of the polar night, similar to what Lu Haomin analyzed earlier. The long night affects people's lives, the environment, and ecosystems deeply. Effective measures are needed to reduce these impacts and ensure everyone can live and develop normally. After that, Fu Xiaoxiao doesn't understand much more. She looks around but doesn't see her grandfather or Chui. It seems she knows what she's looking for. Chun, she softly says, Grandpa took Chui and Lu Ba up to the mountaintop. Even if they know you're back now, they won't come down quickly. Just as he finishes speaking, Lu Qi and Lu Ba excitedly jump over the surprised crowd and rush to Fu Xiaoxiao, acting very affectionate. Then Lu Yi and Lu Er also come over, acting like they haven't seen her in a long time, almost knocking the roof off the cave. People nearby quickly make space so they can all be together and enjoy the reunion. Xiaoxiao also wanted to pet a few animals. It's been so long since they parted, she really missed them. She quickly reached out to their heads and rubbed their bellies. She almost fell to the ground as they pushed her gently. Only when Lu Haomin called out their names did they settle down a bit. But she still kept asking her mom to let her pet them. What else could Xiaoxiao do? Just indulge her. After about 10 minutes, the old man and the others arrived.
From afar, they saw their parents.
Chui was so excited, she almost ran over. If Feng Butler hadn't been behind her, she would have rushed straight to them. Seeing the adorable little ones, both of them felt the same way, wanting to hug them all. When the old man approached, everyone quickly made way for him.
Sit down, sit down.
It's been a long journey. Did something happen? Lu Haomin repeated what he had just said to him. The old man sighed deeply. It's all chaos now. No one knew when order might return. If it never does, it feels like the world is about to be completely reshuffled. I wonder how things are elsewhere. With disasters, viruses, and endless nights, what more could possibly happen? Next, everyone discussed the future development of the base. These plans were shared openly. Nothing was kept secret. The leaders didn't hide anything, and if anyone had suggestions, they could speak up. Building the base became the top priority. Lu Haomin thought it would be better to live on the surface. The underground needed too much energy. Even if everyone took turns generating power, running all those machines consumed a lot of electricity. It would be more convenient on the surface. Lu Haoyu also shared this idea earlier. Now that people had returned, they could put this plan into action. After discussing details and feasible plans, they immediately divided the work. Lu Haomin's task was to help Xiao Xiao set up the villa for accommodation. How to allocate the space wasn't his concern. Everyone had lived together before. If there wasn't enough room, they could just combine spaces. They would use glowstones instead of streetlights, and for crops, they'd still need supplementary lights. Glowstones couldn't replace those. Living on the surface was more practical, and planting areas could be greatly expanded. The only issue was that water pumping consumed more electricity, but that wasn't a problem. For the finer details, Yast and Liu would handle the arrangements. The rules underground would be the same on the surface. After the discussion, they started taking action. Construction of the base has begun, and everything is being put into action. Everyone is full of confidence and hope, firmly believing they can get through this long, dark winter. Seeing how motivated everyone is, Fu Xiaoxiao thinks these people are really adorable. She asks everyone to pack their luggage, and later Lu Haomin will help gather and carry it all, saving everyone the trouble of moving. Everyone feels proud to have such a capable base leader. While everyone is packing, Lu Haomin and a few others go ahead to plan the layout of the area, how to arrange the buildings and set up defenses, which all need careful thought. At this moment, the entire mountain is being planned as a base. The placement of walls, gates, and buildings is carefully mapped out. Then, Fu Xiaoxiao arranges some prefabricated mobile houses, and if there aren't enough, she provides materials for everyone to build their own. Now, unlike before when everyone squeezed into one house, they each have their own space in the cave. The previous distribution system is still in place. Those who should live on the first floor stay on the first floor, and those who should live in a house stay in a house. Once the entertainment facilities are built, they will be moved in, but there's no rush now. Dozens of luminous pearls illuminate the surroundings brightly, giving everyone a strong sense of safety. However, until the ground base is fully built, they take turns on duty for construction, with Lu Yi and Lu Er also standing guard outside. After arranging their previous houses, Fu Xiaoxiao doesn't get involved in other tasks. She now hugs Chu Yi and Lu, and goes to the third floor for a good gathering. It's her first time being apart from everyone for so long. When she returns to the room, she sees her wife playing with their daughter and a few pets. Lu Haomin immediately captures this moment on camera. Welcome back. He walks onto the carpet in the living room and joins in. Chu Yi sees her dad and immediately rushes over, calling out Dad.
Dad.
Non-stop, melting his heart. Lu Sen also shows respect by snuggling against Lu Haomin's thigh. Good girl. Have you eaten enough these days? Thinking of something, Chu Yi leans close to her dad's face and gives a kiss. Love. It seems she's been very happy these days. Fu Xiaoxiao suddenly relaxes, leaning on Lu Qi and using him as a pillow. It looks like everyone has been good, no trouble. Previously, she was worried about leaving for too long. If no one kept an eye on them, Lu Qi and Lu Ba might suddenly become difficult to handle. She didn't expect Shen Shi to say they were quite obedient. That's good. She deserves praise. They all have good personalities, Lu Haomin said, patting Lu Ba and Lu San on their heads. Yes, that's right. Dad is right. We are very well behaved. The little ones seemed to understand and lifted their small heads for Dad to pet them. Usually, Dad trains with them, so they are a bit unaccustomed to the sudden break. Lu Haomin, do you think they're so smart that they can understand what we say? Sometimes she really thought Lu Ba was very clever. Each one has its own traits and skills, and they are all quite capable. Simple commands and repeated words they can understand. More complex things, if you say them a few times, they won't get it wrong. You just need patience to teach. He had learned this over the past 2 months. That's also why Lu Ba accepted and liked him. He didn't expect himself to be so patient with them, but he thought love makes you tolerant. Anyway, I think my babies are great. And I, as their mom, am also great. So, she was indirectly praising herself. Lu Haomin showed a loving smile. Yes, my wife is really amazing. Honestly, she's unbeatable. He couldn't compete with his wife, and he didn't need to. Whatever she said, he would agree. Xiao Xiao listened to his praise and felt proud. Hee, you verified it yourself, so it must be true. One more character learned in first grade. She happily kept repeating it. Thinking of something, Xiao Xiao started talking to Lu Haomin about the things they found in the cave earlier. Although Lu Haomin knew she collected a lot, he didn't know exactly what. From what you said, are these things all old? I'm not sure either. I'm not an archaeology or history expert. I'll gather a few boxes for you to see. He then brought out several boxes containing books, antiques, jade jewelry, and items that looked like dowries. Finally, he also took out the one that looked like a jade seal. Xiao Xiao held first grade and didn't let her go over. The little one ran away, not letting her touch it. Seeing the jade seal, first grade was so excited she couldn't contain herself. She liked it every time she saw it. Lu Haomin examined each item carefully and concluded that these things might all be genuine. Some of the porcelain bottles are intact, while others are broken, but all have the character Zhen engraved on the bottom. They are likely from that particular era. As for the jade seal, he examined it carefully. Some of the characters could be recognized, while others might need reference materials. Based on a few characters, he roughly identified what was engraved. On top should be, received the mandate from heaven, long life and prosperity. Xiao Xiao looked confused. What does that mean? She truly didn't understand. Her idea of a jade seal was always about the emperor's title or a formal royal message. According to records from the Zhen country, there are two explanations. The common saying is, receive the mandate from heaven, long life and prosperity, while historical texts mention the seal bearing the phrase, mandate from heaven, emperor's longevity. Although the details differ, they generally refer to the same idea, receiving the mandate from heaven for long life and prosperity. Hearing this, Xiao Xiao, even if she didn't fully understand, roughly got the idea. So, this really is a jade seal. Wow, playing with something so important? A real jade seal. And with a dragon head and dragon beard. Yi didn't hesitate and tried to go over to hold it. Xiao Xiao almost stopped her. Do you like this? Lu Haomin lifted the jade seal and waved it in front of Yi. Wow, yes. It's beautiful. He first grabbed the dragon beard when he saw it and didn't want to let go. Xiao Xiao didn't let her go over. It was better not to let the little one handle it before cleaning it properly. Lu Haomin raised an eyebrow. Quite the picker. Afterward, he took the item to the bathroom to clean it. If the girl liked it, then let her play. When she finally held the beautiful dragon head, the little one didn't need either of them to accompany her. She could play happily with a few small toys on her own. Xiao Xiao didn't go to rest on the bed. Instead, she leaned on Lu Haomin's thigh. I really hope this peaceful moment can last forever. Yes, it will. We're just making the best of tough times now. That made sense. All the things stored up before were for this moment, to enjoy some happiness. Lu Haomin, if the whole world falls into chaos, would you go and save others? Although the question was a bit silly. I only want to save you and my family. I only care about my own people. Others are not within my consideration. Seeing her ask this, he asked back, are you afraid people will say you're selfish? It's not really that serious. If a person doesn't look out for themselves, they could be in big trouble. If saving others means losing someone close to you, what's the point? Xiao Xiao, you're human, not a god. She asked this question not really wanting to save anyone. Looking up at that handsome face she never tired of, she suddenly thought of a question. What if others come to our base? Should we take them in? Big Brother will consider that. We're just like mascots, after all. Anyway, the supplies received later were listed in a plan for Big Brother to decide how to distribute. As for what the wife has, she won't touch it unless absolutely necessary. Those are their trump cards, and the supplies are more than enough for everyone. Big Brother will get exhausted. Do you think being a company boss means you can handle everything? With so few people, Big Brother is already doing a lot. Even Jast is underused. Indeed, seeing Jast taking his wife to plant flowers earlier showed how bored they were. Now that we're moving to the surface, it will definitely attract nearby people. After all, outside the base, everywhere is dark. Any light source will draw in nearby humans and animals. Yes, in the next 2 days, we should build defenses. The two of them chatted casually, looking peaceful, as if they were living in peaceful times, not in the end-of-the-world scenario. While they were talking, She came to knock on the door. Xiao Xiao. Fu Xiao was a bit surprised and quickly got up to open the door. What's going on? The perimeter of the wall has been marked out. We need quite a lot of materials. Everyone is thinking of going to the ruins to gather bricks and stones. So, she volunteered to go herself. That's a good idea. I'll go down later. She didn't expect herself to be able to coordinate with everyone. Lu Haomin looked a little worried. Wait until tomorrow. Their foundation isn't even dug yet. Oh, right. I can help them dig the foundation, Lu Haomin. Again, she spoke too much. She immediately urged him to hurry and carry the person down. What do you think? Should we say that Lu Haomin's space-folding device can share its functions? Then I could also control it, and we wouldn't always have to be together. Lu Haomin/Qin. No, Fu Xiao felt she was ready, no longer as afraid of being discovered and unable to defend herself as before. However, both of them opposed her idea. Lu Haomin said, "One person is already extraordinary, and 2 greedy hearts can't be controlled. Don't test people's minds. But aren't you afraid? I'm your husband. I will take the risk, so you don't have to." She couldn't help but tease, Xiao, with your kind of brain, you should have some self-awareness. It's not that she looked down on her best friend, but her mind was quite simple. Without Lu Haomin, she wouldn't even dare to let her go out alone. Having strong fighting skills doesn't matter much if her intelligence is lacking. Even if she grows, she would still retain some of her old personality unless she changes her mind. She didn't believe this person could bravely face the end times without a change of heart. Fu Xiao was silent. Fine, I have no brains. Seeing her frustrated look, Lu Haomin pulled her into his arms. Now isn't the right time. We'll see how things go later. He could guarantee the safety of his family, but he couldn't promise that nearly 200 people in the base wouldn't have selfish motives. Right now, he relied on incentives. If one day those incentives lost their appeal, he would have to resort to threats. He hoped Fu Xiao would be the one to stand firm, so no one would dare underestimate her. What could she say? With Fu Xiao joining, the construction progress visibly sped up. Next, everyone just needed to figure out how to build the walls. The architect suggested building a wall about 10 meters high, directly forming a city wall, so people could walk and patrol on top. This ambitious plan surprised Fu Xiao. If the wall was that tall, how could they build it now without cranes? To save effort, she discussed with Lu Haomin about joining the wall construction, since the work involved wasn't difficult for her. At first, Lu Haomin didn't agree, but after his wife kept pleading, he finally relented. Fu Xiao's idea was simple: finish the wall early to ensure everyone's safety. That way, Lu Yi and Lu Qi wouldn't have to worry when they went out. She wouldn't participate in everything, only in laying the foundation and placing some large stones a few meters high. She wouldn't get involved in the higher parts or other details, so they could finish faster. Because the couple who run the base joined in, everyone's enthusiasm soared like never before. Some older folks who hadn't participated before also started helping, doing whatever they could. If nothing else, they went to the kitchen to lend a hand. Even the little kids helped wash vegetables. Everyone was busy with their tasks, working eagerly. A few kilometers away, a group of people finally reached the mountain range guided by faint lights. We're almost there. Just a little further. The leading man cheered excitedly with the person beside him. During the long night, everyone was okay at first, but as time went on without any light, they started to feel exhausted. It was different from being forced to stay in a basement. At first, because they still had supplies, they didn't rush to find the base. But after hearing about the situation inside, they gave up that idea. They thought their supplies could last a few more years. Later, when they faced a rat problem, they managed to avoid it because they had taken precautions. But now, they didn't know what was happening, and the oppressive feeling was too much to bear. They had to pack up quickly and find the base. On the mountaintop, the guards finally saw the distant headlights of about 10 vehicles. They quickly used a walkie-talkie to report the situation below. The people involved in building the base also received the news. They didn't expect a convoy to come now. Everyone put down their tools and prepared for possible trouble. On the third floor, Fu Xiaoxiao, who was with the first-year students, also heard the news. She walked over to look in the direction they mentioned. The wall wasn't fully built yet, but from this height, it was still okay to see. She saw about 10 vehicles, mostly large trucks covered with rainproof tarps, so it was unclear if they carried supplies. The lead vehicles included some off-road vehicles and vans. Are the supplies ready? Qiao Xinran watched the busy people, worried that her granddaughter's first-month celebration might be missed or poorly prepared. This was the first large-scale event at the base. Next to her, Steward Wu, holding a big box, nodded again. Yes, yes. Madam, you just sit and wait. In the past, it was always me in charge of the Liu family's banquets. What are you worried about? Rest assured. Can it be the same? This is my granddaughter's first birthday celebration, Master Wu chuckled, clearly indicating that the lady was very concerned about the young lady. Yes, the young lady doesn't know where Manager Feng has gone either. Do you think we should go look for her? It's better to find something for the lady to do. Yes, yes, yes. Where has my dear granddaughter gone? Qiao Xinran looked around but didn't see her shadow, so she hurried to find the little girl. Outside the city wall, the people who had come earlier were all kept outside and not allowed into the base. These people could stay because they were farmers or farm workers, had special skills, and brought supplies and some live animals. Dad, it's so lively over there. A boy about 10 or 11 looked longingly at the city wall. Unfortunately, all he could see were lights and cheerful music. Yeah, I wonder what's happening. They had been there for 2 days. Besides some people coming out to exchange supplies, they had never been inside and didn't know what it looked like. The city inside and outside seemed like 2 different worlds. Do you think the base leader will open the city gate today? It wasn't that they didn't want to see, but the wall was too high. To see what was inside, they would have to climb the mountain opposite. From afar, they could only see many houses. Life inside seemed no different from before the disaster. The lights were bright, and some would turn off depending on day or night to mark the time. Outside the wall, their electricity still came from a few homemade generators powered by half their poultry, a pair of goats, and a couple of piglets. They didn't have many animals, only a few kept for breeding. They couldn't give them up, but they couldn't use their own diesel generators either, so they rarely used electricity. They still lived in tents. Although they asked the base managers for permission to enter, they were refused. The reason was simple: it was an unofficial base, and they had no obligation to take in survivors for free. If they wanted to join, they had to work hard. Later, the base planned to expand planting, and their people could try to join after passing assessments and observation periods. It all depended on their performance. There were over 40 men, women, and children in their group. They all longed to be inside the base. They believed that the official bases probably didn't have it as good as they did now. They were still dreaming about getting inside when, unexpectedly, the city gate opened. It actually opened. Foam Shisher looked like the gatekeeper captain and quickly stepped forward. Captain Wan? This is. Seeing that they entered through the main gate instead of a small one, Foam Xiaoxing's heart pounded loudly. Well, today is the first birthday of our base leader's little princess. So we opened the city gate to ask if you want to join. If you do, everyone can celebrate together. Yes, we will all join. Such a good opportunity. How could they not participate? If you join, I need to explain the rules. You can move freely inside the banquet area and enjoy the things there, but you can't take anything outside. Also, stay away from the areas outside the banquet. For your safety, I remind you, there are fierce animals inside. As long as you don't cause trouble, they won't hurt you. If you're afraid, better not go. Huh? There are really fierce animals? They had heard some roars before and thought it was just echoes or sound effects, but now they knew it was real. Are you sure they won't hurt anyone? He really wanted to ask why they didn't just lock them up, but this was the base's matter. If you don't bother them, they won't bother you. They are too lazy to care about you, so you need to control your people. That way, you can also leave a good impression with the management. Wanda Long actually understood them quite well. After all, if Sister Fu hadn't taken them in, they wouldn't know how to go on now. Having a leader with them gives a real sense of belonging, but the base keeps many secrets. Not everyone can be let in. If you want to live here, you better behave well. I can only remind you of a few things. Okay, I understand. I'll tell everyone right away. Everyone will be thrilled to hear this news. When they turned around, they saw a group of people staring with wide eyes at them. Foam Shisher was startled. Did you hear that? To get in, you must follow the rules. Never mind, everyone gather for a meeting and then we can go in together. He also needed to gather everyone to discuss what to give the little princess. After all, they were invited to eat and drink. Can't go empty-handed. How else can they cooperate or join the base in the future? Everyone had nothing to say and immediately went to call others. The sooner the meeting finished, the sooner they could go in. They had waited 2 days for this chance. But the gift wasn't easy to choose. The people inside didn't seem to be lacking clothes or food, which made it quite tricky. They finally agreed on what to give as a gift, and everyone eagerly gathered to enter the long-forgotten base gate. When they saw the scene decorated with colorful lights, they all gasped in surprise. Is this the end of the world? Those who didn't know might think they had never seen anything like this. Although they work on a farm, that doesn't mean they haven't attended banquets or watched TV, right? Who is the happy event for? It's the farm owner. He's worth billions or even over 10 billion. If not for the disaster that destroyed many supplies, he would be on the list of the wealthiest people in Ninglin City. But now, what is he seeing? A long table over 10 meters long, filled with delicate food, drinks, cakes, and snacks. There's another table with buffet-style dishes, and around them, guests are resting on chairs and sofas. And on the stage, photos are scrolling across the screen. Look at the clothes of the people living here, and the waiters moving through the crowd. And the area surrounded by sheer curtains. Alright, they're just country folks. They've never seen a celebration like this after the end of the world. If they didn't know better, they'd think it was a banquet for some important occasion.
Well,
the truth is, it really is a banquet. But who has the ability to hold such a celebration after the disaster? Who else? Who could it be but some crazy, super-rich tycoon hiding in the mountains? This scene deeply shocked their fragile hearts. Everyone had only one thought: join the base. Become part of it. Finally, they saw the beautifully dressed young princess, whose full name was officially revealed, Liu Yunjin. The opening speech was given by Old Master Liu himself. His lively and spirited appearance showed he was happier than anyone else, as if he had become 10 years younger. People outside the city also saw the base leader and his wife. No one expected them to be so young, like wealthy young masters and ladies, and so handsome and beautiful. It was like a fairy tale. After the disaster, how long had it been since they saw normal, wealthy people? Even though they didn't lack food and drink, they couldn't live as freely as this. Everyone present offered their blessings. The celebration around the venue was lively, and many people, including her, loved the lively atmosphere. Several elders are taking care of the children, so Fu Xiaoxiao and the others don't need to worry at all. They are now sitting on the sofa, chatting and eating snacks happily. After finishing all the snacks that attracted everyone, even the birds in the sky have mostly flown away. Fu Xiaoxiao can finally relax. Jiang Kaiho always feels like something is missing. How about we organize a night event later? When Qin Shi hears this, she gets excited. Sounds good. Where should we go? Right now, there are no bars open, and even if there were, they are self-service. Since it's been a long time since they had fun, today is a rare chance to enjoy themselves. Let's go to the KTV building. It has music, and if we have fun, we won't disturb others. That's perfect. Forget it. There are only a few rooms, and you want to compete with everyone for them? Today, we're not the only ones having fun. The staff should also have a chance to relax. Tomorrow, everyone needs to work hard building the city walls. Then come to my place. I live alone in a building. We can play on the second floor, There's plenty of space. Lu Haowen suggests this. Since the base was built, the three brothers have lived separately. The eldest prefers quiet, and the second brother's place is decorated like a children's playground and a living space for Lu Ba and others, so it's quite spacious and suitable. Everyone thinks this is a good idea. They politely say goodbye to the elders and move to a different place. Lu Haoyu and Yast play together, not wanting to mingle with the young people. Lu Haomin is even less willing. He pulls his wife and goes to the third brother's house. On the way, they meet Fu Xianxian, who happily tags along behind them. Lu Haowen's second floor is very spacious. A huge carpet covers the living room center, and there's no coffee table. So simple. Ma Tianyu sees the arrangement and comments, "Haowen, you're about 24 this year, right?" He remembers that Lu Haowen is about 3 years younger than him. "I thought you'd like models or something at this age, but I see you've just put up a wall of art pieces." Looking at the paintings on the wall and the empty living room, he sighs. "It's very minimalistic. I live alone, so why make it complicated?" He had considered living with his older brother before, but later, for convenience in future activities, the three brothers decided to each have their own house. "Then we might as well not bring any stools. Just sit on the floor." "Haomin, do you have a low table?" Dong Zhishi thought the ground might be more comfortable. Fu Xiaoxiao directly brought out a small table and 8 cushions, which was very down-to-earth. Then she set out snacks, drinks, alcohol, dice cups, and playing cards for everyone to choose from. "Hee, that's more like it. Let's add some music." Ma Tianyu was happy. Jiang Kaiho felt something was missing. "Hey, do we have a disco ball or flashing lights?" To set the mood, Lu Haomin didn't indulge him. "Just play some music to create atmosphere, no need for so many extras." At this moment, Fu Xianxian got involved. "Brother Jiang, you want to set the mood?" "Come on, I have something for that." He took a small flashlight from his pocket and used it to create flashing lights. Jiang Kaiho. Everyone burst out laughing. "Just drinking isn't enough. We need to have fun." Seeing everyone find a seat, Jiang Kaiho decided to make a move. Chun Shi saw his eager look and asked, "Truth or dare?"
Polka.
"Or maybe a game of comparing sizes." "That's so boring. We haven't played in a long time. It should be something new. All those old games are tired." Chun Shi wasn't going to give in. "Hey, it's not about old games. They're classics. Let's play truth or dare."
Want to join?
If you lose, you take a shot of wine. If they didn't want to drink, they'd just take a whole bottle. He didn't believe they could outdrink him. "Oh, just one bottle? Who's afraid? Come on." Watching the two get ready to start with full enthusiasm, everyone was at a loss for words. These two naturally loved to argue, didn't they? "Don't panic when something happens. Take a walk around to warm up, Brother Jiang," Qin Shi teased mischievously. Jiang Kaiho got annoyed. "Are you trying to trick me? Why should I listen to you? Because of the game you're in, Jiang Kaiho." Everyone laughed and raised their glasses in teasing. "Come on, Brother Jiang, take a shot." If he drank, he was the real Jiang Ge, right? Fine, he was not afraid. "No way." "Then let's go." "Who's afraid?" Then, with 8 people, he drank 7 glasses. "Haha, look down on your brother Jiang." Back in the nightclubs, I was the one who could drink 1,000 cups and still be the star. Anyone who challenged me to drink ended up knocked out. He was bragging big. Was he trying to rally everyone for a group challenge? Chun Shi raised an eyebrow. "All right, tonight let's see if Brother Jiang is good at playing games." Seeing her teasing expression, Jiang Kaiho shook his head.
Who was he?
"The little white dragon of Jiang, the mischievous mouse in the waves." "Drinking? He's not afraid of that." At first, everyone played cautiously, asking easy questions and doing simple things. But after a while, Chun Shi felt it was boring and decided to change. "Change what?" "Let's play until 10:30. The loser has to do a truth or dare." 10:30? "What game is that?" "It's a poker game. One person is the dealer. Each gets 1 hidden card, and the points are based on the card. All face cards and special cards count as half a point, except numbers. You can take more cards if you want, but at most 5. The highest card is 10.5, and if you go over, you bust and lose. If no one busts, the one with the lowest card loses. We'll compare the highest and lowest. After her explanation, Jong Kaiho understood. It was just a simple game. Alright, let's try. Only girls like to play such easy games without skill. Chinshi snorted. Fine, I'll be the dealer first. If I win, you better not regret it. Jong Kaiho looked dismissive. In the first round, he busted. He couldn't believe he lost so easily. The others looked on, amused. No one expected Chinshi to actually win. Chinshi started to get mischievous. Are you cheating? Why didn't he believe it? Can't handle losing? Jong Kaiho. Alright, bring it on. Let the storm come harder, don't hold back. Everyone else. Chinshi said, Young Master Jong, I heard you have a lot of love troubles. Share your breakup stories with us. No alcohol can cover that up. Jong Kaiho. Fu Xiaoxiao was excited. She wouldn't gossip, but she loved listening. Seeing her sparkling eyes, Lu Haomin affectionately peeled a pistachio and fed her. Why do you even need to know about these things? He asked. Jong Kaiho thought about those strange stories, and his head buzzed. Seeing him unhappy, Chinshi felt happy herself. I'm just curious to learn some experience. Let's see what kind of man can be so unlucky with women. No, I mean, what kind of woman is so unlucky to break up with our brother Jiang? Xian, and how one should avoid such trouble. Please tell us in detail, don't hold back. Fu Xian quickly poured wine for brother Jiang. Brother Jiang, tell us, I don't have much dating experience. I can't learn from my brother-in-law. Shouldn't I learn from you, Jong Kaiho? It seems you're not really looking to gain experience, but just want to hear a joke. Come on, I'll tell you a story to boost your courage. Ma Tianyu grinned and clinked glasses with him. Although the brothers knew he had many quirky girlfriends, sharing stories is more fun than keeping them to oneself. That's the mood. Jong Kaiho. Forget it, I guess I can tell it, but it's a bit embarrassing. Alright, it's nothing special. Just a story everyone can listen to. My first love. When I first started dating, I liked her a lot. She was very cute, spoke softly, but her family wasn't well off. I often saw her saving money and working part-time handing out flyers. I decided I had to make her happy. Then I went after her, asked her friends what she liked. I found out she didn't like rich people, so I didn't dare show off my wealth in front of her. I would go with her to hand out flyers, chat with her, and often bring her tasty food. Gradually, she was touched by me. During the year we were together, we were super happy. We both felt the other was the love of our lives. Then we decided to travel nearby. She said it would be a budget trip. I agreed to anything. To me, even a budget trip involves eating and drinking. At worst, I'd pay in advance and ask the shop to say it was a discount. But I didn't expect. Chinshi hurriedly poured him more wine. Keep going, I'll handle this. Jong Kaiho drank a glass. I didn't expect her idea of a budget trip. Was that on the first day, we'd eat fried chicken, and on the second day, we'd work hard to earn money. Everyone. What does that mean? Aren't those just fried chicken and fry shops? Jong Kaiho looked thoughtful. Because both places are open 24 hours, we just slept inside. Chinshi couldn't help but laugh. Sorry, I didn't mean to, I just couldn't hold it in. Puff, puff, puff. Are you farting here? Jong Kaiho was annoyed. Is it easy to reveal his scars? Fu Xiaoxiao also couldn't hold back and suddenly threw herself into Lu Haomin's arms, her shoulders shaking with laughter. However, Fu Xian was excited. And then? Brother Jiang, keep going, Jong Kaiho. Then I didn't sleep well and the food wasn't good either. I really couldn't take it anymore, so I wanted to take her somewhere nice to eat before going back. When she saw a spicy little lobster restaurant, she couldn't walk away. She said she'd never eaten this before. I thought, how can that be? How can my girlfriend be like this? So we just pushed the door open, ordered 5 gin of lobsters, and started eating. But halfway through, she suddenly became sad. Chinshi asked, was this the first time she cried for being touched? Jong Kaiho replied, no. She suddenly asked me, if we eat all these lobsters, how sad must their parents be? Everyone. Jong Kaiho continued, I thought my girlfriend was really kind. Just then, the owner happened to pass by and said, they won't be sad, don't worry. Their whole family is here. Everyone. Ha ha ha. Oh, I can't anymore. My stomach hurts from laughing, Chinshi said. You guys. Hey, don't argue. You haven't even said why you broke up? Everyone kept quiet and looked at the person involved, urging him to continue. Jiang Kaiho took another sip of wine. She cried then. I comforted her for a long time, but it didn't help. A couple of days later, she said she wanted to break up with me. Her reason was that I had eaten that whole family of lobsters, and I was too cruel. Seeing that he hesitated and didn't finish his sentence, everyone covered their mouths, trembling with laughter, afraid he wouldn't say more. So, do you know how speechless I was at that moment? I said, we eat so much meat all the time. Aren't chickens, ducks, fish, pigs, cows, and sheep even more miserable? Isn't that more cruel? And she had already eaten the lobsters. Her face suddenly turned pale. She said she wanted to atone for the lives and would never eat again. She said she had come to understand and wanted to keep her promise to the creatures. To keep the tradition for living beings? Does she even know what it means to keep the tradition? I thought she had a problem with her mind at first. But a few days later, her best friend told me she dropped out of school and went to a Buddhist monastery to become a nun. I was so shocked. Although I wanted to laugh, I really thought his girlfriend was very strange. She quickly refilled his drink. Big brother, you go ahead. Even some of the friends who had heard him talk before started laughing uncontrollably. Jiang Kaiho. I only lost once. Shouldn't I try again? Qinshi and Fu Xiaoxiao looked at each other, both seeing a strong desire to learn in each other's eyes. Now it was Fu Xiaoxiao's turn. She didn't know how to cheat at cards, but her eyes were good. She shuffled the cards roughly, dealt one to each person, and started. She didn't expect that one day she would play the role of a cheat. Unsurprisingly, Jiang Kaiho lost again. He couldn't believe it this time. 2 losses in a row. Come on, brother Jiang, your turn. Let's talk about something else. Jiang Kaiho. Sighing, he took a drink and decided to accept it. As long as everyone was happy. I got my second girlfriend in my first year of college. I thought she was very confident and charming, not shy at all, very graceful. I thought a girl like that was really great, so I started chasing her. I sent her flowers, necklaces, clothes, bags, whatever she wanted. Back then, I would give her anything she asked for. Eventually, I managed to win her over. We were very close, and I even gave her money to spend. Wherever she wanted to go, I went with her. To be closer, we rented a place outside school. One day, my mom asked me to go with her to Lakeside to see an exhibition. I thought it would be good to go, and I could buy some gifts for my girlfriend. She was quite happy about that. Fu Xiaoxiao / Qinshi. So? What does it have to do with breaking up? Jiang Kaiho. I didn't expect my mom to be unwell that day and not go. I thought I could stay with her instead. But, Qinshi, did she bring a wild man home? Jiang Kaiho clenched his teeth and said, "Ha.
One?
No. She called 5 guys to play a group activity in the room. Fu Xiaoxiao just took a sip of her drink and spat it out. Lu Haomin quickly helped his wife wipe her face. Fu Xuanxuan's mouth could fit an egg.
5.
5 guys. The tone of the conversation was almost unrecognizable. Are city people really this playful? Lu Haowen didn't expect Jiang Kaiho to encounter such a strange situation. He quickly comforted him, saying, Brother Jiang, actually it's not so bad. At least you can see her true nature early and break up sooner. Isn't that better? Lu Haomin and the others couldn't hide their smiles. Jiang Kaiho was angry, saying, if it was just that, fine. But she even refused to admit her mistake and said in front of those people that I can't satisfy her, so it's not her fault. Fu Xiaoxiao, Qinshi, Fu Xianxian, and Lu Haowen all looked speechless. They should have felt sorry for him, but for some reason it was also kind of funny. Seeing everyone start to shake with laughter again, even the brothers couldn't keep their smiles from spreading. How could I not be good? I was just worried about her, okay? Everyone else, stop talking. The more you explain, the more it sounds like you're hiding something. Don't just let me share everything. Why aren't you guys sharing too? Come on. Jiang Kaiho was feeling competitive. Today, he really wanted to win once. Fu Xiaoxiao fed a grape into Lu Haomin's mouth and said, honey, you know, right? Lu Haomin. His gesture was a bit too eager and insincere, but since it was what his wife wanted, he didn't mind. Jiang Kaiho watched the two of them exchanging some kind of silent message and quickly called out, "Hurry up, let's play the next round." "Who's the dealer now?" Lu Haomin picked up his cards and showed them, then shuffled several times. His fair, slender fingers made Fu Xiaoxiao want to keep watching. So beautiful. She truly loved him. After dealing cards to all 8 players, he asked, "Raise your hand if you want to add cards." Once everyone had added their cards, Jiang Kaiho, holding an 8, hesitated again. Should he do it? He was afraid of busting. Seeing the worried expressions on the others' faces, he hesitated too. Finally, he said, "I don't want to." He didn't believe he couldn't win. Fu Xiaoxiao, 9:30 Qinshi, 8:30 Ma Tianyu, 10 o'clock Lu Haowen, 9:30 Fu Xianxian, 10 o'clock Dong Zhuoxi, 9 o'clock Jiang Kaiho. Who's the dealer? He couldn't believe it. He just couldn't. Lu Haomin slowly revealed his cards. 10:30 Jiang Kaiho. "You guys are cheating." Lu Haomin looked at him and said, "Are you blaming others because you're bad?" Then he turned over the last 2 cards, and both were single points or half points. He knew he had lost again. Lu Haomin said, "Since that's the case, tell me about the breakup stories of your other quirky girlfriends." Anyone will do, because his wife loved hearing stories like that. Chun-Shi immediately clinked her glass with Jiang Kaiho's and said, "Come on, brother Jiang, I'll join you. Let me help you clear your throat." She took a big sip, acting like a lively party girl. No, a brave woman. Lu Haowen nearby wanted her to slow down, but he had no say. Jiang Kaiho poured himself another drink. "When I looked for a girlfriend later, I made sure to look carefully. Not all soft and pretty girls are good. I liked a girl who looked very sunny. Once, I accidentally stepped into a puddle and fell into a drain, and she was the one who pulled me out. Later, I found out she was a sports student. She has a great personality, and her family clearly spoils her. But she's liked boxing since she was young, and she kept practicing. She even participated in national competitions and won a championship. I thought she was very reliable. Could it be that you broke up because she hit you?" Fei Xiaoxiao thought that was very possible. How could that be? She loved me so much back then, she wouldn't hit me. Qinshi immediately filled her glass again. "Brother Jiang, we're not arguing. Keep going." Jiang Kaiho suddenly looked discouraged. At first, she thought I was talented and saw potential in me. She made me practice with her every day. Wasn't it just being hit? Jiang Kaiho glared at Fu Xianxian for interrupting and looked like he was sealing his lips before continuing. Later, her father found out we were dating and wanted to practice with me. Unexpectedly, he punched and broke 3 of my ribs. Thinking about it made him feel sad. "Everyone else, are you sure she didn't just dislike you and want to hit you?" Later, my girlfriend came to the hospital to see me. She said she didn't expect me to be so weak. She planned to wait until I recovered, then train harder, so I could fight her dad. She said her dad used to be a boxing champion, and she believed I could become like him. Qinshi suddenly shivered. Why did she suddenly feel a bit sorry for him? Later, I went abroad to recover for 2 months and didn't dare to come back. Fu Xiaoxiao was curious. Was it because she was afraid, or because they hadn't seen each other for so long that they broke up? Jiang Kaiho thought about it and felt angry. It wasn't because of fear. It was because her childhood friend returned, and he only found out she liked him because he looked like her friend.
Fu Xiaoxiao esse mouth twitched.
So, is art inspired by life? Qinshi said, "No, since you were cheated on. Why didn't you stand up and fight for yourself?" Jiang Kaiho replied, "I did, but I lost. My ex-girlfriend beat me so badly, I broke 2 ribs and had to stay in bed for 2 months. Haha." Fu Xiaoxiao really wanted to say she didn't want to laugh, but she couldn't help it. Her laughter was contagious, and Jiang Kaiho gave up trying to stop it. Keep going, keep going." Hearing Qinshi cheer, Fu Xianxian quickly shuffled the cards. Then, looking at the messy cards, Jiang Kaiho pitifully looked at Fu Xianxian, hoping he would go easy on him. Fu Xianxian said, "Jiangge, you know, I'm the youngest here with Hao Wen, and I have the least experience in relationships." Like sister, she said, "Tell us more so we can learn." Gain some experience to avoid making mistakes. Jiang Kaiho, do you want to gouge out those nosy eyes? It's me. Jiang Kaiho looked at his cards and felt helpless. Was his luck really that bad? Lu Haowen touched his nose. Jiang Ge, just accept it. Come on, tell another weird story. It's not like it's worse than that one. She kept poking him in the waist, so Jiang Kaiho had no choice but to tell another story. Dong Zhuoxi's shoulders kept shaking with laughter. Come on, brother, tell us so everyone can have a good laugh. Jiang Kaiho. He really was a good brother. Why aren't you guys saying anything? Dong Zhuoxi said, we haven't lost. Anyway, it's not something that can't be said. It's also good for those who haven't been in a relationship to avoid bad luck. I later dated someone who seemed normal at first, but her behavior gradually became strange. She had a wild imagination. For example, we went to see a movie happily, but when we got back, she suddenly thought she looked like the heroine and insisted I find a place to take her photos. She kept taking pictures until 3 a.m. and didn't want to go home. Fu Xiaoxiao was shocked. What kind of photos were those? Ghost stories? That's too scary for late at night. Jiang Kaiho then said, there are many such situations, and you have to do things your way. The reason we broke up was because of one incident. I was sick that day, and the doctor specifically told me to take medicine at 8 o'clock. But when I got home, she said she wanted me to take it at 7 and she forced me to do it. Everyone looked confused. What does that mean? She said she wanted me to take it at 7 to surprise the virus. Everyone burst out laughing, unable to hold it in. Dong Zhuoxi, you should have put the medicine in your to trick the virus. Ma Ti on you. No, you should take one pill and hide another, attacking from two sides. Fu Xianxian. No, you should swallow the medicine and then spit it out, playing hard to get. Lu Haoming. You could skip taking it and give the virus a false attack. Lu Haowen. You could swallow the medicine and then it out, playing a game of hard to get. Qin Shi. You could even hurt yourself to make the virus think you're defeated. A total desperate move. Ha ha. Hearing everyone's wild ideas, Fu Xiaoxiao was already laughing so hard she collapsed. These people are too funny. Jiang Kaiho. Are you cheating? Otherwise, why do I always lose? Maybe it's because you're too happy, so today luck is on your side, making you make us laugh. Fu Xiaoxiao still hadn't recovered. She only knew he had a strange love history, but she didn't expect him to be so funny. No, I don't believe it. I must win at least once today. He no longer cared about asking anyone. He just had to win. 5 minutes later, everyone tried to hold back their laughter and looked at him. This time, he was the dealer himself, so it wasn't others' fault. Jiang Kaiho gave in. One last thing, we have to change the game later. If we keep going, you'll find out the color of my underwear. Seeing his angry expression, everyone was even happier. Sorry, they didn't want to build happiness on others' pain, but they just couldn't help it. Besides, the person involved didn't seem to care much. Jiang Kaiho let out a deep breath. It's nothing special. One common reason for breaking up is infidelity. Fu Xiaoxiao was a bit surprised. Jiang Kaiho wasn't as handsome as her husband, but he wasn't bad either. Cheating? Then the other person must be very handsome, right? A celebrity, maybe. This time, Jiang Kaiho was even angrier. Haha, cheating with a handsome guy is one thing, but she cheated on me with an older man over 20 years her senior. Everyone. Is the other person, a handsome older man? Someone with a manly vibe? Do you think she's too young? Qin Shi just couldn't understand. Is it because of money? Is Jiang Kaiho poor? No way. Even if he didn't know him before, he didn't think he was a stingy person. Jiang Kaiho said, it's not that. If it were, that would be fine. But that man is bald. Everyone. Jiang Kaiho continued, he wears thermal underwear and thick sweaters, and even socks over his thermal underwear. He tucks his shirt into his thermal underwear. Fu Xianxian asked, wait, how do you know all that so clearly? Jiang Kaiho looked cold and serious, speaking slowly, because I saw him wearing it. Caught cheating in bed, that's a bit tragic. But what's the point? Jiang Kaiho closed his eyes and then opened them again. She said that her father was not around when she was young, and she felt like she was smelling her father in him. Everyone. This was hard to judge, it was shocking and went against common values. She also said that it wouldn't interfere with our relationship. She suddenly felt like she had both me and her father, and she felt very happy. Fu Xiaoxiao was speechless. Should you burn some incense for your health? What kind of person can save you? Qin Shi raised his glass. Brother, sorry. I thought your bad luck with love was because of your character. Looks like I misunderstood you. Hope you have a good future, and keep trying, Jiang Kaiho. Fu Xianxian poured him a glass of wine. Brother Jiang, no more words. Let's fight again in the next life. Wow. That's too much, isn't it? Everyone laughed happily. The night continued lively. By the end, except for Fu Xiaoxiao, her husband, and Lu Haowen, almost everyone was drunk. Fu Xiaoxiao didn't drink much because she didn't like alcohol. Lu Haomin was just good at holding his liquor, and Lu Haowen didn't drink much, just a little tipsy. Seeing everyone staggering around, Fu Xiaoxiao felt a headache. How was she supposed to handle this? It's okay. I turned on the air conditioning. Sleeping on the carpet won't make you cold. I'll give them a few blankets and they'll walk on their own when they wake up the next day. Hearing Lu Haomin say this, Fu Xiaoxiao didn't argue. However, she said, then we need to move Qin Shi to the sofa, or we can put her in the room. She could put an extra bed in the room. But she couldn't carry the drunk person alone. Lu Haowen quickly picked her up. No problem, I'll carry her over. Sister-in-law, you go lay out the mats. Seeing him already moving, Fu Xiaoxiao didn't hesitate. She quickly took out the things, covered her with a thick blanket, but unfortunately, there was no air conditioning here. She turned on 2 space heaters instead. The others outside didn't pay attention. Is it okay to leave her like this? Forget it, let them be. When she was suddenly picked up, Fu Xiaoxiao was startled. Then she thought about who was carrying her and immediately quieted down. She gently slapped him and whispered, What are you doing? Want a hug? Fu Xiaoxiao. Could he be drunk? Are you drunk? Definitely, he must be. Even when drunk, he's so strong. Unbelievable.
Put me down.
I can walk by myself. Lu Haomin put me down. Don't be stubborn. I'm just a troublemaker. I just want to stay in your heart forever. Fu Xiaoxiao. After a bit of drinking, sweet words just come out easily. Looking at the group of people on the ground, and then at Lu Haowen, her brother, with good judgment, went straight back to his room. Forget it, forget it. Then carry me back. Don't cause trouble here. Better to change places first. Once in the room, he can be as stubborn as he wants, and no one will see. Lu Haomin was happy. He quickly went downstairs to his place. When he reached the room, he carefully laid her on the bed and refused to let go. Fu Xiaoxiao helplessly touched her forehead. I need to wash up. Let me go. Lu Haomin refused to release her, and even started to move around. Fu Xiaoxiao wanted to hit him. You can't do anything now that you've been drinking. What are you thinking? He then pressed his lips to her ear and said, Wife. That soft voice made her shiver all over. This guy, even drunk, is still trying to flirt. Always remember my identity. I am your person, so of course I think about you all the time. I can't just lose my mind, right? Fu Xiaoxiao. The next morning, Fu Xiaoxiao woke up and saw Lu Haomin still sleeping. She didn't wake him, since it was rare for her to wake up earlier than him. She thought about Qin Shi next door. She needed to check on him and bring some hangover medicine to the group. When she went upstairs, she found everyone still sleeping. They were all in strange positions, some even sharing a blanket. All right, it seems fine. But she decided to check on Qin Shi anyway. When she saw the room was empty, she paused. Did he get up so early? Has he gone back? After muttering to herself, she closed the door and went to call Fu Xianxian. She thought about giving him some hangover medicine too. Who would have thought that even Jiang Kaiho, known as the little white dragon of the river and a troublemaker, couldn't resist the night. It seems everyone had a wild night. Seeing her older sister nudging him several times, Fu Xianxian groggily sat up. Sis, why so early? Still early? It's already 11 o'clock. People outside are already starting work at the city wall. She had seen everyone working hard from afar. It looked like they started early in the morning. All right, she didn't pay attention to what time they played yesterday. Now she was starting to feel hungry. She pushed the 3 people on the ground. Jiang go, you go, Zhua go, wake up. Except for Jiang Kaiho, who didn't respond, the other two slowly got up, rubbing their eyes. Seeing Fu Xiaoxiao and the others, then glancing at their watches. It's already noon. If they want to sleep, they should go back to sleep. Let's have some drinks to warm up your stomach. I brought breakfast. Since they were all together, she decided to finish breakfast before leaving. She pushed Jiang Kaiho, who was lying there unresponsive. Forget it, let him rest. This porridge was made by Masterly, right? It's very sticky. Ma Tianyu thought Masterly was not only good at making buns but also excellent at making porridge. It seemed everyone knew Masterly's signature dishes after a while. Clack. At this moment, the door to Lu Hao's study opened. Fu Xiaoxiao thought he had woken up and was about to call him to have breakfast together when she saw Qin Shi, with wide eyes and wearing Lu Hao's coat, looking at her in horror, holding a bunch of her own clothes. Fu Xiaoxiao /de//de///de/ Fu Xianxian also happened to look over.
빈투, 네. 빈투ขยิบตา 빈투, 네. 빈투ขยิบตา 빈투, 네. 빈투ขยิบตา.
Seeing Fu Xuanchuan's spoon drop, both of them wondered what was wrong with Lu Hao. Then Ma Tianyu suddenly spat out the porridge from his mouth, and Dong Zhuxi's porridge dribbled down his chin. In the blink of an eye, within just 3 seconds, the 5 of them stared at each other in shock. Qin Shi reacted immediately and rushed back into Lu Hao's room. But the aftermath she left was not ordinary. The 4 of them stood there stunned for several seconds, then, once they regained their senses, they looked at each other, trying to confirm with their eyes that they weren't seeing things. Fu Xiaoxiao felt like thunder was rolling in her head. What did she see? She saw her close friend coming out of her little brother-in-law's room. She saw that her friend's clothes weren't hers, and she wasn't even wearing pants. She saw the marks on her neck. Oh my goodness. Can someone tell her what's going on? When did these two have a relationship? Could this be a drunken mistake? Whose fault is this? What should she do now? Should she protect her friend? Or give her some clothes?
Or.
There was no or anymore. Everyone saw it. Someone please help her. Why are you all just standing there dazed? Someone came to her rescue. Seeing Lu Haomin walk in, the 4 of them fell silent. They really didn't know how to explain this. Fu Xiaoxiao tried to speak several times but couldn't. Lu Haomin looked at everyone's hesitant expressions and asked, "What's going on?" Ma Tianyu felt he couldn't stay here any longer. Seeing this situation, whether for men or women, it wasn't something he could handle. So he decided to pretend he hadn't seen anything. I'll leave first. Dong Zhuxi also quickly got up and left. Forget it, adults understand these things. He wouldn't stay to bother everyone. I'll go see what's going on with him. Su Xianxian had nothing to say. She quickly got up and followed, saying, "I'll see if I can help." After everyone left, Lu Xiaoxiao hurriedly pulled Lu Haoming downstairs. No matter who it was, everyone felt awkward now. Since her best friend didn't ask for help, she wouldn't suffer any loss. She was now thinking maybe she was the first to make a move. But as she left, she kept feeling like she forgot something. After hearing no movement outside, Qin Shi didn't dare to go out immediately. It was too embarrassing. What was this? A big scene of social death? Getting caught in the act? She really wanted to just disappear. Are you trying to run away? Lu Haowen, who had just woken up, saw Qin Shi sneaking at the door and spoke. Qin Shi, nervous, was startled by a sudden voice and broke out in a cold sweat. Can you be quieter? Someone's outside. Lu Haowen sat up, and the blanket slipped down to his waist. Seeing his strong, fit body, Qin Shi couldn't help but swallow. So, you finished and want to run? Qin Shi blushed. She didn't know why she was on his bed. She must have lost her memory. Are you saying it's me? This is your room. Did you bring me in? Have you had feelings for me for a long time? Lu Haowen was amused by her accusations. Did you forget how you slept with me? Qin Shi. Sorry, she really forgot, but she couldn't lose now. As a girl, how could I sleep with you? If you couldn't get it up, I could force you. Lu Haowen looked at her for a couple of seconds, then lifted the blanket and got up to walk toward her. This scene deeply shocked Qin Shi. Early in the morning, seeing this scene, She felt overwhelmed, but she couldn't look away. Is it good looking, Chenxi? You've already seen it, so what can I look at? Men, after all, haven't seen. Well, haven't seen such a good figure. No, stop, bad thoughts. Lu Haowen looked at her like a pitiful kitten. Don't you remember, Chenxi? That I really want to remember. Maybe you can help me recall? Seeing her silent, Lu Haowen lowered his eyelids. Last night. You came over on your own. Chenxi? Is she really that crazy? Even daring to kiss her brother? No, did you touch her? I advised you to go back, but you didn't listen. You said, Chenxi. What did I say? You said, anyway, I messed up, so I might as well sleep here. Chenxi, are you sure you didn't make that up? I wanted to hug you back to your room, and then you touched my muscles, saying I had a good build and that my hands felt great. Chenxi, why does she think she was the one who said that? You also asked me if I wanted to try with your sister. Chenxi. I knew you were drunk, so I didn't say anything. Chenxi, so what happened next? How did you end up together? It was a bit hard to talk about. Lu Haowen kept his lips pressed tight and didn't continue. Chenxi was anxious and finally asked, and then Lu Haowen finally looked into her eyes again. You just reached out and touched me. Chenxi, what? I touched you. And you didn't resist? Lu Haowen, I did. Chenxi, don't tell me you couldn't pull away? Lu Haowen, I'm a man. Chenxi, if I let you go, what would you do with those people outside? Chenxi, you're so great. Thank you. Looking at her best friend sitting across from her, Fu Xiaoxiao's gossiping eyes didn't miss a thing. Chenxi really didn't know what to do and came to her best friend for help. Let me summarize. You don't know why you went into my brother-in-law's room and slept with him, and after it happened, you don't remember anything. But he remembers clearly, says it was your idea, and wants you to take responsibility. Now you're not sure what to do, right? Wow, her good friend is really something. Amazing. I don't think it's entirely my fault. You're also partly responsible. Fu Xiaoxiao was stunned. What's going on? Why is it about her? Because she didn't bring her home? Chenxi complained. It's because your house has the same layout as mine. I usually sleep in that room, so I only went in after using the bathroom. Yes, that's right. Otherwise, how would she have gone in?
Fu Xiaoxiao.
You don't want to take responsibility, but you don't have to say it like that.
Ah.
I didn't even get to experience what it's like to sleep with him. Who knows if I really did? Xiao Fu was even more speechless. Did you not feel whether you slept or not? Chenxi, didn't expect you're still a bad girl. Chenxi felt unfair. I didn't mean it. It was so sudden. I always thought of him as a little brother. Xiao Fu. A younger, playful guy. Chenxi, I never thought about it that way. Xiao Fu. Now you can. Chenxi, I admit he has a good figure and looks nice, but... Xiao Fu. I see you're very happy with his appearance. Chenxi. Xiao Fu looked at her with a sharp gaze. You really didn't feel anything. Chenxi, I don't even remember what I felt. Really don't want to? Seeing her suspicious expression, Chenxi hesitated. I wasn't prepared. Really don't like it, Chenxi. Did you forget that I am your sister? I really didn't expect my brother-in-law to like someone like you. Was I too slow to notice? Did he start liking you after that last time at the contest? Xiao Fu honestly didn't see anything wrong. They all lived together, and except for that awkward moment on the stage, there was no sign of anything else. Chenxi sighed deeply. I can only say my sister is very charming, Xiao Fu. Just now, you looked so conflicted, and now you're acting proud? So, why did you come to see me? Chenxi, sister, I just think that as adults, there's no need to be so petty. Xiao Fu's nerves suddenly tensed. Could it be that you don't remember what my brother-in-law is like, so you're struggling with whether to take responsibility? Seeing her expression of, am I really like that, Xiao Fu felt she had uncovered the truth. Chenxi cleared her throat. Am I really like that, Xiao Fu? I didn't know before, but now I feel you are. Have you ever thought about trying again, Chenxi? I already thought about it at the time. It's just that I was shy. Xiao Fu. Wow, you actually admitted it. Her face was already stripped of its composure. Chenxi quickly moved closer and asked, Tell me, is there any way I can sleep with him again? Fu Xiao. Big sister, do you even hear what you're saying? Is this something she can get involved in? Is that who she is? Fu Xiao, are you just wearing pajamas and lying on his bed? Chenxi, if he's not home, I can't get in either. Fu Xiao, just ask directly. Chenxi, that's too bold. Fu Xiao, what's the point of being shy? If you ask him directly, you're asking him to take responsibility. Just sleep with him again. If you're satisfied, you take responsibility. If he's not willing, you'll be at a loss. Chenxi, what if he refuses? Fu Xiao. Then, I can set up a romantic scene for you two to make it happen naturally. Chenxi, when would that be? Fu Xiao. Sister, are you this eager now? Chenxi, ahem. I've really lost out. He's the one enjoying everything, and I haven't gotten anything. Fu Xiao. Did you see what he looked like without clothes when you got up? Chenxi, yes, I saw, but I forgot to touch him. Fu Xiao. Are you satisfied with your estimate? Chenxi raised an eyebrow. It's okay. It seems she's quite satisfied. My goodness, she's actually discussing her brother-in-law with her best friend. She's married, and her standards are different now. In the past, she only listened to others talk about this stuff. Luckily, Lu Haomin took Chui out to play or else. This or that, and so on. Fu Xiao, find someone to spice things up for him. Chenxi, who? Fu Xiao racked her brain, thinking about the people at the base. She felt anyone would do, especially since she gets along with everyone but wouldn't make others think of anything else. Suddenly, she remembered, Jiang Kaiho. That guy should work. Don't you usually argue with him? That kind of playful rivalry. Oh, right. Where's Jiang Kaiho? She finally remembered what she forgot at noon. Everyone else had left, but that guy was still lying on the ground. She looked confused. Huh? How would I know where he is? She didn't see anything except a few bedsheets when she came out. As for Lu Haowen, he just followed her downstairs. Lu Haowen was in the second-floor living room. Jiang Kaiho opened his eyes to a dark, pitch-black room. Why is no one turning on the lights? Has no one gotten up yet? Oh, I still feel the effects of the alcohol. I'm dizzy, and it's quite cold. The light outside the window is very dim. Who turned off the air conditioner? He took a while to steady himself by holding onto the wall. Why was he sleeping in the corner? Oh, last night he drank too much and just fell asleep. The others didn't wake up either? Finally, he found the switch and turned on the lights. When he looked back, there was nothing but a pile of blankets on the floor. Jiang Kaiho. Where is everyone? Even if they're awake, they didn't call him. They could have helped him onto the bed. It's too much to turn off the air conditioner. Dong Zhuixi, who was checking the surveillance cameras inside, sneezed and finally remembered someone else. Tianyu. Kaiho is still at Haowen's place. Ma Tianyu also forgot about this. It should be fine, right? Haowen will take care of him once he wakes up. Dong Zhuixi said, he might usually, but right now he's been over at the city wall. No one is inside the house.
Ma Tianyu hesitated.
That guy isn't a kid. Thinking about it, he decided not to worry. Dong Zhuixi continued adjusting the infrared cameras on different parts of the city wall. Jiang Kaiho sneezed again. Could he be getting sick? By the way, is the temperature dropping again? These people are so inconsiderate. Too much. In the meeting room, Lu Haomin was listening to the current situation outside with a first-year student. The temperature has dropped to about 5 degrees Celsius. Will it continue to fall into the freezing cold again? Thinking back to the days of extreme cold, Liu looked pained. The long night and freezing weather, with everything around burned down. How will they get through the days ahead? We can only hope it won't get colder. Do we have enough supplies? Maybe we should build an indoor square. If it gets too cold outside, we can gather everyone inside. That way, they can focus on exercising, generating power, and staying warm together. Lu Haoyu looked at the data on his laptop. We have supplies, but I'm worried it might not just be cold. It could freeze everything solid. Jaster was shocked. Freeze? Then he thought about it and realized it was very possible. No one knows if the polar night is temporary or permanent. If it's temporary, that's okay. It's just a temperature issue, and people can find ways to survive. But if it's long-term, The extreme cold is just one problem. Staying below freezing all year will cause snow and ice to cover the ground, forming thick ice layers and glaciers. Over time, glaciers and icebergs could also form. At that point, their place might become like the future North and South Poles. However, the North and South Poles have sunlight during the day, with average temperatures around -25 degrees Celsius, sometimes dropping to -90 degrees Celsius. If they're stuck in darkness all the time, can they survive? How long will their current fuel last?
Just thinking about it is scary.
Are they going to migrate? Recently, they were talking about people from other countries coming to steal their resources. Now, it's not impossible for them to take back what's theirs. Lu Haoyu shook his head. It's just a possibility. We'll see how things go later. Then he looked at Jaster. Is the signal connected now? It's been half a month since they lost contact, and no one knows what's happening outside. If the ground conditions aren't good, we can still move underground. As long as we have an escape route, we don't need to worry, right? Lu Haomin played with the little guy while listening to their discussion. He wasn't worried at all. He had a strong support, so he wasn't afraid. The world is like this now. What worse could happen? Comets hitting Earth? Earth exploding? Aliens invading? Zombies outbreak? It doesn't matter. As long as he's with his wife, anywhere is fine. Even if they die, they want to die together. During the Ice Age, many species survived. Why can't humans? Liu trusted his boss completely. Yeah, at worst, we can become cave dwellers or live in ice caves, just like primitive people. If I don't want to live underground, I'll just carve a few caves on the mountain. It's still okay. What's there to be afraid of? He thought this place was great. Besides not being able to plant greenery for now, there's no shortage of mountains and water. The view is good. Although they can't see anything during the polar night, raising people and animals here is perfect. No one disturbs them, and the farm owner was lucky to find a good spot. Seeing him so optimistic, Lu Haoyu didn't know what to say. Maybe this is why he didn't want to be stuck in the company, because he felt free. Maybe he should learn from the second brother. Things will work out naturally when the time comes. Just focus on the present. However, all the construction work these days relies on generators. Continuing like this isn't sustainable. Then should we include that group of people earlier? Although it's a bit early after yesterday's interactions, everyone feels they are temporarily fine. They can start the probation period. Since construction needs workers, they shouldn't just build, and then let others enjoy the benefits. Let's first hire some laborers. Whether they can become permanent depends on their performance. Yast also thinks this is a good idea. If they can't become permanent, they'll just be temporary workers. This is up to you guys. I need to take my first-year student home for dinner. Let's go, my little treasure. He Lu Haoyu, Liu, and Yast. Who has a base leader so carefree? Just ask, who else? Lu Haomin doesn't care about those three. Anyway, first-year baby is hungry and needs to eat. He also misses his wife. Looking at the person ahead who can step on ants, he wonders why he looks so much like the third brother. Lu Haowen pauses, then turns around to see his second brother carrying his little niece. Feeling unwell. Did he drink too much last night?
That shouldn't be. He's just thinking about things.
Now he's about to pass by Qinshi's place, but he doesn't know if he'll meet her. Lu Haomin feels he's acting strange. Not just him, everyone seemed weird in the villa today. But after his wife pulled him away, she didn't say much, so he didn't ask. When he took first-year baby out, seeing Qinshe also seemed strange. When they met brothers on the way, they didn't say anything. Everyone must be hiding something, and it's still about the third brother. What's wrong with you? Seeing him hesitate to speak. Maybe if you tell me, I can help. Lu Haowen hesitated for a while. Seeing there was no one around and glancing at the house ahead, he simply pulled Lu Haomin back to his place. Sitting on the sofa with the two adults and one child, Lu Haowen finally asked softly, Second brother, how did you pursue sister-in-law back then? Lu Hao was surprised and didn't say anything. Why would his second brother know? Did you guys sleep together? Lu Hao. Seeing his shocked expression, Lu Hua snorted coldly.
He guessed right. No.
Brother. How do you know? Did my wife tell you? Lu Hua looked at him with disdain. Do I need her to tell me? I could tell just by your eyes. You always look at her when you're around. Lu Hao. Oh, degree. No, when did that happen?
Did I?
Even if I did, was it so obvious? The look of someone who likes another person can't be faked. Your brother has been through this before, hee. Lu Hao was truly shocked.
How did you see?
No, how do you know we slept together? Since it wasn't his wife who told him, how did he guess? From the first thing you asked me, I guessed. Lu Hao. I don't know when you started liking her, but I saw many times during gatherings that your eyes kept on her. I just didn't bother to say anything, because when everyone sat together, his wife was next to Qin, and Qin always sat next to the third brother. Even if he wasn't originally the third brother, he would find an excuse to squeeze in. It's so obvious. He always tried to sit close to his wife. And when they talked, whenever the third brother spoke, his eyes would unconsciously look at her. I don't know why others didn't notice. Lu Hao, is it really that obvious? Your brother has a wife, he has experience. You and your wife haven't been together long. Lu Hua. Our relationship is good and we've been together for a long time. When I make a move, my wife followed me. Doesn't that prove anything? Lu Hao. His brother was quite confident and self-assured. Lu Hua didn't tease him anymore. Actually, Qin might not dislike you. Lu Hao heard his brother's words and felt a flicker of hope. But today, I want her to be responsible for me.
She
doesn't seem very willing. Lu Hao's voice was a little hoarse, as if under a lot of pressure. Did you not satisfy her? Lu Hua raised an eyebrow, looking surprised. Lu Haowen's face suddenly turned red. He lowered his head, too afraid to look his second brother in the eyes. No, she lost her memory. She doesn't remember anything. She said she has no impression. Lu Haomin sighed and patted his younger brother's shoulder. You should let her develop feelings for you first, then slowly guide her so she takes responsibility for you. If you attack her suddenly, how can she accept it? Lu Haowen looked up, full of confusion. What should I do then? Lu Haomin thought for a moment and said, you need to change yourself, make yourself more attractive so Qin will see you differently. You should learn to be funny and charming, show care and kindness, and create romantic moments. Make Qin feel happy, comfortable, and safe when she's with you. Make her believe you're her only one, her support, and her happiness. Listening to his brother, Lu Haowen felt like he was hearing a secret code. Is this how he should pursue his second sister-in-law? But I think I'm pretty good. Lu Haomin rolled his eyes and said, are there many people like you in the world? Can one date just once and then tie her down? Even I can see she's a girl with a strong personality and clear opinions. If you just rush at her without thinking, won't that pressure her? You're too impatient. Lu Haowen was speechless after hearing his second brother's words. He felt like he was truly failing. Lu Haomin looked at his third brother and decided, all right, I'll give you an idea. Go pursue her. If you still can't make her responsible for you, then good luck. Lu Haowen's eyes lit up instantly. When Lu Haomin and Chui came out, they could clearly feel the wind picking up. The cold wind made Chui very uncomfortable, and she immediately buried her head in her dad's arms. Lu Haomin checked the weather with his palm. Looks like a storm is coming. Before the father and daughter returned, Fu Xiaoxiao saw them as soon as she stepped outside. Why didn't you come in? Hearing her mom's voice, Chui immediately reached out. Hug. The wind is picking up. A strong wind also means colder air coming soon. After the cold air arrives, it will use a lot of electricity. It's not that Fu Xiaoxiao is worried about the cost, but the previous extreme cold weather really scared people. This year, they can only rely on electricity to keep warm. Lu Haomin thought for a moment. You go to Grandpa first. I will find Big Brother. After saying that, he sent the person off and then left. When the base announced plans to build a wind power project, everyone was a bit surprised. If there is enough wind, using wind power to meet some electricity needs is a good idea. However, during very cold times, wind speed and direction can change, which might affect power generation. Also, they currently don't have the materials for wind power. Lu Haomin was not worried about the materials. On the way back from an outing with his wife, they had come across a damaged wind turbine area. They collected some materials just in case, but whether they could use them still needed to be checked. He mentioned this now to find people with relevant knowledge or skills. Lin Jianhua heard this and thought, isn't this his chance? His good friend, Dalong, had become the gatekeeper of the city guard. Maybe his own good days are coming too? Base leader I'm not an expert, but I worked in the energy department of a wind power station for half a year. He had gotten the job through a relative, but unfortunately, he was lazy and overambitious. He thought he should be a boss, so he gave up his job. He drifted along with the Wang Daluo brothers for years without success, and in the end, he turned to shady ways. Now he regrets it. Lu Haomin waved at him. Lin Jianhua got excited and hurried over, feeling more proud than ever. Seeing Lin Jianhua smile foolishly, Wang Daluo and the others gave him a thumbs up. Other people in the crowd raised their hands. Some had studied electronics engineering, whether they could help or not. They decided to go first. Others had studied CNC machining. Even Fu Xianxian had learned CNC before joining the army. Sadly, after so many years, they weren't sure if they could still pick it up again. About 20 people were chosen to join the project team. The rest continued working hard to build the city walls. Fu Xiaoxiao laid out all the collected materials. Everyone needed to find usable blades, towers, generators, gearboxes, controllers, and so on. Anything that wasn't broken was to be gathered. If something couldn't be used, they would see if it could be repaired. They had new cables, so that wasn't urgent. Just the collection of these items took most of the day. Everyone was working as fast as they could to prepare everything. Now we still need a control system. This is not something that can be made quickly just because we want it. First, let the engineers draw the design plans for the positioning. I'll think of other solutions. Lu Haomin thinks they can modify some of their existing equipment, but it will take time. The location for the wind turbines is not easy to decide. These past few days, he also looked up some information. He knows they need to consider wind speed, wind direction, reliability, and safety. Only the engineers can measure and plan these details. Maybe because everyone is motivated, they are working together faster. The temporary residents outside the city walls have finally become temporary workers. If they can work at the base, becoming residents is just a matter of time, right? After a week of everyone's effort, they finally decided on the best spot for the wind turbines. Then, without needing to ask Xiao Xiao, they knew it was time to call on her. Otherwise, waiting for workers to lift the tower parts after a disaster might be too late. Everyone worked together to install the towers, wind turbines, and electrical systems. Only professionals could handle the fine-tuning. They built 10 power generators in total. When the blades started spinning faster and generating electricity, everyone at the base was so excited they couldn't help but feel emotional. Some even cried. It was dark, so they couldn't see everything clearly, but that didn't stop their happiness. They no longer had to worry about electricity. They could live brighter and warmer lives. Base leader. Can we build a big greenhouse for planting now? Foam Shisher was so excited, looking at the huge structure in front of him. After half a month of work, they finished building the tall, long city wall, and they passed the base's inspection to become official members. Then, they spent another month building everyone's houses and moving in. They were very happy. Later, only he knew that the base leader had a foldable space for storing supplies. That made him think about how he could help the base shine. He volunteered to tell the leader that he could go back to his old farm to bring equipment and materials to build a greenhouse. Growing plants was his specialty. The base leader and his wife really went back to gather supplies, which made him very happy. Now that the power is available, the greenhouse can be built. The base leader promised that once the farm is established, he will be in charge. Whether big or small, he is still an official. Anyway, it's great to follow such a strong base leader. Lu Haomin patted his shoulder. Go find the chairman. Yes, he is like a mascot. They no longer need him now. The development of the base still depends on the older brother. He needs to go back and take care of the children. Foam Shisher. Their base is really special. There is no one else like their free-spirited base leader. Even in the darkest night, the lively training team on the playground, lit by golden halogen lamps, cannot be stopped. Everyone stretches with Putail, then starts running laps. After breakfast and rest, they will begin a new round of base assessments at 10 o'clock. The group from the farm has finally passed the inspection period and officially moved in. Everyone was very excited. Now, they follow the captain around the wall, from falling behind at first to now almost running like the wind. It only took 2.5 months. Today is the day to distribute assessment points. To earn points, they need to pass the tests or rank high. This is the fastest way to get points. Today is also the captain's arena competition. If Putail is no longer the captain, things might change. This is what everyone cares about most each month. Everyone loves life in the base. The base leader is capable. Items from before the apocalypse are still available for everyone to enjoy. They believe their base is unique, unlike others. Even the base leader, who doesn't like to manage affairs, is the same. Fu Xiaoxiao is playing with Qi under the lights. She has no intention of staying cooped up. She needs to adapt to the current climate so her body won't fall behind in the long run. Qi also wants to run with everyone, but once they leave the playground, they disappear. She can only chase Lu Yi inside the playground. Unfortunately, her short legs are too slow. When she can't catch up, she makes Lu Yi wait for her. Lu Yi, I'm actually just walking. Seeing Lu Air running so fast with the team, Lu Qi and Lu Ba also went mountain climbing with their dad. Why is only he taking his sister to exercise? Watching the one person and one dog chase each other, Fu Xiaoxiao feels warm inside. This is the life she wants. She tried to do pull-ups on the horizontal bar by herself. Doing about 10 was no problem, but then it became more difficult. She was not in a hurry. Suddenly, a metallic scraping sound rang out from the bar next to her hand. Before she could react, she suddenly felt as if a bullet was shooting toward her forehead. At that moment, time seemed to freeze. Her senses suddenly sharpened, and everything in front of her became extremely clear. She saw the bullet clearly, its shape, size, and color, all very detailed. It was flying fast through the air with a strong impact, as if it wanted to tear everything apart. She could even see the patterns and shine on the metal surface of the bullet, feeling the deadly aura it carried. Her hearing also became very sharp. She seemed to hear the whistling sound of the bullet flying, a sharp and piercing noise that felt like it could burst her eardrums. She also heard her own heartbeat and breathing, which sounded rapid and tense, as if her body might explode. Just as the bullet was about to hit her, she quickly used her space ability to catch it. When the bullet disappeared, cold sweat ran down her forehead. Now she understood what was happening. There was a... She immediately loosened her grip on the bar and expanded her senses, fearing another bullet might hit her. Chu Yi. She rushed toward her daughter. Seeing the bullet about to hit her small body, she quickly increased her ability to catch it and stored it in her space. She was scared, just a little more. She threw her little girl to the ground and quickly picked her up to run, but the playground is too open, with no cover anywhere. While running and dodging bullets, she took out a signal transmitter from her space and fired a shot into the sky. Lu Yi, go find Dad. Hearing her command, Lu Yi immediately ran toward the mountaintop. Finally, she reached the wooden climbing frame area where Lu Qi and Lu Ba usually played. She hugged Chu Yi and hid behind a large wooden post. Her breathing was still unsteady, so she quickly took out her walkie-talkie. There's on the mountain north of the base. Everyone find cover. Grandpa, you all hurry back inside. She sent several messages in a row, trembling as she tightly held Chu Yi. Luckily, Chu Yi was brave. At this moment, her eyes were full of curiosity, not fear. There was a constant sound of bullets hitting the wooden stakes behind her. She couldn't understand what was happening. When she felt the stakes about to be pierced through, Fu Xiaoxiao quickly placed a piece of metal in front of her. As soon as she did, she heard the sound of bullets hitting the metal, making a clanging noise. The bullets ricocheted away in different directions. At that moment, the walkie-talkie crackled with Lu Haomin's anxious voice. Xiao. Are you okay? Wait for me. Don't be afraid.
I'm fine.
I'm not in danger. Please stay safe. Once she was safe, she finally had time to think about what had just happened. She was sure she didn't sense anyone nearby. The shooter must be far away, at least 2 kilometers away, which made her think it was A. Why was she targeted? Did they want to attack their base? Had they been watching the area? She didn't expect that even a wall 10 meters high couldn't stop someone from spying on them. What should they do? Were the two guards on the wall okay? She hoped they were alert. Lu Haomin, don't come over yet. We can't tell exactly where they are right now. Madam, hide well. We're close to the armory. Leave the counterattack to us. The walkie-talkie crackled again with Pu Tai's voice. It seemed they had already returned. Fu Xiaoxiao pushed down her unease and tried to stay calm. It's okay. Stay safe. They've stopped shooting for now. They might be looking for their next target. She wasn't sure if her guess was right, but it made sense. Actually, she really wanted to go outside and see where the shots had come from. That way, she could find the hiding spot. Even if her stones couldn't reach that far, she could still give her team some information, right? The security team had some special soldiers. Among them, Ma Jingyu and Wei were the best snipers. Wei was even better than Ma Jingyu. If he hadn't been injured and forced to leave the army, he might still be there now. Hearing the soft, gentle voice of Chu Yi, Fu Xiaoxiao gently patted her head. What's wrong? Are you scared? I'm not scared. I'm not scared. Chu Yi hugged her mother's neck, seeming to comfort her. She could feel her mother trembling. Fu Xiaoxiao didn't want to tremble, but Chu Yi was in her arms. She was worried she might not be able to protect her if she wasn't careful. A sound of gunfire hitting an object came from the nearby house. Fu Xiaoxiao quickly looked over nervously. Fortunately, it was just the guards working together to find the position. After seeing them start to move, Fu Xiaoxiao felt less scared. She also wanted to see who was attacking. Was it a person, an organization, or a group of people? Maybe a group of reckless criminals? Anyway, it definitely wasn't good people. Who would attack silently and secretly right away? Were they trying to kill her quickly and then rush in? It all depended on whether she was willing to fight back. Since that was the case, Fu Xiaoxiao immediately stood up. She put on a black cloak and covered Chu Yi inside it. Then she turned her back to them and walked toward the guards. The people behind the house saw her rushing forward and shouted to stop her, but it was too late. Everyone watched as she moved step by step. When the bullets hit her, they suddenly made no sound. Everyone was stunned, unable to believe what they saw. They saw the bullets hit the lady's body, yet she was safe and sound, as if the bullets had never existed. It was like everything was just an illusion. Some people started to doubt their eyes. They rubbed their eyes and looked again, but the result was the same. They tried to explain it, but their minds went blank. They couldn't find any reasonable explanation. Wei quickly realized that the lady was safe. She was probably trying to give them her position. Wei stayed calm. He looked through the scope, carefully tracking the bullet's path to find the faster. Don't come closer. Fu Xiaoxiao stopped Li Xiaobo from rushing toward her. She focused all her senses on herself because she couldn't protect anyone else now. Seeing that she seemed fine, everyone calmed down a bit. Maybe. The lady was wearing a bulletproof vest, but it was still dangerous. What if she got shot in the head? Just as Fu Xiaoxiao was about to reach the back of the house, Wei finally found the enemy's position. He aimed, took a deep breath, and pulled the trigger. A sound like a jet engine roared as Wei's bullet shot out from the gun. He carefully watched through the scope. When he saw the other side move, he knew he had hit them, but they probably weren't dead, just injured. He was about to take another shot, but the opponent quickly retreated and disappeared from view. Why can't he see them now, even though there are no more obstacles on the mountain? Could they have dug a hole? He wanted to shoot again immediately, but he knew that was a big mistake for A. There might be more than one enemy. He had to stay calm and not reveal himself too early. At this moment, patience is key. Honestly, hitting a target over 3.5 kilometers away in such poor light shows how skilled the enemy is. Of course, he is also quite good. When Fu Xiaoxiao quickly moved behind a building, Li Xiaobo finally let out a deep breath. Would shining a spotlight directly at them help in sniping? Fu Xiaoxiao asked directly. She had long-range spotlights in her space. If they shine the light directly, could they surprise the enemy? Would it help them find the target? Li Xiaobo didn't expect her to ask that. Yes, it would. At this moment, The guards finally reached the power switch and turned off all outdoor lights, including the lampshades on the night pearls. The base quickly fell into darkness. Fu Xiaoxiao didn't care if they were surprised. She took out 2 long-range spotlights and spare batteries from her space. After plugging in the power, she handed them to Li Xiaobo. Now it was up to them. All she could do was hide the bullets when they came so they wouldn't be caught off guard and killed. Li Xiaobo was shocked. He thought only the base commander had a space folding device, but he didn't expect his wife to use one too. He didn't ask anything now. He and another teammate quickly found a good position and aimed the spotlights. As soon as the lights turned on, the mountain across was clearly visible. Without telescopes or scopes, they couldn't see much, but the moment the lights appeared, they saw at least 3 reflective points on the other side. Now was the time. Wei and Ma Jingyu quickly reacted. Gunfire rang out repeatedly. Fu Xiaoxiao saw movement on the other side. Someone had been hit, another was unknown, and a third was shot but not killed. She also saw several groups of people quickly leaving the area. It seemed organized, not a reckless action. Who exactly are these people? They look somewhat foreign. Have foreign intruders already entered their territory? So fast? Did other bases fall? Or did they accidentally come here? Fu Xiaoxiao tried to stop the fleeing people, but unfortunately, they were too far away and too fast. She thought she was quite capable, but it seems she still isn't good enough. At this moment, Lu Qi and Lu Ba ran over. Seeing the 2 big figures with their ears up and alert eyes ready to attack, Fu Xiaoxiao knew that Lu Haomin had probably sent them over first. Haomin, don't worry. I'm safe now. I'm with the security team. The walkie-talkie didn't respond from Lu Haomin, but he should be arriving soon. Watching Li Xiaobo and others discuss something, Fu Xiaoxiao decided to send Lu Qi back home to protect the old man and others. Lu Haomin arrived shortly after Lu Yi. As soon as he got close, he checked both of them thoroughly. The mother and daughter seemed fine, but he still felt guilty. This was the 2nd time his incompetence had put his wife in danger. He felt useless. I'm fine, don't worry. Really? Look, Qi is very well behaved. Dad. Hug. Mom was tired from holding her for so long. Lu Haomin quickly took her into his arms, feeling distressed, and also hugged his wife. What happened just now? Tell me everything. He needed to understand how things happened, why his wife sent the signal, and whether the target was specific or if there were other reasons. Fu Xiaoxiao had to recount everything from the beginning. Should we send someone to check it out? She didn't know if the group had already retreated, but she thought she could try to go and see. Being passive felt terrible. We'll discuss it. Stay here and wait. I'll go find the security team. Afterward, he handed Qi back to Fu Xiaoxiao. Qi, be good. Stay here and keep Mom company. Dad will be back soon. He needed to understand the situation on the scene immediately. Fu Xiaoxiao knew that although the situation was urgent, they still needed a plan. Professional matters should be handled by the right people. She would cooperate and do her part. No matter what, they couldn't be careless. After this incident, everyone returned to the underground cave. Except for the guards on the city walls and the monitoring room staff, the guard team decided to split into 2 groups. One group stayed behind to protect everyone, while the other went out. She also wanted to go with everyone, but Lu Haowen wouldn't allow it. He preferred to go himself rather than let her go.
Lu Haowen.
I can go. Xiao is already going. Sister-in-law, I don't mind. This guy really said, if you don't let me go, we'll break up. Lu Haowen looked at her in disbelief. Was he mistaken? Is there really a reason to break up just because things don't go your way? She's just counting on him, huh? Seeing her brother-in-law's hurt expression, Fu Xiaoxiao still spoke up for her friend. Haowen. Qinshi knows her limits. You can try to trust her. She is capable enough to join the guard team. If she weren't not part of the official team, there would be no need to compete for a spot. She might already be a member. Lu Haowen felt very wronged. This woman had never listened to him. Could he stop her? Then I want to go too. Qinshi wanted to say she should stay behind to protect everyone, but Fu Xiaoxiao stopped her. She knew that if she didn't let him go, he wouldn't let Qinshi go either. Everyone needed to grow. Get all your gear on, follow orders, and be careful. Under everyone's watch, the team put on night vision goggles and set out. They split into 3 groups to explore the surroundings. Today's gunfight had happened on this mountain, which had the most people. Fu Xiaoxiao still wore her black cloak. She didn't need night vision goggles. Her eyes directly scanned the opposite mountains. For now, she saw nothing unusual. When they reached the place where the others had been, Li Xiaobo and others quickly checked the traces. Everyone dispersed to examine the area. Fu Xiaoxiao pulled Lu Haomin over to one of the escape routes. She shined her light over and saw only messy footprints. They've stepped here many times and set fire. Hearing this, Fu Xiaoxiao's heart suddenly felt cold. She had never noticed this before. Her vigilance had lowered. It seemed that recent life had made her too comfortable. So comfortable that she didn't notice when someone was watching her. She was too careless, thinking their biggest threat was natural disasters. But it turns out human threats are unavoidable too. She must never let her guard down. Base leader, someone is running down the mountain. Over here too. Should we split up and chase them? Form groups. If the situation changes, we retreat immediately. They're all experienced. They won't panic or lose control now. Without needing instructions from Lu Haomin, the guards automatically split into 2 groups and move in different directions. Fu Xiaoxiao pulls Lu Haomin along and joins one of the teams. She has a feeling that most of these people are heading this way. Everyone quickly follows the footprints to the foot of the mountain. However, the other side is good at counter-surveillance. Their footsteps disappear here, so everyone spreads out carefully to search. Fu Xiaoxiao also carefully observes the surroundings. Here, there are only ice chips and debris, nothing else. No footprints, no vehicle tracks. How is that possible? Li Xiaobo immediately instructs everyone to follow his lead. Fu Xiaoxiao and Lu Haomin also follow closely behind. After passing 2 mountains, the 2 teams unexpectedly meet. It seems they're heading in the right direction. They gather together and continue forward. Wait! Fu Xiaoxiao spots someone and immediately tells everyone to crouch down. There's a guard at the front entrance. Li Xiaobo and the others turn off their devices, unsure if they have been spotted. They look through night vision goggles for a long time, but see no movement. About 5 kilometers away, everyone. What? 5 kilometers? Fu Xiaoxiao realizes that they might not all understand her ability to see so far. Just think of me as having a 1,000-mile view. Everyone. You're the base leader's wife, also a deputy base leader. You call the shots. But is 5 kilometers really that far? Why are they just standing there? Can you see how many people there are? Fu Xiaoxiao studies the scene carefully.
2.
Both holding large machine guns, pretty big. She also remembers that the other side might not see them. She tries to observe near those 2 people. No one nearby, but behind them, there are cars and tents. Wait, no. On the mountain 2 kilometers away, there are also 2 people. I didn't see them earlier because of the angle. They're probably snipers. Hearing this, everyone immediately drops to the ground to avoid being spotted. Li Xiaobo climbs to Fu Xiaoxiao's previous position and looks through the night vision binoculars to check the situation. Ma Jingyu and others quickly set up their rifles to observe as well. People from the beautiful country? Mercenaries? Pirates? He really couldn't think of anyone else who would look like this. If they were ordinary civilians, it wouldn't make sense. They lacked that bloody aura. The other side clearly looked like they had been killing for years. And if Fu Xiaoxiao hadn't said there were people nearby, they wouldn't have thought to stay put or set up an ambush. When they go out, they'll definitely be the first to be attacked. It's really strange that these people appeared here. How did they get through? Li Xiaobo returned to the team to discuss how to position the snipers. Fu Xiaoxiao saw their concern and said, "Actually, if you're worried about making too much noise, I can quietly take them out." Li Xiaobo frowned. This was not a joke. Within 2 kilometers, no can match me. The guards. Do you even listen to what you just said? Chun Shi and Jiang Yusheng understood what Fu Xiaoxiao meant. Jiang Yusheng immediately whispered, "My sister Fu is super powerful. If she says she's confident within 2 kilometers, she's definitely sure. He really wanted to say, "You should have seen my sister Fu's ancient martial arts skills long ago." Wei whispered, "What does Sister Fu plan to do?" Fu Xiaoxiao felt a bit embarrassed now, mainly because she found it awkward to lie like this. "Honestly, I am an inheritor of ancient martial arts. My special move is the picking flowers finger. I'm good at grabbing, controlling, and attacking. Jiang Yuxing isn't just a one-finger zen." Chen Shi. Lu Haomin. The other guards. Lu Haowen. Huh? Fu Xiaoxiao didn't want to explain further. She simply asked, "Do you want to kill them?" Ma Jingyu and the others hesitated, not because they doubted whether to kill, but because of Fu Xiaoxiao's confidence. Her skill. Since they were going to kill these people, Fu Xiaoxiao didn't waste time. She shot out 10 tiny stones about the size of soybeans, worried that the distance might weaken the force. Actually, she overthought it. The 2 men didn't even have time to react before several stones hit their foreheads. They immediately collapsed, lifeless. Everyone was confused. What just happened? Wow. Wei looked through the scope and saw that the 2 men had already tilted their heads. Jingyu Ma immediately raised his scope to look, exclaiming, "Wow." After 2 people said that, others became less calm. They all asked what was happening. A few minutes later, everyone's eyes focused on Fu Xiaoxiao. Fu Xiaoxiao. She was already wearing a big cloak, so why did it seem like everyone could still see her inside? "I told you, I learned ancient martial arts skills. They're a bit weak now, but I will definitely be able to shoot farther in the future." The guards? Yeah, very weak, super weak. They were all useless. Who saw her make a move? Who? Looking at the calm demeanor of the base leader and the others like Qin Shi and Jiang Yuxing, they realized they had known all along. That's right, Jiang Yuxing and the others used to follow the base leader's wife. Lu Haowen pulled down his mask. He needed to calm down. He finally understood what Fu Xianxian had said earlier, that everyone was relying on his sister-in-law for protection. He hadn't seen much before and thought it was just a sister filter. Now, he also wanted to latch onto her, okay? "Sister-in-law, how do you think my bones look?" Qin Shi slapped the back of his head. "I haven't even learned to line up behind you." Lu Haowen. What should he do if his girlfriend has a violent streak? No, wait. She only has a violent streak towards him. Lu Haomin ignored them. "Let's make a plan to go to the next point. Stop bothering your wife all the time." The guards. They hadn't even asked anything yet, just admired her silently. Li Xiaobo and the others quickly made a plan of action, preparing to split into teams for on-the-spot reconnaissance. Fu Xiaoxiao listened nearby, eagerly absorbing knowledge about scouting. Seeing her so hardworking, Lu Haomin felt a surge of pride. His wife was really amazing. He decided he would never go back to relying on others for support. This time, they didn't kill the 2 people at the intersection directly. Instead, Li Xiaobo and Ma Jingyu led people to sneak over and capture them alive. When they tied the 2 up, they were still wide-eyed and struggling. Fu Xiaoxiao saw that their clothes had been stripped, probably because they were wearing them over their own. Lu Haomin didn't bother with politeness. He directly aimed his gun at one person's temple. "Don't move," he said in a teasing, creepy tone, like a twisted killer. The person immediately stopped struggling, but their chest was still heaving, and their frightened eyes looked like they were seeing death. The other person, who wasn't being threatened, also quickly became obedient, with a look of terror on their face. Lu Haomin signaled to the person next to him to pull the object from their mouth. "Lord Death, we didn't know you were targeting us. Please let us go. We won't compete with you. Please let us go." Lu Haomin. "Are they really that scary looking?" Fu Xiaoxiao. "Hey, are they bullying me because I can't understand?" Then, Fu Xiaoxiao felt that Lu Haomin's aura changed. He looked more intense, almost like a villain. Fu Xiaoxiao. What is going on with all this chatter? She could already tell Lu Haomin was starting to act dramatically. So, what is she now? An assistant to a boss? Just standing there should be fine, right? No. I told you. Wow, she understood 2 more words. She looked at the others. Everyone was pretending well, completely covered up except for their eyes, holding guns, standing still like terrorists. Look at how well Li Xiaobo and Ma Jingyu coordinated. Their fighting stance looked almost crazy. When Lu Haomin stabbed that person in the shoulder with his knife, it looked like he was a crazy person, so cool and intense. Fu Xiaoxiao. Oh my gosh, why does she have these thoughts? Has she become a pervert too? Her values are all over the place now, eh? When they were torturing those two people to the limit, Lu Haomin waved his hand, and someone dragged them aside to continue questioning. Fu Xiaoxiao. Why does she feel like Lu Haomin has turned into a villainous boss? Lu Haowen. I think we can just go along with it and see what happens. We can ask some details before taking action. Li Xiaobo. Let's finish this first, then we can study it carefully. Qinshi nudged Fu Xiaoxiao's shoulder. Hey, did you understand? Fu Xiaoxiao. I understood. Qinshi was about to ask more. Fu Xiaoxiao. I understood. No. Qinshi. Alright, you haven't kept secrets from me and we're still good friends. Jiang Yusheng whispered. It's okay, I didn't understand either. My English is only level 4. Fu Xiaoxiao and Qinshi, who had been stabbed in the heart, just looked at each other silently. One never took the test, and the other took it but forgot everything. Seeing them discuss and start to act, Fu Xiaoxiao finally couldn't hold back and pulled Lu Haomin aside to ask what was going on. He explained, these people are mercenaries from the United States and the Squid Country. They came here because someone gave them information, but I don't know the details. Hearing this, Fu Xiaoxiao felt things were getting more complicated. Then what about you earlier? He seemed to think we were from another group. The leader of that group is 2 people in black cloaks, called the Grim Reaper. They're more powerful than this team, Fu Xiaoxiao. Is it really that dramatic? She only wore the cloak because she was too lazy to take it off, and it was really warm. Lu Haomin wore his cloak thinking it might help block the wind if it got cold. So, he was begging for mercy earlier. Yes, the leader of the Grim Reaper group seems to be a bit of a pervert, Fu Xiaoxiao. What does this mean? Was it all just a coincidence? No wonder Lu Haomin only said the first sentence, and they were so scared. He must have hit the key point about the pervert. They've been scouting our base for about half a month. The first ones came over more than a month ago. Hearing this, Fu Xiaoxiao's hair stood on end. They had been watched and monitored right under everyone's noses for so long? And no one noticed? That's terrifying. What is there worth scouting at our place? She couldn't understand. These 2 know little. We can only find out by attacking their camp. Could it be? Did they expose the space-related stuff? Lu Haomin shook his head. I'm not sure, but I didn't hear him mention anything about that earlier. It was probably about other matters like supplies. He thinks I also want this target, so he wants to give it to us and let them go. This matter is becoming more and more strange. It seems like they see us as a big prize to be robbed. And it's all because of the intelligence they received. Who gave them this information? After they finally questioned those 2, everyone learned more about the Lord of Death. He is a figure who rose during the end times. No one knows his true identity or nationality. He is cruel and cold. If he wants someone, he takes them without hesitation. If they don't join his group, they are tortured to death. Others can't get close. His presence feels like a nightmare, making people fear and despair in the end of the world. As time passes, his power grows. His group has thousands of people, including over 10,000 followers. The core team is about 100, but wherever they go, people live in fear. In this end of the world, he is like a demon. His playground is this chaos, and everyone knows he has plenty of supplies, food, medical equipment, weapons. These are key to his control over the chaos. People have tried to oppose him, but those who did either disappeared or joined him to do evil. It's truly shocking. Because they are mercenaries, these 2 saw him from afar when they followed their leader into the Lord of Death's territory after the end times. They saw his brutality firsthand. That's why they were so nervous when they thought they saw the Lord of Death earlier. He used to operate mainly in northern Eurasia. They never received news that he came to China, and maybe he did come, but they didn't know. His unpredictable nature means he wouldn't miss the chance when he heard about a strange team in China. Lu Haomin's brow remained tightly furrowed after hearing this. Did they say the message was about our base? Lu Haowen also couldn't figure out who might have leaked such strange information. Could there be a traitor in their base? The signal device has always been managed by the older brother. Without his command, no message can be sent. Could the technicians have betrayed them? However, it seems unlikely that it took nearly 2 months to locate them, as the two mentioned. If their location had been leaked from their side, it shouldn't be so accurate. Maybe the magnetic field during the polar night caused the confusion? Now, we can only catch them all at once to find out the remaining information. But do we have enough people? Should we go back now and gather more? Xiao Xiao softly said. Actually, there's no need to go back.
Just make a good plan.
I told you, within a 2-kilometer radius, not even a mouse can escape. The guards all looked silent. They forgot they are protected by martial arts experts. But if there are more people, can your sister-in-law handle it? Lu Haomin rolled his eyes at his younger brother. Unfortunately, it was too dark and his hood covered his face, so Lu Haowen didn't see. Are you questioning my sister-in-law's skills? Lu Haowen. He was just asking. Does this wife protector have to be so serious? I'm just worried she might get tired. Qin pulled him back. Enough. You haven't seen Xiao Xiao fighting fiercely. Our Hualu small team has all experienced it firsthand. Even 10 teams can't compare to Xiao Xiao. She was so confident. Otherwise, whose thigh wouldn't want to be hugged? Everyone's eyes turned to Xiao Xiao. Is she a martial arts master? No, she's a killing terminator. All those unknown, twisted death gods are nothing compared to her. Jiang Yusheng also tried to praise Xiao Zhao's heroic deeds. The admiration in his small eyes seemed to shine even in the dark environment. Since that's the case, everyone decided to work together and go straight to capture them. Their location has already been exposed. As long as they plan well, taking them down in one go shouldn't be a problem. Xiao Xiao took out a lunchbox. Everyone had been working hard, and they must be hungry. Seeing the hot food, everyone expressed thanks to the base leader. After all, the folding device was Lu Haomin's, and everyone thought he was the one who brought it out. Xiao Xiao didn't mind at all. She also took a box and sat nearby listening to them while eating and strategizing. After eating and drinking enough, everyone put on night vision goggles and set out according to plan. The mercenaries were in an underground garage. Fu Xiaoxiao saw several lookouts nearby. After telling Li Xiaobo and others, she quietly waited for their action. Almost 10 minutes passed. Just when everyone thought it would take longer, a red flashed. Success. Then, one after another, the lookouts were taken out. The group quickly moved closer to the garage. Just as they prepared to continue, a loud burst of gunfire erupted from inside, wildly shooting outward. Fu Xiaoxiao's head was almost shot through, and she broke out in cold sweat. They had been exposed. She tightly held Lu Haomin's arm. Everyone quickly found cover to avoid the enemy's fire. Without saying a word, they started fighting. It seemed the enemy was strong too, able to notice the danger in this environment. Fu Xiaoxiao focused and managed to block all the bullets heading toward them. It was her first time handling so many projectiles at high speed. Really a tough test. Both sides exchanged fire fiercely, fighting intensely. Give me the rocket launcher. Lu Haomin shouted quickly. Fu Xiaoxiao hurriedly took it out. Boom. Oh, she even heard several foreign words shouted inside. One shot caused the building above to collapse into the basement. The sudden attack made the enemy's heavy fire stop instantly. Then, a mushroom cloud rose from the underground. Fu Xiaoxiao got up from the ground, staring in shock at the scene. Just one rocket. Was it that powerful? It was like a shoulder-mounted weapon. Probably destroyed the weapon storage, Lu Haomin explained as he pulled her back. It seemed there was no way to take prisoners for questioning now.
Fu Xiaoxiao.
Was this too reckless? She hadn't even started yet. Don't go over. Let Ma Jingyu and the others handle it, he said. He didn't want his wife near these dangers. He'd rather go himself, but he knew she'd follow if he left. So, it was better to stay here and wait. Check if anyone is hurt, he added. Seeing Jiang Yusheng nearby, Fu Xiaoxiao immediately asked him to check the situation. After everyone had been close earlier, the mushroom cloud was no joke. Looking at the bright flames, everyone felt a bit uneasy. They thought the fight had been settled too quickly. Most of the guards were from special forces. They had just started to feel like they were back in the field when they fired a few shots and it was over. It was like being constipated for a long time, finally feeling the urge to go, only to realize it was just a. It was so frustrating. So during the search, everyone was holding their breath, willing to make mistakes rather than miss anyone. In the ruins, after everyone bandaged their wounds and there were no serious injuries, Fu Xiaoxiao turned to check on the captured mercenaries, eager to see Lu Haomin's strange interrogation methods. Sigh, her worldview was shaken. But after watching for a few minutes, forget it, she decided to go find Qin Shi. The scene was a bit too intense for her, and since she couldn't understand much anyway, it was better to rest. It was almost midnight, and she was starting to feel sleepy. Seeing Qin Shi sitting at the staircase, Fu Xiaoxiao didn't hesitate and took out 2 padded cushions. It's so cold. How can you sit there? Qin Shi shrugged. It's okay. It's not as cold as the deep winter, just a bit chilly. I can handle it. Still, she placed 1 cushion under her. What do you think those people are? Do they like our base's location? Fu Xiaoxiao wasn't sure either. After we finished building everything, they just sat back and enjoyed it. They're dreaming. Hey, sister, you're starting to sound a bit like a villain. She wondered if Lu Haomin's acting was influencing her. Fu Xiaoxiao. Forget it. Let's make a fire. She was wearing a nano-insulation suit and a warm cloak, so she didn't feel cold. But others might. Fu Xiaoxiao let loose. With Lu Haomin's earlier hints, even if they saw her conjure something, they wouldn't be too surprised. They might even think she could use space magic. They quickly gathered some charcoal and firewood, and others hurried to help. Big sister Fu, you just relax, we got this. Of course, there was no way they'd let the boss do all the work. Everyone is now calling Jiang Yuxing Sister Fu, which sounds more powerful and better than Madam of the Base, or Base Commander Fu. Calling her Sister Fu makes everyone feel closer. Xiao feels helpless, but goes along with it. Soon, Lu Haomin and others come out, leaving the remaining people to continue questioning. How did it go? Xiao immediately offers several sofas for them to rest. It's late at night, and everyone is very tired. Besides the injured who lean on the side to warm up and rest, some send a team outside to check for any escapees. The others wait for the interrogation to finish. Seeing his wife still not resting, Lu Haomin feels a bit worried. He takes off his cloak and covers her. Are you cold? She shakes her head, so he sits down and briefly shares the information he just learned. Qin Shi gasps in surprise. She finds this all too unbelievable. Xiao asks, so, our Chinese base sent out a message before the polar night, revealing the coordinates nearby. It says that our wealthy people stockpiled enough supplies for a province or a city and built a fortress here that can withstand any disaster. Who has such quick information? But she has never mentioned how much supplies she has in front of anyone. Only Qin Shi and she know about a previous supply point, and Lu Haomin knows what she collected in Shangguang City. Even Fu Xianxian doesn't know exactly how much she has. Lu Haomin pulls her closer. It's not our base that sent the message. They say it's their intelligence agents at Shangguang base. They probably don't know about the space folding device, but they couldn't verify our situation before the polar night. When they tried to confirm the supplies, the signal went out after the polar night began, so they sent people here to check. The other side has observed for a long time and saw that they are well-fed, living freely, and even have pets. So they believe the supplies are truly abundant. If it weren't for the city walls, they would want to attack directly. Yesterday, they even planned to assassinate the leader first to cause chaos in the base. After hearing about the assassination plan, Xiao is shocked. How did they know I was the target? Right now, Lu Haomin's anger was quite strong. The news says it's a family of 3, with a child about 1 year old. The couple even has photos. But the photos weren't with them. This group was made up of several mercenaries and a band of outlaws, all sent directly on a mission to lead the attack. Their organization and leader were still waiting for news in the country. Fu Xiaoxiao broke out in a cold sweat. If the first shot had been at Chu Yi, the consequences. Feeling her fear, Lu Haomin gently lifted her onto his lap. Don't be afraid. Nothing has happened, right? Almost.
Just a little more.
Lu Haomin also felt a wave of fear. If it hadn't been for his wife's special abilities, the scene at that moment could have had terrible results. Next to them, Qinshi was annoyed at the thought that someone might have leaked information about their base. Who the heck was so untrustworthy? Lu Haowen also frowned, thinking about the situation in Shangguang City. Could it be an enemy of the government? But at this moment, why would anyone do such a thing? It's a shame they couldn't get a signal now, so they didn't know how their grandfather and uncles were doing. Otherwise, they might have learned some news. But if it was an enemy of the government, why wouldn't they act first in Huagua? Why go so far away? To eliminate them without leaving any clues? It didn't seem likely. Now, under the cover of the longest night, doing anything was difficult. The United States should be experiencing continuous daylight, and the country probably the same. Could it be extremely hot? Did they travel so far just to change locations? He just couldn't believe it. The others also shared their opinions. After listening, Lu Haomin started to have some ideas. There's no such thing as a thief who isn't worried about being robbed. This matter needed to be discussed carefully with everyone when they returned. He also wondered how Dong Zhuixi and the others were doing with their nearby checks. Be good, rest for a while. We'll go back tomorrow. Lu Haomin didn't want her to overthink. He knew that as long as he was there, she would feel more at ease and fall asleep more easily. Fu Xiaoxiao wasn't sleepy at all now. Maybe her focus was so intense she hadn't relaxed yet. But to avoid worrying him, she simply covered herself with a cloak, leaning on his shoulder to rest. However, her anger was growing stronger inside. She felt uncomfortable and wanted to eliminate all hidden dangers. Perhaps sensing her sense of security from his scent, Fu Xiaoxiao soon fell asleep. Lu Haomin carefully moved her onto his lap. Brother, do you think we should go back to Shangguang to take a look? Lu Haowen was a bit worried. Lu Haomin adjusted his wife's position before replying. The situation isn't clear yet. Let's discuss it after we return. But everyone else looked at him. I want to destroy that group's hideout. Hearing this, everyone immediately woke up. If they could succeed, it would be a big relief. But is there enough manpower? When everyone returned to the base, it was already the next afternoon. Seeing that everyone was safe, the people at the base finally relaxed. DeLong, are you hurt? Fan Xiangyi was the first to notice his hand wrapped like a rice dumpling. Wanda Long looked a bit embarrassed. It's nothing, just a small cut. I didn't notice it at the time. He wasn't very alert. Now, everyone saw some guards' clothes were torn, indicating that the mushroom cloud earlier was caused by their own people. Lien Yi quickly took some people to check on the injured, making sure there were no lasting effects that could affect their future life. The Lu family also hurried over to check. Seeing everyone was fine, they felt relieved. First of the month immediately broke free from Grandma's hug and rushed to Mom, holding on tightly and not letting go. Fu Xiaoxiao chuckled. What are you doing? Mom's back, isn't she? She's not hurt, you can see that, but first of the month didn't listen. She buried her head in her mom's neck and refused to get up. Qin Yujiao sighed helplessly. Since yesterday, after you all left, she's been looking for you. No matter how we tried to comfort her, she wouldn't listen. In the end, Lu Ba helped calm her down. Fu Xiaoxiao was stunned. This was the first time first of the month acted like this. She had left before, so why was she so upset now? Could it be that she sensed her parents were in danger? Seeing Lu Haomin and the others preparing to discuss matters, Fu Xiaoxiao decided to take first of the month home to comfort her properly. Without her needing to say anything, Lu Ba and the others happily followed her home. The nearby area had already been checked. Because of this incident, the base had raised its defense levels several times. All remote and close-range surveillance, alarms, and automated weapons had been installed. As long as no large weapons like missiles or bombs were used to attack, the base was as strong as a fortress. Everyone had already resumed their normal lives on the ground. Fu Xiaoxiao opened the door and turned on the lights and heater on the first floor. She sat directly on the sofa, watching her child, Chu Yi, in the same position as always. She softly asked her little one. Chu-yi? Let mommy see if my little baby is doing well. Thinking of mommy, listening to her child's soft voice, Fu Xiaoxiao felt very tender inside. Mommy is back. Be good, little one. Wanna go? With mommy. Fu Xiaoxiao was surprised. Her little one's speech was becoming clearer. Chu-yi suddenly sat up straight and looked at her mother with a sad face.
Go.
Mommy. Together. Go, Fu Xiaoxiao. Chu-yi, do you mean you want to go wherever mommy goes? She thought her little one wouldn't understand, but she saw her nodding seriously.
Yes.
That's right. This time, Fu Xiaoxiao was truly speechless. Her child was so young, yet could understand so much. At this moment, Lu Wu and Lu Lu also squeezed into Fu Xiaoxiao's arms, meowing as if they wanted to go too. On the left side of the sofa, Lu San was lying down. On the right side, Lu Si. At her feet, Lu Yi and Lu Er were lying down, and behind the sofa, Lu Qi and Lu Ba were resting. All the animals surrounded Fu Xiaoxiao, making sounds like meow, woof, whimper. She felt like she was in a fairy tale, as if she were the queen of the animal kingdom. Fu Xiaoxiao started to take her child seriously. Chu-yi, mommy only goes out when she has something important to do. Isn't it better for you to stay at home and play happily with your brothers and sisters? Chu-yi, no, Fu Xiaoxiao. Chu-yi, with mommy.
Go.
Together, she gently hugged her little one and softly comforted her. She hadn't expected her child to understand so much. Her little one was only a little over 1 year old. She thought back to her son Shishi, who was about 1 year old then. At that time, Shishi was just learning to walk, and her parents hadn't even called his name yet. But Chu-yi, who was not even 1 year old, was already walking steadily. Sometimes, she even answered adults' questions. Now, her logic seemed quite clear. Does Chu-yi know what mommy is doing? What is mommy doing? Chu-yi hesitated for a long time before finally saying 2 words, bad guy, Fu Xiaoxiao. Her Chu-yi seemed a little different. Chu-yi, are you saying that mommy might meet a bad person when she goes out? First your thought for a long time, and then said, fight. Mom goes out to fight the bad guys, right? Yes. Fight. Bad guys. Together. First year wants to go out with mom to fight the bad guys. Together, Xiao Fu was a bit unsettled. Is this still a normal 1-year-old child? Could it be because she hasn't seen a high IQ child before? Is he too smart? Meow. Lu Sanji's voice sounded like he was saying, I want to go too. Then around them there were all kinds of coaxing sounds. Xiao Fu thought, have you forgotten that animals can't become spirits after the founding of the country? Woof, Xiao Fu. That Lu Haomin came back from a meeting and saw a scene with 1 big and 1 small, plus Lu Ba, all sleeping on the living room floor. Were they so tired they couldn't even go upstairs? Carefully, he approached the mother and daughter under Lu Ba's watch, and found both of them wide awake, not sleeping. Lu Haomin felt a bit helpless. Why are you lying here? Xiao Fu waved at him, inviting him to lie down together. The living room was warm, and they had a super thick blanket underneath, so she wasn't worried about feeling cold. We took a nap. Actually, it was quite comfortable. Lu Haomin, our first year, seems a bit different. She's so smart. Lu Haomin took off his cloak and placed it on the sofa, then gently pushed Lu Ba aside and lay beside first year. How is she different? Xiao Fu told him about her previous conversation with first year, and he wasn't surprised at all. Yeah, follow me. Xiao Fu. That Lu Haomin patted her head. When I was over 1 year old, I could recite poems, though I don't remember now. Xiao Fu. Does that mean first year hasn't started memorizing poems yet, and she's less smart because of that? Dad, get up. Lu Haomin pinched her little nose. Get up? What do you mean? Go. Later, Lu Haomin. After patiently talking with his daughter for a while, Lu Haomin finally noticed something different. He sat up and picked first year onto his lap. First year, do you know where Dad wants to go? First year mumbled a few words and finally thought of a word. Outside. Do you know what we're going outside for? Lu Haomin's eyebrows furrowed. Fu Xiaoxiao knew he was starting to care. First year, if Dad and Mom go out for a while, can you be good and stay here with Grandpa, Grandma, and Great-Grandpa until we come back? No. No, no, no. The little one suddenly hugged Dad and started crying. Lu Baiji also came over, sniffling and rubbing against Dad. They all wanted to go too. Lu Haomin. Captain, can you ask the base leader to bring more people? After morning exercises, everyone gathered around Pu Tai, chattering nonstop. Mainly because the higher-ups had finally decided after several days of meetings to actively look for opportunities abroad. Everyone wanted to go, but unfortunately, only 10 people were chosen after today's selection. They all felt that was too few. Pu Tai had no choice. The base leader decided, whether I'm captain or not later, just show your strength. Today, not only did they select team members, but they also tested some previously skipped assessments. Does that mean my wound isn't healed, so I have no hope? Everyone looked at the speaker with sympathy. Some were eliminated, which was good. But 10 people really isn't enough, is it? Pu Tai looked at this person and thought they hadn't seen Fu Jie's abilities. Not to mention bringing 10. If Fu Jie went, even one person would be a burden. Just work harder. If it doesn't work, next time. Anyway, he was determined to win. Others. Isn't that obvious? You also forgot one condition, that your language skills must meet the standard. Everyone. Great, another batch of people eliminated. Well, luckily, we only have a few pilots competing. Seeing this person showing off, aren't you afraid you'll get beaten down? That's better than you hundreds of people fighting for the top 10. We only need to pick 4. When Lu Haomin said that first year wanted to go along, old Master Lu and the others immediately got upset. Seeing Lu Haomin holding first year, they were all very unwilling. She's so young. What does she understand? First year? Not young, old master. You little brat, what do you know? The first-year girl with a pout, crying, great-grandpa is mean. Boo-hoo. The old man felt sad and said gently, good girl, don't cry. Don't cry. You're still young and don't know where mom and dad are going. He took several days to accept that the couple planned to take someone back to fight. Now he couldn't accept the news that the girl also wanted to go. Wasn't that too reckless? Who takes a child to the battlefield? Lu Haomin also knew this was not a good idea. He really didn't want to take his daughter, and if possible, he wouldn't even want to take his wife. But after days of talking, no matter what he said, she refused to get off him. Anyway, the couple had to hold one child each, and no one else. It was as if they were afraid they would run away. The girl hiccuped and cried, I knew it. I want to go too. You don't know anything, the old man snapped, clearly worried. Come here, first-year girl, come to Grandpa. Grandpa will hold you, okay? The girl didn't want to listen. She buried her face in her father's neck and didn't lift her head. Fu Xiaoxiao was helpless. She didn't expect the girl to be so clever and mischievous. Who has a kid this smart? Grandpa, when we leave. She didn't finish her sentence, afraid the little girl would find out their plans. No, bad mommy, the girl shouted. Honestly, the girl was very smart, almost like she had some premonition. That day, Lu Haomin didn't even say where he was going, but the girl guessed it first. She probably knew they wanted to leave quietly before departure. These days, she hadn't let go of their hands even when sleeping. But they weren't visiting relatives or going on a trip. They were doing something dangerous. No matter how much they didn't want to leave her, they couldn't take her along. So, they could only make her stay. The girl screamed loudly, No, no, no. Boo-hoo, I'm going. Her heart-wrenching crying made Xiao Xinran, who just entered, feel very sad. Oh, my dear, what's wrong? After learning the girl's plan, Xiao Xinran was speechless. Is this kid so clever now? She seemed even smarter than the second child. Unfortunately, Grandma couldn't comfort her either. The girl clung tightly to her father, crying harder the more they pulled her away. Fu Xiaoxiao had to give signals to the others. When the girl fell asleep, they would leave quietly. Lu Haoyu entered and saw his grandfather and mother comforting the little one. He thought something was wrong, but he didn't expect. The list is out. He handed the list to his second brother, then sat on the sofa and poured himself a cup of tea to soothe his throat. Lu Haomin saw that Lu Haowen was on the list. Wow, third brother is so strong now. Lu Haoyu. No, I just want to watch over him. Lu Haomin. No, when you were looking for a wife, you just had him follow you. Now he's going out to fight, and you wanted to go too? He's not as strong as me, but he's more steady than you. Lu Haomin. Are you sure? I am the head of the base. Though it's just a title. Chen Shi's going too? Fu Xiaoxiao looked a bit surprised. Usually, Chen Shi's strength and language skills weren't in the top 10, and she didn't hear her say she wanted to go. She said if she couldn't go, she would break up with Haowen. Haowen agreed. Fu Xiaoxiao / Lu Haomin. Old Master Lu. Qiao Xinran. Lu Haomin. Are you sure Chen Shi will stay steady after she joins? Lu Haoyu. But these two are outside the top 10 on the list, so they can just go along to learn more. They can see that Li Xiaobo, Ma Jingyu, Pu Tai, and others who have been team leaders are all there, basically the guards with strong overall abilities that everyone usually sees. Including Lu Haomin and his wife, Lu Haowen and his partner, Dong Zhuixi, Lian Yijian, the pilot, and others, there are 20 people in total, with 2 helicopters. They will first return to the Shangguang base to check the situation. Based on the previous flight routes, it should be fine to go back. After confirming the base's condition, they will fly to the Squid Nation. They want to see if they can find out who released the message. In the past few days, Lu Haomin and the others studied the routes on the map for several days. Through their sources, they also learned about other countries' situations. Squid Nation is also in a tough spot. Now, mainly capitalists, mercenaries, and the military hold power. Ordinary people live like slaves. The United States is similar. The areas near these two countries have the same survival style. They don't know how long this trip will take. From now on, the base will rely on Lu Haoyu and his team, along with the temporary guard captain Bai Yuhua. White Jade Hua made it into the top 10, but unfortunately, her language skills are not good enough. If not, she would definitely be on the list for this trip. Now, she is crying so hard inside the room, being teased by her teammates. Okay, no problem. Everyone get ready. We leave the day after tomorrow. Qi clings to her dad's neck and can't let go. Fu Xiaoxiao is already tired for the little one. They have replenished all the supplies at the base. Fu Xiaoxiao and her companion plan to fly out overnight after the little one falls asleep. They don't know how this kid predicted everything, but before they could leave, he stubbornly held onto Lu Haomin and let out a loud, heartbreaking cry that echoed throughout the entire base, impossible to soothe. The two of them originally planned to leave quietly. Everyone was reluctant to pull the little kid's small hand away, which was turning red from being held so tightly as if it might break. Seeing this, everyone was truly shocked. Fu Xiaoxiao couldn't hold back anymore. Qi, don't cry. Mommy will take you. The 3 of us will go together, neatly. Everyone was stunned by her words. Lu Haomin also didn't want to let go of her. Okay, I promise you, we'll go together. When Qi heard both of them promised, her tears immediately stopped, leaving only 2 sad little strings hanging. Now, the elders from both families started to tear up, but unfortunately, Qi wouldn't listen. She clung tightly to her dad and refused to let go. They exchanged glances, seeing determination in each other's eyes. Having one more child really puts everyone under pressure, but if they can't even protect their daughter, what's the point? It's better to stay at the base and defend passively. Everyone couldn't persuade these 3 stubborn donkeys, so they could only ask the accompanying team members to watch carefully, especially Lu Haowen, who was given a heavy responsibility by his whole family. Lu Haowen. He really felt a lot of pressure. Chen Shi. It's okay, I feel a lot of pressure too. After a day and a half of repairing and adjusting their routes, the 2 helicopters finally arrived at the Shangguang City base. When they were about 10 kilometers away from Shangguang City, they found that the signal was working. So, actually, when they were closer, the signal was available. Does the magnetic field affect the signal when they are farther away? When they found the signal, Lu Haomin immediately contacted his uncle at the base. The situation was better than they expected, with no signs of a coup or uncontrollable outbreaks. After sending the landing request, everyone prepared to disembark. This time, Lu Haomin planned to go down with only a few people, while others waited on the plane. Dong Zhuixi also prepared to visit her family briefly. After putting on protective suits, Lu Haomin and his team boarded the vehicle sent by his uncle to pick them up once the plane stopped. Seeing that the entire area was still being disinfected, Xiao Xiao knew that the pandemic hadn't ended just because the long night had arrived. Even without the sources of infection, it would still take some time to fully control the situation. When they arrived at their uncle's home, Lu Haomin and the others finally saw their grandfather. They finished disinfecting before entering inside. "Grandpa."
Good.
"As long as you're all safe." Seeing his grandchildren and their spouses safe and sound, Grandpa Qiao's old face lit up with a smile. But when he saw the little one in his arms, he became a bit restless. "Why is Qi back too?" "Oh, come here, let me see you, great-grandpa." Lu Haomin wanted to hand the child over to his grandfather, but unfortunately, the little one didn't want to. "Grandpa, she's upset right now. I'll show her to you later." He patted the child's bottom. "Be good, call him great-grandpa." Chui slowly turned her little head around. Although she was wrapped up tightly, her adorable charm was still obvious. What did Dad say?" "Great-grandpa." Good. "Chui, be good." Old people often like the soft, cute look of children. Looking at his aging grandfather, Lu Haomin felt a strange feeling in his heart. He wanted to bring his grandfather back to Chuxiao base with them, but he couldn't do so now because the situation at the base wasn't resolved yet. "Grandpa, once I finish handling everything, you can come back with us to our base." Grandpa Qiao patted him. "It's okay. As long as you're all safe, that's enough. I'm old now, and staying here is fine." "Grandpa, Dad always looks for someone to play chess with when he's bored. He keeps mentioning you." Hearing this, the old man sighed. In the past, they used to be close, and the two bad chess players would often play together. "How is your grandfather doing now?" Feeling energetic and having fewer thoughts makes the mind feel young. "By the way, Grandpa, this is my girlfriend, Qinshi." Lu Haowen directly introduced Qinshi to old Master Qiao. This girl seems familiar." "Good, you've grown up. It's time to find a good partner." Qinshi felt a bit shy listening to this. She really felt a bit old to be chasing after younger people. At this moment, Qiao Bingran, dressed in a military uniform, entered. Qiao Bingran waved his hand. "What's the reason for your return this time?" He didn't think his nephew came back just to visit them. Lu Haowen didn't waste words and directly told him what had happened before. Now, even old Master Qiao looked serious. "This is a serious matter." Qiao Bingran suddenly remembered something. "Actually, before the signal was cut off, we intercepted a message sent outward, but it was incomplete. When we went to find it, the place was already empty. I wonder if it's related." Everyone looked at him. One man was captured, and a woman was killed. Hearing this, Lu Haowen suddenly stood up. Fu Xiaoxiao quickly comforted him. Qiu Yi also hugged her father tightly, worried he might miss something. Lu Haowen had to hold the little girl and sit back in his seat, but he was still very angry. With all this information, everyone could see clearly this was a conspiracy against the couple. Who could they be? Qinshi also felt a bit unsettled now. Enemies? But why target a couple? Besides, she didn't think Fu Xiaoxiao would offend anyone enough to be chased and attacked. Could it be because of my brother's space folding device? This thing is only known by our family. The only others who know are the people at the base. But everyone only learned about it after arriving at the base, and no one intercepted any external messages. Lu Haowen also couldn't understand. Using foreign mercenaries and knowing you have supplies. Even among your relatives, I've checked, and so far, no suspicious people have been found. Fu Xiaoxiao felt things were getting more complicated, and everyone had no clues. Is your place safe now? Do you need us to send some people? Lu Haomin has calmed down now. He gently shakes his head and says, "No need. If something is wrong, they will handle it. They have planted a circle of bombs nearby. If anything suspicious happens, they will act immediately." He trusts that his older brothers and the others are fine. Next, Lu Haomin shares their plan with the uncles. Currently, only the uncles and the younger uncle should be careful. They will go directly to find the clues or seize their supplies if they can't find any leads. Xiao Bingran considers whether their plan is possible. We actually sent 2 teams to the beautiful country before to bring back a medical team that studied disasters. Normally, our medicine works well for regular outbreaks, but this time, the epidemic is special, so we need them. However, the rescue teams haven't returned yet, and there's no news. Since the situation is unclear now, I don't agree with you going. No one knows how chaotic things are over there now. At least, when there was signal, it was already very messy. People we caught said that in the beautiful country, there's a death organization that has grown to thousands of members. Xiao Bingran didn't expect them to have received this news too. They exchange information based on what they know. Oh, by the way, I have something for you this time, Lu Haomin says. After he finishes, Xiao Xiao places a box in front of him. Lu Haomin opens it. It seems you still have some flying objects that haven't been dealt with. This is for you. Inside are poisons they previously experimented with. Whether the uncle uses them or continues studying them isn't his concern. Lu Haomin understands why the uncle doesn't want them to go. Even professional teams can lose contact, so how can they all come back safely? Even if they aren't going to the same place, the neighboring country isn't far away. But they decided to go because Xiao Zhao's support gives them confidence. The couple has studied this plan many times. With Xiao Zhao's special abilities, if they can't fight, they can run. That gives them confidence. So, they aren't worried. How much they can do and how thoroughly they can take down those people depends on the situation. Since they couldn't be persuaded, and this time the matter was directed at them, and knowing their plans, Xiao Bingran didn't stop them. But when he saw the young girl in their arms, he asked, "Don't tell me you're bringing the child along. What kind of joke is this?" "Uncle is mean." She understood that he didn't want her to go. Xiao Bingran was surprised. "No, Xiaoyi, do you understand what uncle is saying?" Xiaoyi replied, "Together. With Dad." Together. The couple briefly explained to Xiaoyi, "She can't be separated from us. If we didn't have confidence, we wouldn't leave." No matter how much they talked, it seemed like nonsense. Unfortunately, the couple was just as stubborn as Xiaoyi. Lu Haowen and another person stood nearby, silent like quails. The 2 teammates they brought along also just watched quietly, acting like decorations. Helpless, Xiao Bingran could only think about bringing more people, but unfortunately, Lu Haomin refused, saying, "Too many people. I can't handle them." Old Mr. Qiao and his son looked at each other, speechless. Why does it seem like he's such an unreliable leader? "Xiao Xiao, keep an eye on him," Old Mr. Qiao said earnestly to Xiao Xiao. He was quite worried. Xiao Xiao sighed. Honestly, what has her husband done in front of the elders? Doesn't anyone trust him? "Grandpa, don't worry. Isn't third brother here too?" Lu Haomin said. "Husband, I'm right here with you." Lu Haomin understood the message he wanted and immediately told everyone to set off. Because of the message intercepted in Shangguang City, Lu Haomin, though still angry inside, managed to suppress his feelings. He quickly ordered everyone onto a medium-sized helicopter, with 4 pilots taking turns flying. He wanted to reach the destination as fast as possible, not wanting to rest for a moment. Xiao Xiao knew what he was angry about. She was also very upset. Killed her? Fine. But ordering the children not to be spared? That was different from the chaos and killing on the spot. She wanted to see who was really not letting anyone go. At this moment, the couple held hands without speaking, both holding back their anger, ready to release it. "Papa, love," Lu Haomin said. Lu Haomin was silent. The warmth from home was so comforting. Until they reached the extreme night zone, everyone was only wearing 2 pieces of clothing. Watching the increasingly clear sea surface, everyone's hearts gradually lifted, as if being tightly held by an invisible hand, unable to relax. In the vast ocean without a navigation system, if you don't control the direction well, it's like groping in the dark, easily losing your way. At this moment, Fu Xiaoxiao's skills came into play. She had been observing the location points mentioned by others. After the global earthquake, many small islands that were previously there disappeared or shifted, and new reefs and mountain groups appeared suddenly. Besides stopping to refuel and rest, the helicopter had been flying constantly. After more than 40 hours of flight, they finally saw a large landmass. Fu Xiaoxiao directed the helicopter to land in a deserted area. Everyone had changed into clothes suitable for the current temperature. Besides carrying a submachine gun, each person also carried 2 pistols and a short knife, with emergency supplies on their backs in case they got lost. Fu Xiaoxiao packed up the helicopter and released several off-road vehicles. Then, everyone headed east. What they didn't know was that half an hour after they left, a group of armed men arrived at the helicopter's landing site in a jeep. Seeing the route heading east, they immediately followed. Looking at the already broken streets, the group didn't stop. The weathered sand and stones showed that this place had become a no-man's land. Fu Xiaoxiao couldn't read what was written on the faded signs, but it was clear that this area used to be a prosperous place. She never expected her first trip abroad to happen under such circumstances. The 4 vehicles continued until they reached the foot of a mountain and then stopped. After packing up the vehicles, Fu Xiaoxiao dug a tunnel at the foot of the mountain. Once everyone was down, she filled the ground with soil. The group that had been following Fu Xiaoxiao's convoy suddenly lost the trail and couldn't continue. They had to split up and keep searching, but no one expected that someone could actually hide underground. Everyone was now following behind Fu Xiaoxiao and her team, who held glowing pearls. Watching her dig and fill the soil, Qinshi adjusted her oxygen mask, really wanting to go up and hold her best friend's hand. She wondered, was there anyone stronger than her? Groundhogs only dig holes. What about this? Fu Xiaoxiao, the underground master? All members of the guard team didn't really understand how this principle worked. After all, they used a space-folding device to open the way in front, so how could the back be filled in? It can only be said that this technology has surpassed their understanding. When Fu Xiaoxiao found a spot, she paused. It seems like there's a wall behind. That was the place. Following Lu Haomin's instructions, Fu Xiaoxiao collected all the soil, leaving only the wall area. Everyone dispersed and followed their previous orders. In areas near the soil layer, besides leaving stairs, Fu Xiaoxiao dug out all the dirt around the wall. After that, it was no longer her strong suit. She saw about a dozen people, including the pilot, starting to figure out what was behind the wall. Fu Xiaoxiao thought of something and searched in the space for a while before finding what she needed. Unfortunately, only the 2 of them had poor foreign language skills here. Qinshi looked at the name on the box, and his eyes lit up. You have this too? Why didn't you bring it out earlier, Fu Xiaoxiao? Could she say she just remembered? She didn't know if she had it. She mainly just grabbed things quickly when collecting supplies before. Lu Haowen stretched his neck and saw a real-time foreign language translator. Qinshi. What for? You don't need it. Lu Haowen. He was just curious. The 2 illiterates ignored the looks from the people around them and started to figure out how to use it. It seems like it needs to connect to the internet. After reading the instructions, Fu Xiaoxiao was disappointed. She thought she could use it directly. No, it says it can work without internet, but you need to switch it to a certain mode. Then we probably have to speak to it directly. Qinshi? Okay, she didn't understand either. Lu Haomin took the device, studied it briefly, then handed it to Fu Xiaoxiao. Here, try it, Fu Xiaoxiao thought. So fast? She put on the headphones, handed the watch to Lu Haomin to speak. I love you, baby. Fu Xiaoxiao. She didn't need translation to understand that, okay? Come on, Dad. Try to say it. Hearing Dad say that to Mom, the little one immediately started to imitate. Xiaoxiao Fu laughed and said, Love you, baby. However, the translator really works now, just a bit slow because it needs to convert speech into text. This thing isn't very useful. If I don't get any sound, I can't translate anything. Lu Haomin studied it and returned it to Qinshi. Still better than nothing. Qinshi didn't care. It's always better than not understanding at all. Seeing everyone busy, Xiaoxiao Fu simply placed her palm on the wall to sense what was on the other side. Dong Zhuoxi and Lian Yijian looked at her strangely and asked, What are you doing? Qinshi acted as the main translator. Haha, you wouldn't understand. Xiaoxiao is good at using secret tools, has sharp eyesight, and also has good sensing abilities. She can pick up on all sorts of things. Dong Zhuoxi, Lian Yijian, and Lu Haowen looked confused. Lu Haomin saw their puzzled faces, but didn't explain. He felt proud because his wife was so amazing. That should be the dormitory behind here. No one is there for now. Xiao Fu took out a spray bottle and marked the area clearly. Dong Zhuixi, Lian Yijian, Lu Haowen, and the nearby guards looked at her in surprise. How do you know that? They just heard no sound from behind, so they couldn't tell what the place was right away. Xiao Fu drew a map of the entire floor, then moved on to the next level. The people following her saw her mark the dormitory, then the training room, the kitchen, the dining hall, the places with closed doors, animal enclosures, weapon storage, and so on. She even drew a simple floor plan. Earlier, everyone was trying to listen and detect the exact location, but now they just thought, is it really just a matter of reaching out a hand? Are they sure Xiao is just a martial arts expert and not someone who practices magic or spiritual arts? Xiao Fu didn't expect her skills to be so useful. She saved everyone a lot of effort. Should I expand the map a bit more? Everyone was silent. After digging out the underground base, Xiao Fu moved in the oxygen generator, lights, batteries, tables, and chairs. Then they decided to use this place as their temporary base. Lu Haomin directly hugged Chu Yi and entered the floor plan drawn by Fu Xiao into the computer to create a 3D model. At the moment the model appeared, everyone's expressions became very complicated. They originally thought it would take a lot of effort to understand the enemy's hideout, but now, it was like they had a cheat. Especially after she finished speaking and everyone went to double-check, they found that several places really matched what she said. How is Sister Fu so amazing? Dong Zhuixi was truly impressed.
Sister Fu.
I knew you were destined for great things. Haomin, you should thank us. If you hadn't lost, you wouldn't have had the chance to meet Sister Fu and pursue her. Fu Xiao felt a little shy listening to this. Lu Haomin was quite proud. No way, I've always been lucky.
You can't envy that.
I was meant to be with my wife. Everyone else. Qinshi looked at him and could imagine how he chased Xiao back then. Lu Haomin, you just relied on being shameless to win her over. Lu Haomin was not convinced.
What are you talking about?
I clearly relied on my looks. Qinshi, at everyone else. Fu Xiao covered her face. Truly, she was enchanted by charm. Now that they had the map, it was time to act. How about we directly take their supply points and weapon depots first and make them chaos themselves? Fu Xiao thought they should first raid his supplies and see how he would react, then break out. Lu Haowen was confused. Their supply points are being watched. If we dig a tunnel directly, won't we be exposed? Fu Xiao, we can do it remotely. Lu Haowen. Remembering that everyone didn't know she had space powers, she explained, my second brother shared the space folding device's access with me, so I can use some functions. Plus, with my sensing ability, I can try to pick things up remotely. Everyone was wide-eyed. Did they hear right? Remote object retrieval? This is even more unbelievable than sharing access to a space folding device. Can this really be explained by science? This is definitely magic. Sister-in-law, you're actually a fairy descended from the heavens, right? Fu Xiao. She was surprised. How do you know? Finished with a show of false politeness, she said, actually, I am the same, but I am a fairy servant, so I have no magic. Sigh, I didn't expect to be exposed. Well, since everyone is guessed, just take good care of us in the future. Everyone. Fu Xiao sighed helplessly. I don't know why, but I can do this. Alright, do you want me to cast a spell? You decide. Everyone. Alright, I get it. Everyone is an ordinary person, and you are the most special among them. Fu Xiao didn't expect that the more she said this, the more everyone accepted it. Well, she was narrow-minded before. My best friend is really great. Qinshi. That's right. Lu Haomin looked at his wife's proud little expression. She was so cute. After pinching her little nose, he looked at everyone and said, gathering supplies is easy, but we need to confirm if the leader and the group of mercenaries are here, whether there are other armed forces, and how this place operates. Since we're here, I hope to take them all down at once, not leave any loose ends. That's true indeed. Everyone discussed the current terrain and started assigning reconnaissance tasks, trying to find out where those people are through listening devices. After all, the interrogation earlier didn't give detailed information.
Fu Xiao sighed deeply.
If she knew this language, she would be the best person for this task. Everyone shared different opinions. Some suggested interrogating the prisoners to get information. That method is also feasible, but everyone planned to do both underground and on the surface. This prison housed not only mercenary teams and their recruits, but also some capitalists seeking protection and ordinary people on the outskirts. Life was tough for all of them. From previous interrogations, they knew this prison and nearby buildings were the strongest and best preserved parts of the city. After the earthquake, it became the largest refugee gathering place. Later, with continuous natural disasters, it was gradually taken over by mercenary groups and escaped prisoners. Li Xiaobo and a few others disguised themselves as refugees to sneak in and gather information. Ma Jingyu and his team provided cover nearby to prevent any uncontrollable situations. Fu Xiaoxiao and the others were working in the basement. She was trying to find a place to hold only a few people or to keep someone alone. At this time, Chu Yi started giving orders. A small body was struggling to move in one direction. Fu Xiaoxiao felt helpless and checked the area she was told about. She found only one child, not very big, inside. She sensed that he hadn't moved for a long time and that no one else was nearby. After asking Lu Haomin for his opinion, Fu Xiaoxiao decided to bring the child out. Once the location was chosen, Fu Xiaoxiao cleaned the dirt and then prepared the cement floor. She cut the rebar and moved the whole piece into the space. Dong Zhuoxi didn't need help. He climbed up alone and brought the child down. Fu Xiaoxiao saw that the child's clothes were very dirty, as if he had never been washed. She felt sorry for him. After sealing the hole, everyone returned to the previous cave. Dong Zhuoxi placed the child on the ground for Lian Yijian to check. This is too cruel. He has wounds all over his body, probably from being beaten. He's barely breathing now, and his foot is broken. This happened recently, Fu Xiaoxiao gasped. The child looked no older than 10. Who could be so cruel? Beating him is bad enough, but keeping him in such a place? Chu Yi struggled to get down and wanted to see the boy. Maybe we should treat him first, she originally wanted to ask, but now Fu Xiaoxiao felt a bit soft-hearted. She thought she could just find someone else to ask later. Unexpectedly, the little boy on the ground woke up. As soon as he woke, he became alert. He tried hard to crawl on the ground and quickly reached the corner. He seemed surprised to see a different place and didn't recognize anyone. His eyes were full of caution and fear. After pausing for 2 seconds, he spoke in a hoarse voice. "Who are you?" It was rare to understand him. Fu Xiaoxiao was about to reply with, "My name is," but stopped herself. She almost made a mistake and laughed. "Ah, brother," the soft, sweet voice came out. The boy looked toward the sound. At this moment, Lian Yijian stepped forward to talk to the little guy. Even though Lian Yijian tried to be friendly, the boy still looked like a small lion, very cautious. Knowing the schedule, the guy probably won't accept them quickly, so they had to discuss with him. They could help treat his injuries first, otherwise, if they waited too long, he might lose his legs. The little guy's bright blue eyes sparkled with sharpness, as if he was examining the actions and expressions of the person in front of him. His body also tensed up, ready to attack or run away at any moment. Fu Xiaoxiao looked at him with a, "Don't come near me, I won't let you hurt me," expression, which made her feel sad. "Don't be afraid? How do I say that?" Feeling the little guy's gaze, Fu Xiaoxiao felt very awkward. Her vocabulary was too limited, sorry. Maybe because Fu Xiaoxiao looked gentle, the little guy's gaze softened a little. Lian Yicheng said, "Why don't you tell him that I want to treat him? Otherwise, he might not make it through the night." He noticed that the little guy was more friendly toward Fu Xiaoxiao. Fu Xiaoxiao. She said that, but how should she do it? Lu Haomin reminded her to use the translator. Oh, right, the translator could switch languages. "Don't be afraid. We're not bad people. We can help you. Your leg injury is very serious." She clicked to translate. After the mechanical voice finished, Fu Xiaoxiao looked at the little guy with anticipation. The little guy pursed his lips without speaking, carefully observing everyone in this underground cave. This woman is very beautiful and gentle. She doesn't seem like a bad person, but who knows? She speaks Chinese, which he has learned, so he can understand roughly. The man behind her looks quite handsome, but has a somewhat intimidating gaze. The little guy in his arms is quite cute and looks a lot like him, small and tiny. The first man who asked him questions earlier seems to be a doctor. Can he trust him? There's also a cool-looking man behind, who seems capable of fighting. Further back, there's a man and a woman, both looking decent. No way to tell good or bad. On the other side, there are two people holding guns. You're probably feeling very uncomfortable now, right? We have a doctor who can help treat you. If you don't get treatment, it might be too late. The mechanical voice translated the woman's words again. Finally, the little guy spoke. What do you want to know? He didn't let everyone know he could understand their language, so he still spoke in his original language. Upon hearing his words, Lien Yuqing responded irritably. No matter what we want to know, you can't tell us now. Do you believe that if you say 2 more words, you'll soon be out of breath? The little boy. Maybe he was just too uncomfortable. The small kid finally accepted Lien Yuqing's treatment before rolling his eyes. Fu Xiaoxiao prepared some food suitable for him nearby. She could feel he was very hungry and thirsty, but without Lien Yuqing's permission, he couldn't eat yet. Chun-Shi decided to help Lien Yuqing and also clean the dirt from the little boy. It was really tragic. Seeing the blood and torn flesh on his leg, it was hard to imagine how someone could be so cruel to a child. Fu Xiaoxiao couldn't bear to watch anymore. She decided to find someone else with Dong Zhuixi and others to ask questions, so they wouldn't have to wait too long after the surgery, saving everyone's time. Lu Haomin planned to take the little one in his arms away, but she refused. She insisted on staying at the scene. Maybe she still wants to be a doctor in the future? After the surgery, the little boy, who had been cleaned and had his wounds treated, was now sleeping on the sofa. Fu Xiaoxiao didn't expect his small face to be so beautiful once cleaned, like a doll. Thinking of his bright blue eyes earlier, she couldn't imagine how someone could be so cruel to such a child. Do you think he's really pretty too? Chun-Shi saw Fu Xiaoxiao staring at that face and knew what she was thinking. Yes, so pretty. After his wounds heal, he'll take a nice, fragrant bath, wear handsome clothes, and wow, I've never seen such a cute little boy. Am I not pretty anymore? Lu Haomin's cold voice came from beside her. Fu Xiaoxiao. Why argue with a child? You're handsome. You also said I was the most beautiful person you've ever seen. Now you're changing your mind? Fu Xiaoxiao. You are the most handsome man and he's the most beautiful little boy. Isn't Shui the most beautiful little boy now? Fu Xiaoxiao. Chun-Shi. Oh my goodness, this is scarier than men in love. What kind of messy jealousy is this? Luckily, Lu Haowen isn't like that. Xiao Fu said, the 7th grade is the most beautiful little girl and he is a little boy. Then let's have a boy too. Xiao Fu was frustrated. Do we have to be so picky, big brother? Liang, Luo Haomin, the padded coat let in the wind. After we bring people down, will they start to be cautious? Chun-Shi was worried that doing this might disrupt their plan on the ground. Xiao Fu shrugged. I don't know, but the 2 people I chose are in single-person cells. They've been there for a long time. I went ahead and checked, and there was no other movement. At this moment, the people on the ground also returned. How did it go? Li Xiaobo and Pu Tai were the first to come back. We gathered some information. Once they come down, we'll analyze it together. They didn't expect things to go so smoothly. They thought it would be more complicated. When everyone was back, they combined the information from above and below. Does that mean their leader isn't at this base right now? Xiao Fu didn't expect them to have made a wasted trip. Not at the moment. From what they said, there's a big trade event happening soon in the beautiful country, organized by the Grim Reaper. It's been promoted for 2 months, so everyone knows about it. It should open in about a week. It's the biggest event since the disaster. I heard they invited all nearby countries to join. What are they selling? It's surprising he can leave early. From what Sister Fu said, they must have a lot of supplies. Although the outside temperature is over 40 degrees Celsius now, it's not as unbearable as during the hottest times before, and the underground water resources seem to be quite sufficient here. I guess it's not something good. Just look at what we saw above. The only ones doing well are those people and the capitalists. Yes, I also saw a young girl about 10 years old, dressed very revealingly at the entrance. Thinking about it makes it hard to speak. I saw it too, a row of bodies hanging at the prison gate, and the building at the prison entrance. Inside is an arena for humans and animals, humans and humans. I heard that even if you went inside, you only get 10 pieces of bread. I saw a group of well-dressed people in a room, watching live shows of animal-human mating. Everyone found it hard to speak further. Fu Xiaoxiao felt a wave of nausea. Why has this foreign place become so ugly? Given the situation here, it's easy to guess that the activities organized by the Grim Reaper are not good scenes. Maybe if we catch them all at once, we'll find out more. The refugees and locals outside already know about this activity, so it's considered good intelligence, but not catching the leader still feels like something's missing. Should we wait until their boss returns before acting? Do you know when he'll come back? Should we attack the beautiful country? Should we loot their supplies first and then strike? Do you know where they hold these activities? Yeah, just knowing about the event isn't enough. Who knows where exactly it's happening? Someone must know something about their remaining personnel. Yes, surely not everyone who knows about it has been taken away. Everyone discussed and listed all possible options. Lu Haoming gently tapped the table, but said nothing. The next day, when they tried to go out again, they noticed something was wrong outside. After some probing, they finally understood the situation. It turned out that yesterday, although they were fully armed and looked just like local residents, they still attracted attention. There are Asian faces here, but after living for nearly 2 years, newcomers still draw the attention of the armed groups, especially in areas already controlled by armed groups. As soon as they left, someone went to report. But since they couldn't find anyone, the armed groups are now searching the entire base. Seeing the situation, Li Xiaobo and others immediately signaled each other to retreat. When Fu Xiaoxiao saw that their teammates had just gone out and returned so quickly, she didn't think they would make such a basic mistake of forgetting to bring things. What's going on? They're on alert now, aware of outsiders, and are checking everyone. Xiaoxiao was startled and quickly secured the entrance. Everyone returned to the cave and sat down to discuss what to do next. Next to her, Krantz Laval, who had just finished eating vegetable porridge, saw everyone back and, thinking about his own leg and injuries caused by these people, pursed his lips and asked, "Are you planning to attack Bob?" Everyone looked at him. Xiaoxiao was confused. What did he say? Translator, hurry up and turn on. Lu Haoming raised an eyebrow. You know him? Krantz. Yes. If you want to fight him, I know where he is. Everyone. Why does a little kid know that? Krantz. I also know who is above him, and I know the distribution of those families and Bob's people. Everyone looked at him with suspicion. He was just a kid after all. Lu Haoming didn't ask about that, but instead asked, "Can you tell me your story?" Hearing the translation in the earphone, Xiaoxiao was a bit confused. Why did it turn into a story session? Krantz had only told everyone his name and age before. Since he looked weak, no one pressed him further, mainly because his face made it hard to be aggressive. Krantz looked up at Lu Haoming. I am from the Laval family. Sister Laval is my younger brother. Lu Haoming and Lu Haowen were surprised. They had suspected that the little guy might be from the Laval family, but with his current appearance, it seemed unlikely. Now hearing him say that, they didn't expect him to be the son of the richest man in the country. That man had plenty of children. Women changed one after another, but only 2 sons were acknowledged, a 45-year-old eldest son and the youngest, born from his true love. The others were illegitimate children. Given the habits of the richest man, he probably wouldn't let his youngest son become like this. And he certainly wouldn't have him mixed up in mercenary territory in the Squid Country. It seems like they're trying to clear up some confusion. My father passed away last month. My older brother handed me and my mother over to my uncle to bring us here. He offered us to Bob, Fu Xiaoxiao, and Qin Shi learned about Klains's situation through the translator, piece by piece. They could only say that after losing their biggest support, the mother and son became vulnerable, like lambs ready for slaughter. The bodyguards who once protected them were either turned against them or killed. Their family had only gained status by marrying their daughter to a wealthy man. Now Klains's brother, Ravik, was threatening them. If they didn't deal with these two, he would force their entire family to leave the Laval base, leaving them with no way to survive or escape. Klains's uncles simply sent them to Bob in the Squid Nation, using a plan to kill two birds with one stone. In some foreigners' eyes, family ties are not as important as family reputation, even if someone once brought glory to the family. Once in Bob's hands, survival became much harder. It's known that women liked by wealthy men, even those much older, are usually very stunning. Klains's mother was only 27 this year. Even after having a child, her figure and looks were top tier. Anyone in Bob's hands would face terrible things. Klains's mother fought hard to get a special exception for her 9-year-old son, at least to keep Bob from harming him. Unfortunately, even the most beautiful woman can become tiresome to Bob. A few days before leaving for the United States, he planned to sell both of them at an auction, claiming there were many buyers interested in Klains and they could fetch a good price. Klains fought desperately, but it was useless. During the struggle, someone broke his leg. If the goods were damaged, they couldn't be sold at a good price. Bob was furious and took his anger out on him. If Klains's mother hadn't protected him desperately, Bob would have killed him to avoid losing more. Since things had turned out like this, they simply threw him into the basement where Fu Xiaoxiao and Qinshi saw him, letting him fend for himself. Both women were heartbroken after hearing his story. Luo Haomin looked at the man in front of him, hesitating to speak. "Is your mother Aislinn Clinton?" Clance suddenly lifted his head and stared at him with wide eyes. Lu Haowen and the others also looked over. Unaware, Fu Xiaoxiao realized something too. "Do you know him?" Lu Haomin looked a bit awkward. "I know this person. He used to be a schoolmate." "What?" Fu Xiaoxiao was curious. "Is this something worth gossiping about?" "It was quite a big deal back then. After I enrolled, I heard that she was going to have a baby, so she took a leave of absence, but she never returned to school." Fu Xiaoxiao was a bit surprised. She knew that Lu Haomin's school wasn't some random college. It was full of top students. She didn't know how they got in. She had seen news about TOEFL or SAT exams or something similar. She didn't understand if it was easier for locals, but only the best students could get in. Anyway, Fu Xiaoxiao felt she could never get in, no matter how many years she studied. At this moment, Clance looked anxiously at the handsome man. Lu Haomin simply told him a little, but unexpectedly, the little guy's tears suddenly burst out. My mom said that if it weren't for Dad, she would have become an excellent biologist." Boo-hoo. After hearing this, Fu Xiaoxiao translated the bit she caught. It seemed the story wasn't quite the love story everyone thought it was. When the first-year student saw the little brother crying so sadly, he immediately reached out to comfort him. Unfortunately, he was a bit far away, so he gave up and climbed onto the table to go over. Lu Haomin wouldn't let the little guy succeed. Seeing his action, he quickly picked him up. The first-year student wanted to complain, but after seeing his dad's expression, he calmed down. Maybe because it touched a wound, Clance's crying gradually turned into pain, but he was quite resilient. After his emotions settled, Clance shared what he knew. Because of his mother's situation, he was confined to this space, but he had observed some things he shouldn't have known. For example, from overhearing conversations, he could piece together useful information. He was always thinking about escaping with his mother, so he observed who could help them and their daily routines. When he shared this information with Lu Haomin and others, everyone found it hard to believe. In such a tough environment, it's amazing that you can gather, observe, and analyze so much information. It doesn't seem like a 9-year-old could do that. It shows that Klaus is very smart. He's the son of a rich man. It's a pity that his father died and the natural disaster happened. Who knows what he might have become if things were different? Seeing him hesitate, Lu Haomin asked directly, "Do you want us to save your mother?" Klaus knew his request was unlikely to succeed, but he still looked at him hopefully, hoping for some compassion. Before Lu Haomin could refuse, Chu Yi happily agreed immediately. "Fu Xiaoxiao, do you understand what your dad is saying?" Lu Haomin confirmed, "It's not a coat but a jacket." Everyone looked at Chu Yi in surprise. Can this little kid understand? This isn't even in Chinese. Chu Yi said it again, and everyone finally believed they heard correctly. Klaus didn't understand. He just looked at the little sister with warm eyes, as if she gave him hope. "Fu Xiaoxiao, so, Chu-yi predicted this again. By the way, Klaus only wanted to go and save her because Chu-yi insisted. Did she notice something? Klaus seemed to make a big decision. If you help me save my mother, how about I tell you the location of the Laval family's treasure? Lu Haomin. I don't need money. Klaus was a bit anxious, taking a moment to think. Then how about I tell you about Rovik's weapons warehouse? Lu Haomin. Is it guarded? Klaus. Or I can tell you where they store supplies. Do I look like I need that? Klaus almost cried. He really didn't know what else he could offer. Then, how about I work for you? I'll tell you everything I know. Just help me save my mother. I'll be your... You should know that the Laval family members are naturally proud. They would never willingly become slaves. However, he really had no choice now. He once thought he would die in the dungeon, but these people saved him. Looking at them, they didn't seem like cruel villains. He decided to take a gamble. Fu Xiaoxiao didn't expect the little one to be so fierce.
Dad.
Help, Lu Haomin. You don't know what you're talking about. Help. Your uncle is still at the base. Besides, your dad isn't a superhero who can just save you whenever. Did you wash your shirt into a net or something? But he didn't show it on his face. He couldn't embarrass the cute kid in front of everyone, right? What do you think you can do? When he didn't immediately refuse, Clance's eyes lit up with hope. His beautiful pupils made it hard to refuse. Anyway, Fu Xiaoxiao looked at the clear spring water and felt her heart melt. Anything you want me to do is fine. Even sell you? Clance's face suddenly turned pale. Sell? Did he understand that right? Was he talking about selling him at the Grim Reaper's auction? Selling him to those people? Fu Xiaoxiao didn't think Lu Haomin would do such a thing. But hearing Chu-yi always speak up for Clance, she became curious. Chu-yi, tell Mom, why do you want to save your brother? Chu-yi, hearing her question, thought hard for a moment. Brother? Good. Fu Xiaoxiao. Did I hear that right? She looked up at Lu Haomin. He was frowning, looking down at the little one, seeming to doubt what she said. She was a bit confused. Why is your brother good? Chu-yi pouted and hesitated for a long time before saying 2 words. Good-looking, everyone. Wow, are little babies already developing aesthetic preferences? By the way, the kids from the base's main family are so smart. They can express their thoughts at such a young age. Impressive. Truly, the genes of smart people are different. Fu Xiaoxiao didn't expect that even at such a young age, the little one would reveal his preference for looks. It seems the mother-daughter pair share similar tastes. Lu Yunjin. Lu Haomin held the little one up to his face, making eye contact. Do you know what good-looking means at such a young age? Not everything that looks good is good. Dad, it's beautiful. Lu Haomin. Everyone couldn't help but secretly shake their shoulders. Besides Dad, other boys shouldn't judge just by looks. Someone who looks good might have a bad heart, and someone who looks not so good might be better. Other men present. Why does it feel like she's attacking people? Fu Xiaoxiao rubbed her forehead. Lu Haomin, she's still so young. Isn't it too early to say these things? Lu Haomin, she understands. 8th grade. No, I don't. Everyone. It seems like she really can understand. Seeing everyone shift their attention, Clance didn't know what they were planning now. He hurriedly tried to stand up and kneel before everyone, but unfortunately, his leg injury was real. When he moved, he fell straight to the ground. Someone nearby quickly helped him up. Seeing the tears suddenly falling and his lips pressed tightly, trying not to cry out loud, Fu Xiaoxiao shook Lu Haomin's arm. I don't know if I can save your mother. If I can do it easily, I will. If it's not easy, then there's nothing she can do. His words were enough. Clance quickly wiped his tears with the bandage on his face and assured, I can do a lot of things. Better than you selling me. Seeing how confident the little guy was, Dong Zhuoxi clicked his tongue. Well, I'm quite interested in the weapons depot, he mentioned. Maybe we can mark it, and when we gather enough people later, we can go there. Fu Xiaoxiao thought more. Actually, we could first raid his hideout, then go to the auction. That way, if the auction gets chaotic, we'll have stronger strength to fight back. Although she believed she could handle those people, she was worried about missing something. Everyone's fighting power needs to be high for it to work. Dong Zhuoxi wasn't so optimistic. It's not that I don't want to go, but those storage warehouses are usually very secure. They're built with multiple layers of high-tech defenses, not like here where you can just dig in. All right, she was overthinking it. Lu Haomin looked at Clance, who had become much more honest. You know where his weapons depot is. Do you have a way to get in? Clance was silent. He really didn't have a way. I can't, but my mom can. What's going on? Is that true? Could it be that he's doing this to save Mom? My dad's password, even my mom knows it. Dong Zhuoxi. Kid, knowing the password doesn't mean you can get in. Plus, passwords can be changed anytime. Clance is not convinced. I say I can do it, so I can. He knows that his dad often tells his mom many things. Although his mom might not want to hear them, he remembers when they were little his dad took them to the weapons room, and his mom was the one who opened the door. Actually, his dad also left him a lot of property, but unfortunately, his older brother always thought he was too young to understand. He wants to say that since he was 3, he has seen and remembered many things. In front of their dad, his older brother always acts like a caring son and gets along well with their stepmother and younger brother. But only he knows what really happened. When he was young, he experienced many small and big dangers, like secret attacks and accidents. He feels like he has his older brother's shadow, and surviving until now is a miracle. As for their dad's other children, his older brother doesn't care about them. After all, he is one of the only 2 children their dad admits to. Everyone puts on a good front. Honestly, no one in the Ravel family is easy to deal with, and few are fools. His nephews and nieces are older than him. As for others outside, he doesn't mention them. But every time he meets them, he can feel their hidden hostility through their expressionless faces. Anyway, he can see through it. Maybe only before he died did he start to worry about them and their mother. The old man left them many bodyguards and supplies. But who would have thought that these people had already been controlled by his older brother? Yes, his older brother has been in the Ravel family for many years, and they have been here for many years too. There's no comparison, and their only backer is gone. Who else can speak for them? Seeing the little guy's expression that was about to cry, but not quite, Dong Zhuoxi stopped teasing him. Whether it works or not, they will only know once they go. No matter what actions they take later, everyone will follow the plans of the base leaders. They will discuss the mission goals together. When Chui thought about clans, Lu Haomin said no. He's too dirty. Seeing the little guy not listening, he warned, if you don't behave, I'll send you back. The little one pouted and looked at Dad. So mean. She wants Mom. Looking at the daughter, who went to pay Xiao Xiao, Lu Haomin didn't care anymore. He directly asked Krantz to list the details of the situation so that the plan could be improved. Krantz liked being needed by everyone. Only then could he feel his value. This also gave hope for rescuing his mother. Another person rescued from the prison was unexpectedly the former warden. When the disaster first arrived, he could control the situation. Unfortunately, after that, disasters kept happening, supplies ran out, and more refugees appeared around. The government couldn't help them, so they couldn't support many prisoners. No one expected that before the prisoners' problems were solved, the prisoners and Bob, working together from inside and outside, took over the territory. He and his men ended up as prisoners themselves. He and his men were forced to participate in various competitions. Some died. Some were badly injured. Now only a few remain. He was tortured for nearly a year but didn't die. It was mainly because the original prisoners liked to torment him. They kept him alive just to keep him suffering. Bob and those prisoners are like demons. As for why so many mercenaries followed Bob, he didn't know. Probably because of the supplies they had. The entire prison was filled with people, whether capitalists or Bob's men. Most of them were scoundrels. Outside the prison, the area was also Bob's territory. They exploited the people to build structures that served the rich. The survivors and refugees after the disaster all huddled in the outermost areas. Life has been very hard these past 2 years. Rebels are mostly dead or suffering in underground prisons and dungeons. The remaining civilians are living under Bob's rules. These cheap laborers produce supplies and entertainment for these people, but what they get is barely enough to survive. The warden only had one request for sharing this information. When their operation succeeds, They want all the people still alive in the prison to be released. He no longer wants to live and hopes those people will have a chance to choose. Lu Haomin wasn't very compassionate. He only asked him one question: who can keep these people alive? The warden couldn't answer. On the day of the planned operation, only the underground base had the agenda and 4 pilots guarding it. Everyone else joined Lu Haomin in the action. Fortunately, the young boy in 7th grade was willing to follow the plan honestly, which surprised Fu Xiaoxiao. Then, seeing the 7th grader happily walk over to clans, Lu Haomin's face darkened. 7th grader, he's too dirty. 7th grader. Wash. After washing, he was no longer dirty. Fu Xiaoxiao. Since the little guy wasn't causing trouble, Fu Xiaoxiao shook his head at Lu Haomin, believing actions were more important. They began moving, and all armed personnel headed in one direction. Their first stop was the weapons storage. Lu Haomin turned on the signal jammer, causing the prison surveillance cameras to briefly display static. The people monitoring the cameras quickly noticed something was wrong and went to check. After inspecting, they found only a problem with the equipment, not any other issues. The weapons were all there, so the problem was likely with the devices. While everyone exited the storage and locked the door, Fu Xiaoxiao sensed no one above and quickly stored all the weapons in his space. After finishing with the last box of bullets, he signaled to Lu Haomin. Everyone quickly left to move on to the next location for supplies. Why did the surveillance suddenly stop working? Not sure. I didn't expect American-made stuff to be so fragile. No way. I checked the prison repair records. These devices were replaced just before the natural disaster. You said before the disaster. It's been 2 years. It's normal for things to break. Still, so many breaking at once is suspicious. Today has been terrible. I haven't even had enough sleep. Who knows? Maybe the quality of this batch is poor. Those shady merchants. If this was before the end of the world, I would have filed a complaint. Ha ha ha, hopefully they still have their lives. Then you can go after them. 2 tall, blonde, blue-eyed men carrying bags chatted as they walked down the corridor and stepped down the stairs. At that moment, Fong Wu and Li Xiaobo quickly subdued them with 2 quick moves, then signaled to the back. Everyone carefully walks up the stairs. This floor is Bob's team's dormitory, mostly inhabited by former prisoners. Fu Xiaoxiao and Lu Haomin lead the way, leaving 2 people at the staircase to guard. Then they move forward together. They quickly eliminate anyone inside the rooms they see, focusing on being quiet, fast, accurate, and ruthless to catch their enemies off guard. Whenever they pass through entrances or exits, at least one person stays behind to watch. Lu Haowen and Dong Zhuixi quickly check the rooms after Fu Xiaoxiao acts, looking for any other dangers. They had hoped to help more, but in the end, they just watched Fu Xiaoxiao perform alone. So, they focus on other tasks. Having Fu Xiaoxiao with them makes everyone feel safe and strong. The team works well together. They finish clearing this floor in less than 10 minutes. They find a lot of bullets and weapons. After storing the items in their space, they quickly move to the next location. When Lu Haomin and others take control of the monitoring center, the security personnel, lying on the ground twitching, don't know how they ended up there. Until they take their last breath, they only think one thing: the base is doomed. Dong Zhuixi quickly checks all the surveillance footage. These are the places we just destroyed, he says. The jammers are turned off now, so the screens show either empty rooms or quiet hallways. No signs of life. Are these the places where they hold prisoners? Fu Xiaoxiao sees a row of monitors showing people lying down, all with visible wounds on their bodies. Dong Zhuixi observes for a moment. Yes, and these other areas probably are too. This should be Bob's important subordinate's residence, he adds. They didn't go there earlier. Is this the laboratory? Chun-Shi suddenly notices some unusual scenes. The room is full of equipment, but the things on the table look disgusting, like they're doing human experiments. Ma Jingyu tries switching several cameras. Yes, it's a human experiment lab. I don't know what they're researching, but it's definitely not normal experiments. They see images of people with tubes inserted into them. Some are hanging and bleeding. Others have swollen, infected stomachs with strange, like growths. There was also a head that had been opened, and it was unclear what kind of surgery was being performed. In total, there were about 10 or more experimental bodies in several laboratories, and in one room, dozens of bodies wearing oxygen masks lay there. It was unknown whether they were alive or dead. They could even see the painful expressions on the faces of those being experimented on. Xiao Xiao carefully looked for a moment, then her face filled with anger. Those are Asian faces. She didn't know if they were Chinese, but just seeing this scene made her very angry. Lu Haomin held her clenched fist gently. It will end. Since they saw it, they wouldn't ignore it. These people are really crazy, and she wondered if they were satisfying some strange desire. Everyone watching the scene felt very depressed. They wished they could rush in now and destroy those people, but they knew they couldn't. They had to stay calm. They continued to check other footage on the monitors. Here, the communication room, this was the place Lu Haomin wanted to go most. He wanted to see who was sending the assassination signals. After confirming the location, the group stayed to watch the surveillance, while Lu Haomin and Xiao Xiao, along with 4 operatives, went straight there. Looking at the glass door in front of them, Lu Haomin was too lazy to deal with electronic locks. He directly struck the door with the of his gun, trying to break it. Bang! This tempered glass was pretty tough. Xiao Xiao. Alright, I get his idea. To prevent anyone inside from being prepared, Xiao Xiao quickly reacted. In less than a second, the glass shattered, and everything inside was quickly pulled into their space before hitting the ground. As soon as they entered, Xiao Xiao reacted instantly when the people inside tried to respond. She shot through all their limbs, rendering them helpless. Even after disabling their limbs, she wasn't worried about them making other moves. These actions happened in an instant. The technicians all fell to the ground, crying out in pain. Someone tried to get up and press the alarm button, but was knocked down by Lu Haomin. Fang Wu, along with Bai Hua and a few others, quickly dragged the people on the ground into the inner room and tied them up, sealing their mouths with tape. Xiao Xiao placed a piece of similar glass at the entrance, in case someone suddenly came in and they didn't know. Lu Haomin looked at the row of foreign men. Who is in charge? All the people on the ground looked at him angrily, mumbling and grumbling as if they wanted to tear him apart. Lu Haomin signaled to Bai Hua. Bai Hua understood immediately and stepped forward to tear open the tape on the mouth of one of the bearded men. That tug almost made him faint from pain. After kicking him twice, Bai Hua lifted the man and faced Lu Haomin. Who is the person in charge? No, it's not me. He's not here. He went to rest. Lu Haomin didn't want to let him go easily. Then I ask you, have you received any messages from Huagua before? The bearded man suddenly understood. So these people were from Huagua. Seeing he didn't answer, Bai Hua pressed his gun to the man's forehead, scaring him into shouting, "Don't kill me."
I don't know anything.
Those messages are his responsibility. Lu Haomin looked at the direction of his eyes. It was a curly-haired person. Without needing Lu Haomin to signal, Fang Wu immediately stepped forward and tore off the tape, pulling the man up.
Oh.
No, it hurts. I'll tell you. If you want to know something, I'll say it. The curly-haired man didn't expect his teammate to betray him so quickly. Now he didn't dare to resist. The pain in his limbs was real. They might really shoot him in the head. Did you receive any messages from Huagua before? The curly-haired man endured the pain and asked, "Can you be more specific?" We get so many messages from Huagua. What do you want to know? Lu Haomin's eyes darkened. So they had received many?
Good.
Huadong area. The curly-haired man opened his mouth several times but couldn't speak. Fang Wu kicked him in the chest, almost making him gasp for air. Yes. In the database, I need to find it. They received messages from many places, and no one remembers exactly which is which. The curly-haired man felt wronged. Fang Wu dragged the man to the database he mentioned and started searching based on his clues. Fu Xiaoxiao saw that her husband could handle this alone, so she wandered around. There were many devices and instruments, much more professional than their base. She looked at a large screen flashing with many letters. Could they still receive signals? She wasn't sure if they could bring anything back. The small storage room in the communication room had plenty of spare materials. Fu Xiaoxiao didn't understand technology or engineering, but she knew these materials could be useful, so she simply collected everything. The interrogation didn't take long. Since Baihua refused to cooperate, Lu Haomin didn't need to say much before shooting him dead and moving on to the next person. They didn't expect anyone to be more ruthless than their own devil base. The technicians quickly revealed everything they knew, hoping to be spared. Lu Haomin looked at the last 2 messages from the Shangguang base. He noticed these messages were different in grammar and tone from the previous ones, as if sent by someone else, but the signature code and radio signal matched the same person. He could feel the anger in these messages. Who had he offended recently? It seemed not anyone specific. He had been outside looking for his wife and hadn't interacted with others much, even after returning to the base. And this person was an undercover agent from abroad inside China. Things were getting complicated. There were also 2 photos, one of him at a company banquet and another of Xiao Xiao sitting in a restaurant. Who is the person sending these messages to you? Lu Haomin asked directly, tired of guessing. The few people sweating profusely shook their heads, saying they didn't know. Seeing the machine gun aimed at their heads again, the curly-haired man shouted, "Jerry knows. He's resting in his room. You can ask him. Looks like they wanted to die together." Which room? Are there other people nearby? Which high-ranking officials are still in the base? Who is responsible for what? Finally, Lu Haomin let out a strange laugh. "I'll only leave one person alive." The people on the ground broke out in cold sweat. Was this a joke? 10 minutes later, Xiao Xiao saw only the curly-haired man remaining. She didn't find it surprising. Under Lu Haomin's signal, she cleared all the equipment in the communication room. There was too much useful information inside, and her uncles would need it. The curly-haired man stared at the missing items in the communication room, thinking he was seeing things. When he was pushed out the door, he realized it wasn't a hallucination. Everything was real. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. Had he seen God? Even if he took the person away, would he still be alive? At that moment, the gun pointed at his forehead told him he only had 2 choices: die immediately or die later. The curly-haired man was overwhelmed with tears and despair. The door was broken open. Jerry, who was sleeping, was about to shout, "Which fool doesn't sleep?" but was immediately threatened with a gun to his head. "Oh, man, I have something to say. I'm easy to talk to." Lu Haomin shot the curly-haired man, silencing Jerry's voice instantly. In this way, Lu Haomin and his team took turns betraying each other, gradually wiping out Bob's men. What if someone refuses to cooperate? They didn't need Lu Haomin to give orders or Fu Xiaoxiao to act. Li Xiaobo and the others handled it directly. If they didn't act now, they wouldn't have any room to move later. Right now, Bob's remaining people were either relaxing outside or resting in another tall apartment building. Once the small enemies were dealt with, it was time for everyone to practice their skills. Everyone replaced their machine guns with silencers-equipped pistols. When they reached the back, they saw some unarmed enemies and started fighting hand-to-hand to train. Fu Xiaoxiao and Lu Haomin followed behind as the main bosses. They showed no mercy to those resisting and didn't hold back when entering houses to gather people. With the couple leading, everyone fought happily, as if they had no worries. Jerry was and dragged on the ground by Dong Zhuoxi, following the team. At this point, he was no different from a stray dog. After eliminating the last potential threat, Dong Zhuoxi threw him and a few so-called leaders and their subordinates together. Lu Haomin and his team sat at the conference table, watching. "How about we eat something first? We've been going for so long and everyone is hungry." Since they had been on the move without much rest, they needed to replenish their energy. Lu Haomin listened to his wife. "Tie their mouths shut first. Let's eat first." Everyone was not very polite with the people on the ground. They roughly wrapped tape around their mouths and the back of their heads several times. Seeing this group of people suddenly produce a table full of food and start eating right in front of them, Ajali initially thought he was seeing things. He was stunned for a long time and couldn't react. Suddenly, he wondered if the effects of the medicine he took before sleeping were still causing hallucinations. Could being also be a hallucination? No, what exactly are these people? He wanted to turn around and communicate with his own team, but unfortunately, his hands and feet were tied behind his back by the piglet, making it impossible to turn over. Lu Haomin ignored his small movements. Only after eating and drinking enough could he become more ruthless. No, more capable of using his hands. The remaining mercenaries and hundreds of thugs in a few buildings had mostly been dealt with. Lu Haomin was not in a hurry. He let them curse and complain in their minds, knowing it wouldn't hurt them. Fu Xiaoxiao really felt everyone was becoming more like villains, and surprisingly, she thought it was not so bad. After eating and drinking, it was time for everyone's favorite part, interrogation. Li Xiaobo tore off the tape over his 4 hands, causing him to scream in pain and curse several times. Before he could say anything more offensive, Lu Haomin made a shushing gesture. Shut up. From now on, answer whatever I ask. If I don't like your answers, well, don't blame me for throwing you into your arena. Ogilvy, why does this voice and tone sound so much like the Grim Reaper? Could it be that death is coming? No, that's impossible. You yellow-skinned pigs, just wait. Our people will be here soon. If you don't let us go now, you'll regret it, Jerry, whose mouth was sealed, silently thought. Captain Ogilvy, you might not know, but most of our people are already dead. These people are scarier than death itself, and I don't even know how they do it. I will make you experience a wild beast fight in the arena, watch you being eaten alive by beasts, and then... Lu Haomin then looked at Bai Hua. Did you hear what he said? Later, just do as he said and deal with the people, Bai Hua nodded. Yes, boss. The previous confusing translation was hard to understand, but now their conversation gave Fu Xiaoxiao some clues. She guessed they were cursing them to have a bad death. Should we cut off one of his ears? She thought that might make them behave. Everyone, comma, Sister Fu? Are you serious? Why do they think this isn't something Fu Xiaoxiao could come up with? After all, even if she uses hidden weapons, she does it quickly and decisively. Lu Haomin looked at Bai Hua. Did you hear that? White birch. I heard it. Without hesitation, he immediately cut off Ogilvy's ear, followed by a cry of pain. The others who were stunned. Usually, they were the ones torturing others. When did they become the ones being tortured? Here's another chance. If you can answer the questions properly, just nod. I don't have much patience. If you don't, I'll move on to the next person. Believe me, someone willing to do anything to stay alive will come forward. Jay, barely breathing. Everything is fake. He already told them who sent the messages, but they still didn't let him go. Ogilvy also realized this. If he didn't cooperate, these people might kill him directly. What do you want to know? Lu Haomin saw that he finally understood and didn't waste time. Earlier, you received a message from China saying there was a couple with lots of supplies and a small base. Who sent that message? Why did they send it to you? Ogilvy hesitated. Are you from that base? Don't you want the other ear either? Answer my question. I don't know. We did have people in several places in China, but the device that sent the message was definitely operated by our people. However, the message didn't seem to come from our team, so we only sent 2 groups to check it out. This wasn't the answer Lu Haomin wanted. White Birch stepped forward and cut off the other ear this time. Ogilvy cursed in pain. I really don't know. The code name for the sender is Python. He's a language teacher in China. His full name is David Ravik. He's been in China for 10 years. I also know about the recent events after the apocalypse. The message he sent might not only be received by us. Other bases might have received it too. That's all he knew. A teacher in China? How do you know he's telling the truth? That's why we sent people to check. If we weren't sure, we wouldn't have sent anyone at all. Next, no matter how they asked, others seemed unsure. But at least they knew who sent the message. As long as the person was still at the base, they could check the rest later. Where is your laboratory? They had previously wanted to destroy the lab they saw before, but unfortunately, despite killing many people, they couldn't find the location. When they sent someone to check the surveillance again, those people were still calmly working, which meant that the outside disturbance didn't affect them, and they were probably not in the prison. Ogilvy looked as expected and said, You came for the experimental results?
Didn't expect that.
Only you yellow-skinned pigs can develop these test subjects. Lu Haomin clenched his fists. Good. It seems they don't need to kill them immediately. Lu Haomin ordered people to drag them to the lab. Don't move. Hands behind your head, squat down. When the people inside the lab saw the door suddenly open, they thought someone was coming to ask for results. But it was a group of armed men wearing gas masks rushing in. Seeing someone making a small move, Fu Xiaoxiao immediately threw a hidden weapon, not caring if it hurt him or not, just as long as he didn't die. After controlling the experimenters, Fu Xiaoxiao looked at the test subjects on the beds. Her anger flared up again. She really wanted to up this place. What was on the test subjects' bodies? Fungus? Virus? Biochemical breeding devices? She even saw one person still alive, repeatedly saying, "Kill me." This was a Chinese person. She could see he was in pain, with red rashes all over his body, and the patterns on his feet had turned black and purple. Fu Xiaoxiao shot through his head.
No, no, no.
What are you doing? Oh my god, this is almost ready you. Li Xiaobo shoved his gun into the person's mouth, frightening him so much that soaked his pants. All the people in the lab were moved to the main hall, except for the one lying on the bed, who couldn't move. During the interrogation, they didn't have much energy. They simply asked about the lab director. When they learned that these people were developing a zombie virus, everyone thought they had gone crazy. This virus can make people physically stronger and increase their fighting ability. Surprisingly, the researchers only studied this virus to create more exciting battles for the nobles. The reason is that once poisoned, a person won't stop fighting until they die, making the fights more intense. It's really crazy. Who would come up with such a thing? The worst part is they are using human experiments. Lu Haomin suppressed his anger and asked directly, "Who is the test subject's mother?" Some people instinctively looked toward one of the laboratories. Ma Jingyu immediately raised his gun, ready to break in, but even with a gun, he couldn't shoot through the door. Lu Haomin shot the person in charge in the left shoulder. As he howled in pain, Lu Haomin said, "Open the door." Wait a moment. Fu Xiaoxiao stopped him immediately because she noticed their subtle expressions. Not that door. There might be something deadly behind it. A tall person in full protective gear slightly looked up. When he saw Fu Xiaoxiao staring at him, he quickly lowered his head. Fu Xiaoxiao took out an infrared pen and aimed it at him. This one, he's suspicious. The moment he suddenly moved, Fu Xiaoxiao didn't need to act. Lu Haomin shot him in the head. Ha, trying to play tricks on him? Doesn't he know who he's dealing with? Lu Haomin is the master of tricks. Lu Haomin, this place up. She felt that staying here might lead to danger, so destroying it might be the best choice. Everyone was stunned. Only Lu Haomin quickly reacted. Seems like his wife's sixth sense was right again. Hearing these people talking, the previous test subjects immediately begged for help. Is this the Chinese military? No matter who it is, can you save us? Another person quickly covered his mouth, but his hand was already covered with blue bruises. The others around them quickly covered their mouths and cried. It was clear none of them looked healthy. One man, pale all over, cried out, If you're going to this place up, can you take our last words back with you?" Fu Xiaoxiao felt her throat dry. She understood, they didn't want to be rescued. Chun Shi looked worried. "You can still get out." "No, we can't." A woman with a head full of boils, trembling and speaking with a hoarse voice, said, "We can't get out. Everyone here has been infected with the virus. This group arrived just last week. Over the past week, they clearly saw what the test subjects were going through, but unfortunately, they are locked in and cannot leave. Until yesterday, all those injected with the virus were kept together, waiting for the test results. Unexpectedly, the virus in this batch mutated. They didn't expect that after surviving the disaster, they couldn't return home, and there was no government aid. To survive, they had to find other ways. Using strength to get food was their last option. But now, why is it so difficult? This isn't a medicine to strengthen the body. They were all deceived. They only wanted to succeed in the experiment and then compete in the arena outside. There are people from several countries here. Only one test subject from China is still alive. Others couldn't withstand it. Those who couldn't survive either died or turned into mutants. After mutation, they were laid on the experimental beds, being sliced or subjected to other tests. No, I want to go out. I still have a chance. You can't leave me behind. Yes, yes, it's just a skin condition. If I go out and apply some medicine, I'll be fine. Other infected people who didn't understand what they were saying also started to get excited. Could it be that someone is coming to rescue them? Help! Help! Help me! Me. I go first. Are they government personnel? I am from the nation. Help me. Kill everyone. Don't listen to them. They are all infected. If they go out, many will die. Our virus has mutated. If you return to China, please tell Zhang Weigua at number 21 Hudong Road, Chaoyang District, Baiming City, that his son will be filial to him in his next life, to Wu Dahai and Ho Hot from Mayan Town, Wugui County, Qinghai City. Tell them. Different voices, different languages, and victims in various situations all desperately try to express their wishes. If it weren't for the armed personnel in front, some people would even want to rush forward and let them take them. Listening to these people's words, Fu Xiaoxiao felt very upset. Is there an antidote for this? Hearing Fu Jie's question, Bai Hua directly aimed his gun at the person in charge. Where is the antidote for this virus? The person in charge looked helpless and said, this virus was originally in the experiment. There is no antidote. Lu Haomin asked, is there any hope for those infected now? The person in charge hesitated. The infected people understood they had no hope. Some people's anger quickly grew, and they started shouting at the researchers. Lu Haomin put his arm around Fu Xiaoxiao's shoulder to comfort her. He remembered his wife saying that this place was going to be blown up immediately. Now was not the time for idle talk. We give you two choices. Stay here and die with them, or kill some first and then die. People who understood Chinese responded in two ways. We still have hope. I want to kill them. Lu Haomin didn't waste words. He threw a small knife to the person who wanted to kill. Whether they wanted to vent or commit suicide, the choice was theirs. Set the explosives. At Lu Haomin's command, Fu Xiaoxiao immediately brought out several boxes that looked like explosives. She left the choice of which to use to them. The leaders gave orders and Li Xiaobo and others quickly started working. Bring 5 more boxes of TNT. Fu Xiaoxiao understood and collected all the remaining boxes, then brought out more of the same type of explosive. Li Xiaobo and his team moved quickly. 2 people carried a box each, starting to set up from the innermost laboratory and underground secret room. They passed by those lying on beds, unable to move. The others just nodded politely and quickly left. Some people lying on beds, still conscious, could only watch silently. They all knew that this suffering was about to end, completely end. Everyone was shocked when they saw the things that suddenly appeared. Was this magic? Power? What was it? The person who picked up the knife didn't hesitate and rushed toward the crouching laboratory researcher, stabbing him in the head. The researcher reacted quickly and fought back, but Fu Xiaoxiao used hidden weapons to disable their hands and legs. Maybe this action is a little cruel for normal people, but for these monsters, Fu Xiaoxiao had no guilt at all when attacking them. She even threw more knives. Seeing the researchers on the ground crying out in pain, the remaining infected also reacted. Leave one for me. I want them to die. Payback. Haha. Some people had already gone crazy, rushing into the crowd and scratching wildly, trying to smear the pus on their bodies. Others who weren't restrained tried to rush at Fu Xiaoxiao and Qinshi to ask for help, but they were scared away by gunfire. When they realized no one was coming to save them, the infected who didn't understand Chinese broke down and could only vent their anger on the researchers. I am going to kill you. The hellish scene made Fu Xiaoxiao and Qinshi feel very uncomfortable. They are humans, not gods. They couldn't risk their own safety to save everyone. Maybe later, people would criticize their actions, find it unbelievable, and say they lacked humanity. How could they give up before anyone died or before rescue measures were taken? But if given the chance again, Fu Xiaoxiao knew she would do the same. This place must be destroyed, or it would be another end-of-the-world scenario. Seeing most of the people in the base dead, and the infected unable to find anyone still alive to attack, they looked confused. Fu Xiaoxiao took out some paper and a pen. You can write what you want to say on this. You have 10 minutes. If there's a chance, I will give these to your country and your loved ones still alive. Lu Haoming translated her words, and everyone understood. I have family outside the base.
Maybe.
My child is still with Mrs. Orris.
My family is.
Let me out. I can find my way myself. My dad is. Everyone was talking and crying, some hopeful, wishing they could be taken out and saved. You have 9 minutes. Lu Haoming hugged Fu Xiaoxiao and stepped back. That's all they could do. You are just like them, executioners. You heartless people, you'll go to just like them. You can't do this. I'm still alive. Are you going to us up? Everyone shut up. Write if you want. Die if you don't. In the end, the infected people started arguing among themselves. Some knew there was no hope left and began crying while writing. Others' hands had already become too weak to move, and they could only silently shed tears. Are those people unable to move? Give them voice recorders. Fei Xiaoxiao noticed some people still sitting on the ground without moving. Seeing their hands turn dark purple, she guessed they couldn't write anymore, so she found a few voice recorders and handed them to Lu Haoming. Fei Xiaoxiao didn't pay attention to the rest, just observing the items in the laboratory. Initially, she wanted to gather everything and leave, but she had a gut feeling that these things shouldn't be exposed, as it might cause more chaos. So, she thought about destroying them directly. If you can't take us out, then you can all die here. An aggressive infected person suddenly rushed toward Fei Xiaoxiao, who wasn't paying attention. This time, Fei Xiaoxiao didn't need to intervene. Lu Haoming, aware of the situation, shot and killed the attacker immediately. Anyone trying to move against his wife under his watch, huh? They must think a single life is too long. Does anyone else want to die right now? He didn't mind shooting. After all, he had just seized weapons from a base, and destroying an entire town was a small matter. Some people who had been hesitating now calmed down quite a bit. A Chinese infected person holding a voice recorder approached a badly decayed infected person and said, "Jiang, you tell them." The person named Jiang, after shedding 2 tears, finally spoke with difficulty. Jiang Wuyu, 38 years old, came to the Squid Country 3 years ago. Linhai City, Linhai District.
Boo-hoo.
Wife, if you're still alive, find someone.
Boo-hoo.
In the next life, I will love you again. I will never leave you for money in the future. He had worked here for a year. The past 2 years of natural disasters felt almost unbearable. He did every kind of job just to get food and to survive so he could return home to his family.
But now.
Mary Roberts, 26 years old, ID number. Dear Dad, sorry I haven't been able to come back these past 2 years to help you cut the grass that's grown to your knees. Has our little one been born? How many? Oh, I really want to see her again, lying on me and smiling. Maisie, take good care of Mom and Dad. I will repay you in the next life. More and more people finished writing their farewell letters and recorded their last words. Xiao placed a small storage box on the ground for them to put everything in. After sealing it, disinfecting, and wrapping it in another layer, she repeated this process several times before storing the items in the space. By this time, Li Xiaobo and the others had finished installing equipment elsewhere. Only this place is left. Lu Haoming waved his hand, signaling them to continue. Perhaps at this moment the infected finally realized that death was truly coming. Some broke down and cried loudly. Everyone was scared. Knowing you're going to die and knowing you're about to die are very different. That kind of mental state is hard for most people to handle. Is there any way to make me faint? She didn't want to experience that kind of suffering. At this moment, Xiao suddenly felt a bit distressed. If she had to wait for death, would she feel the same? She couldn't find a way, but she found a box of strong liquor. Would this do? To honor your wishes. The person was stunned for a moment. Although they didn't understand why she was offering these things at this point, everyone was about to die. Who would care so much? Zian Lanjun. It's been a long time since we've seen our Chinese liquor. Is it over 50 degrees?
Then.
I can just get drunk directly. Xiao didn't reply. She took out a bag of disposable cups. Share them among yourselves. That's all I have. Li Xiaobo and the others had already finished placing all the explosives. They nodded to Lu Haoming. After everyone finished their drinks, Lu Haoming signaled for the others to retreat. They planned to lock the place up. The infected people were crying and some tried to fight back, but they failed. You can't do this. Don't leave us behind. Sniff. I'll be okay, I don't want to die. Ha. Go ahead, we will stop these people. Don't leave us. Please. Xiao Xiao felt the dangerous atmosphere growing stronger. Sorry, I can only take you this far. She immediately ordered everyone to leave. Just as they were about to close the door, a loud noise suddenly came from the previously tricked open door. The infected looked back instinctively, but Xiao Xiao ignored it and quickly shut the door, throwing heavy objects, building debris, super strong glue, and other materials outside. Hurry, place 2 bombs at the door. Let's get out of here now. She led the others to run quickly. They had to find people and leave within a few minutes. She had never felt this way before, so dangerous. The stuff blocking the door might not hold for long. Lu Haoming carried his wife and pointed the way. When they were about to return to their previous underground base, Xiao Xiao told everyone to stop. She remembered what some people said, that they might be infected. To avoid accidentally getting infected, they decided to disinfect first. Everyone followed her instructions and quickly changed into new protective suits. While still checking the prison warden's injuries, Xiao Xiao saw her team rushing back in a hurry. What's wrong? Within a minute, after they explained, Xiao Xiao cleaned up the items from several holes and immediately waved her hand. Retreat and set off the bombs. Hurry! Everyone moved quickly. They put blindfolds on the prison warden and clans, then carried them on stretchers. It was safe to press the remote from this distance, but to be cautious, everyone decided to retreat. As Li Xiaobo pressed the remote, a loud explosion came from the underground area at the northeast corner of the prison base. The ground suddenly collapsed. Suddenly, continuous explosions echoed from underground. The entire foundation shook for a moment. Everyone thought an earthquake was happening again and started screaming and running in fear. Everyone was shocked by the loud explosions. When the building above collapsed, people cried out loudly. The nearby noble district was also terrified. They were too close. Did anyone living nearby survive? Lu Haoming and his team felt the tremors too. When they carried the stretcher, one of them accidentally fell to the ground with it. His teammates quickly helped him up. The underground shaking was very strong, but they had no choice but to use this tunnel to return to the surface. Xiao Xiao thought of something and immediately took out a safety helmet. Put it on. The people around her weren't afraid. She would catch anything that fell. But the people behind might not be safe, so it was better to wear the helmet. Everyone kept running toward the light ahead. No one hesitated. They knew they just had to follow the base leader and Xiao Xiao. After the last explosion and tremor stopped, Xiao Xiao's uneasy feeling finally disappeared. Seeing the pace slow down, the person carrying the stretcher also relaxed. Seeing her slow down, Lu Haoming thought she was tired. Are you feeling bad? Xiao Xiao shook her head. It's over. Lu Haoming understood, but asked, wasn't there a finished product? I didn't see it. I don't know. But that dangerous feeling is gone now. She also found it strange. It was the first time she felt safe during a disaster. What they didn't know was that this act of destroying evidence saved all of humanity from a long-lasting virus outbreak. It greatly increased the chances of survival in the end times. At this moment, the girl wrapped in black cloth finally made her father feel her struggle. Be good, sweetheart. I'll let you out again soon. They had to cover her quickly with a cloak and leave. They didn't have time to prepare her properly, so this was the only way. Xiao Xiao patted the small bundle to comfort it, then continued leading everyone to find a way out. Finally, they saw the light at the cave entrance. They had made it out. When everyone rushed out of the ground, Fu Xiaoxiao immediately became alert. Later, more people came out and saw something different. They appeared near the mountain area where they had entered before. But now, outside, there were a group of tall, strong foreigners. Well, actually locals. Both sides stared at each other in surprise, confused by the sudden appearance of the other. No, it was Fu Xiaoxiao and the others who appeared suddenly. The others just saw the earthquake end and were preparing to pack up and leave. Li Xiaobo and his group's first reaction was to raise their weapons and stay alert. When the people on the other side saw this, they immediately stopped and also reached for their weapons, ready to fight. Bang, bang, bang. The big guys. Fine, we can't fight them. They are very energetic. Well, better not mention it. Hey, everyone on the other side, let's talk nicely, honestly. We are still confused about how this group, who can't even see properly, appeared. Could it be that their base is the legendary experimental facility below? Hearing a tall, thin man with blonde hair and an oily head raise his hands in a friendly gesture, Li Xiaobo and the others didn't lower their guns. Lu Haomin tightened his hold on the little person in his arms. Why are you all here? He didn't think this group was here for a picnic. When they noticed small movements from the other side, Fu Xiaoxiao's hidden weapons immediately followed, making them much more obedient. Lu Haomin, still, it's my wife. The blonde, oily-haired man smiled flatteringly. It's a misunderstanding, we were just passing by, but your tent doesn't look like it was just set up. A hawk-nosed man waved his hand. Sorry, we really were planning to leave. We shouldn't have any conflicts of interest with you, right? Lu Haomin gently patted the restless Chu Yi. It seemed this guy was getting impatient. Can I take your vehicle? Hawk-nose. That's not even a question. How can we say we don't mind? Bro, don't be so mean. You took our car. What are we supposed to do? Your legs aren't broken. The blonde, oily-haired man. This is too unfair. Just unfair? Are you going to hit me? Look at this person, who is even more shameless than them. A few of them exchanged glances, and finally the blonde-haired man spoke. Friend, we are just waiting for someone. Seeing the gun pointed at him, the man had no choice but to continue. A few days ago, we saw someone coming, but we couldn't find them, so we had to wait here. Lu Haomin frowned. It felt like they were talking about them. Who are you? The blonde-haired man sighed. Sorry, I don't know either. I didn't see anything. What are you planning to do? Just hoping to see if the person who can save us is here. Do you believe that if I give an order, you'll go meet the Lord? No. The Lord might not accept you after such a terrible death, and might not even want to judge you. The blonde-haired man hesitated. Seeing him try to explain further, Bai Hua quickly shot him in the knee. The man cried out in pain, and at that moment, Fu Xiaoxiao threw a small stone that hit him on the head. What are you doing? That's too much. Fu Xiaoxiao told her people. I saw him draw his gun. That's why she shot him in the head. When she saw him earlier, she thought he looked shady, and since her people had already shot, it meant he wasn't an important person. Who are you? What organization do you belong to? No. We are James's people. We only came because we saw the plane. Please don't kill me. The rabbit-eyed man next to the hooked nose saw the gun aimed at him and immediately told everything he knew. He was just a small player, trying to survive and make a living, not wanting to risk his life. The hooked nose was furious. Lao Li. You. Who is James? What is his purpose? At this point, there was no need for the hooked nose to answer. Kranz took the initiative to speak. I know. James is also part of the base, but recently he seems to be at odds with Bob, secretly recruiting soldiers. The hooked nose looked confused. Who is this kid? Why does he know these secrets? They moved very carefully. When were they discovered? Are you here to kill or to rob? The hooked nose seemed to realize something. You? Are you the people from the plane? Otherwise, why would they be circling around so much? Last chance, he also grew impatient. The weather was too hot. If he weren't wearing a nanotechnology thermal suit, he would have been the first to give up. But his precious daughter was fine, and his teammates behind him were also okay. It was better to finish quickly. Seeing the others start to load their weapons, the man with the hooked nose got nervous. I don't know. I'm just following orders. We just want to see where you're from. If we can, we'll try to make friends. Lu Haomin asked, if we can't make friends, will you just be destroyed? He didn't want to ask anymore. He thought there might be important information, but it was just a waste of time. He waved his hand behind him, and many bullets shot out from his side, hitting the people with the hooked noses. Fu Xiaoxiao didn't give them a chance to fight back. When she saw someone escape, she quickly finished them off, leaving no one alive. Seeing the bodies on the ground, a few team members immediately stepped forward to check the situation. At this moment, Chuyi was finally released by her father. Seeing Chuyi with a small mask, Lu Haomin warned, "Don't take it off. If you do, I'll throw your brother away." Chui understood and looked at him with tears in her eyes, hoping her father would feel sorry for her. Lu Haomin didn't care. After the others finished checking, they nodded to him, indicating everything was fine, and then they returned to the team. Fu Xiaoxiao looked at the other stretcher, with the prison warden. What should we do with this person? He wasn't physically disabled, so it was fine. Fu Xiaoxiao first told everyone to disinfect, then pulled Lu Haomin aside. We can't control this place. Should we leave some supplies for him to keep managing here? Lu Haomin frowned. Why leave supplies? Those were their spoils of war. Couldn't they use them to raise chickens and ducks? Isn't that cute? Fu Xiaoxiao explained the situation with the supplies. Some are spoiled, and some are almost gone. Maybe they had too much and couldn't eat it all. If you want, I'll put the rest in the hole we just came out of. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so kind to leave them. Honestly, some of the spoiled food took up space, and some meat was unrecognizable. She didn't want to keep it. She was moved by the suffering of ordinary people outside the base and those in the laboratory. But whether they lived or died was not something they could control. Lu Haomin looked at the people in front of him and thought, why was her heart still so kind? But when I think about someone in the base opposing Bob and the warden outside, I just want them to fight it out themselves. I'm too lazy to watch the show. Okay, I'll do everything you want. After saying that, he hugged his wife tightly and then let go. He really couldn't love this woman enough. After Lu Haomin left, Fu Xiaoxiao held Chu Yi and waited nearby. Chun Shi walked over slowly. Seeing her gloomy face, Fu Xiaoxiao asked, What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Chun Shi shook her head.
No.
I just thought about those test subjects. They're so pitiful. That scene made Chun Shi uncomfortable, and Fu Xiaoxiao felt the same, but she knew she had to do it. Even if they get out, it will be difficult. We won't be responsible. Maybe before they even get to a proper medical team, humans around the world will face a big change. The first thing those who escape will do is destroy the space. No one knows how many will survive then. It's possible that the whole world could be wiped out if they're not careful. She feels that if the virus mutates again, it could be even scarier than zombies. Some people might see her as a murderer, but she doesn't regret it. Chun Shi sighed. I really hope these disasters end soon. I also hope there will never be such cruel laboratories and bases again. Who wouldn't agree? Once we finish here, let's find a place to rest. She didn't want to stay here anymore. It was too oppressive. Plus, they hadn't had a good rest in a long time. Should we take clans with us? Yes.
Take.
Take brother. Take him, Fu Xiaoxiao. That Chun Shi? That all right, there's a supporter of clans here. How does such a young kid understand so much? Looking over, Clans was still wearing an eye patch. Thinking of something, Chun Shi suddenly felt a bit nervous.
Xiao.
What about the successful test subject they mentioned? The area here has been destroyed. What about the one who escaped? Has the infection already spread? Chun Shi couldn't do much to help. Since her close friend said everything was fine, she decided to accept it calmly. By the way, aren't you afraid when you saw those bodies on the first day? Even though they had moved away from that area, the little girl's eyes kept drifting back there, so she couldn't help but look. Talking about this, Fu Xiaoxiao also felt helpless. Maybe their genes mutated. They are very brave. When they were sniped at the base earlier, she remained calm like an old dog. Back then, it was understandable because she didn't understand the situation. But after experiencing underground activities and the recent gunfire, she didn't even make a sound. It's like she's missing a sense of fear. Chun Shi laughed loudly. First day from now on, we'll rely on you. Andy said, so you're just like that. She then gave a thumbs up. Seeing Chun Shi talking to her, First Day giggled and then raised her little hand, imitating a thumbs up. Great! Both of them couldn't help but smile, and the heavy atmosphere from before seemed to lighten quite a bit. When it looked like they were about to finish, Fu Xiaoxiao and the others tidied up their clothes. They looked around and saw that no one was coming nearby. She decided to bury the bodies. Although burying them is a way to put them to rest anywhere, for now it was just a way to keep the scene clean in their eyes. They left the items here and the supplies underground for the prison warden, who is still blindfolded. Then they got into the helicopter with Klaus and flew away. After hearing the helicopter's rotor fade into the distance, the warden finally took off his blindfold. A group of lovely people from Huagua. They hadn't been together for long, but he could feel that these people weren't villains or evil. They even helped him treat his wounds and left supplies. When he was underground, he had only seen 3 or 4 people. Although they all wore masks, and the leader always looked impatient, they still told him about the situation in the prison. It's hard to say what this place will become, but the fact that they managed to take him away and gave him hope to survive, that was truly remarkable. Everyone was hiding in a mountain cave to escape the heat. Now, everyone was eating cold dishes because it was too hot. No one knew when the earth would return to normal. With either endless night or endless day, life on both sides was very uncomfortable. Klaus was eating his self-heating rice, tears falling as he ate. He had never eaten such food before, neither before the apocalypse nor now, but it tasted very good to him. He knew these people were capable. Even though he didn't see how they escaped or where they got the plane, hiding a plane was already very impressive. 1. Holding half a peeled apple, happily walked toward Klaus in the cave. "Brother, here." Klaus looked up and saw this cute little girl. He could feel her kindness. "Thank you, but I don't need it. I'm happy just eating this." They actually had fruit? 1. Come on, say something. Keep going. Lu Haomin saw this scene and felt a bit annoyed. He stepped over, picked up the little girl, and threw the apple she was holding to Klaus. Without saying a word, he returned to his wife and continued eating. Klaus. He felt a little surprised and flattered. Fu Xiaoxiao looked at the little one being held by her dad. 1. Do you like Brother Klaus? 1 thought for a moment.
Like.
Bright. Qin Shi teased from the side. Lu Haomin, are you preparing a dowry for your daughter? Haha, 1 has good taste. Fu Xiaoxiao raised an eyebrow. Can it be an arranged marriage? She's only a little over a year old. She just needs to be herself, not be arranged, Lu Haomin complained. How could his wife joke about their little baby? He's only been a dad for half a year. Their daughter is still a baby. No matter what, she's a baby. Even if they set up a marriage, it should be with the best. What is Klaus? Just a showy, savage son. Qin Shi said, didn't you always oppose her getting close to Klaus? Isn't that just what you arranged? Lu Haomin. Fu Xiaoxiao. Lu Haowen. Qin Shi. Fu Xiaoxiao felt speechless. Did you forget that your boyfriend and my husband are brothers? Or are you planning to change partners? Lu Haowen looked at Qin Shi with a cold stare. How dare you, Qin Shi? For a moment, she forgot herself. Really, trust me, I spoke too quickly. Fu Xiaoxiao suddenly thought, could it be? Qin Shi, are you now proposing to Haowen? After all, it's about an arranged marriage. The Chen and Lu families are suitable for an alliance, right? Lu Haowen was surprised. That seems to make sense. He looked at his girlfriend with a bit of anticipation. Qin Shi. Oops, my mistake. No rush. Lu Haowen looked disappointed. He hadn't done well enough. After everyone finished eating and drinking, they started taking turns to rest. They needed to hurry and enter their territory before the market closed. Rumor has it that the aviation and vehicle routes would be shut down a day early. If others try to enter on the day of the trade fair, don't blame the Grim Reaper's unpredictable actions. What actions? Probably a game of life and death. It was too easy to take down the enemy's territory this time, but that doesn't mean it will be the same elsewhere. Bob brought quite a few people with him, and now that many powerful people gather there, security can't be too lax. Especially in the Grim Reaper's territory. I've heard that guy is so crazy that even the military dares not provoke him. Clance couldn't sleep. He kept thinking about how to find and rescue his mother. Since these people could cause that explosion and still escape unscathed, maybe he had a better chance of rescuing his mother too. Mom. Wait, Clance. I'll find you very soon. Lu Haomin, after we find the place based on Clance's clues, what if we can't rescue his mother? Lu Haomin gently stroked her shoulder. Honey, everything we do is for ourselves first, okay? If it's easy, do it. If it's hard, don't add pressure to yourself. Why did he care so much? His only wish now was to eliminate all threats and live happily with his wife. Fu Xiaoxiao understood, but she said, I mean, if we can't rescue her mother, what should we do with him? Are we really going to make him a? That's a joke. What kind of society is this? But if he's left there alone, he definitely won't survive. Lu Haomin looked at the small child sleeping in his arms. If I leave him here, do you think Chui will cause trouble? Since meeting clans, Fu Xiaoxiao wondered, would Chui find out anything? The more she thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Chui could predict some things. Maybe that was the little guy's special talent. Lu Haomin tapped his fingers, as if thinking about whether to leave him. He could tell clans was very smart. He even suspected clans could understand their language, but just chose not to speak. If clans was an enemy, raising such a kid would be a big advantage. But he wasn't sure if he had trained him enough. It was a gamble. First, see how his mother is doing. If she can help us get the supplies from his older brother, Luo Weika, then leaving him isn't a problem. Where to leave him was up to him. He didn't like business, but he enjoyed investing. When his older brother took action, he could have some time alone with his wife. After everyone rested, they prepared to leave. Clans was carried onto the plane and sat next to Lu Haomin. He watched the little cutie in his arms smile at him, and he returned a gentle smile. You should look out the window. Why look at my daughter? Just lead the way. Clans. Chui saw her brother ignoring her and quickly reached out to grab him. Brother. Clans looked a bit helpless. Isn't that your fault? Lu Haomin frowned. Let go. Chui was unhappy. My brother. Seeing that Lu Haomin seemed angry, Clans quickly whispered, Be good, little sister. Brother has to work. We'll play later, okay? Chui didn't understand. Brother. Clans could only whisper back, Be good, little sister. Wait until brother is free, okay? Chui nodded seriously. Okay. Wait. She would wait until her brother finished his work. Seeing her finally let go, Clans breathed a sigh of relief. She looked at Lu Haomin, but didn't expect him to look at her with a meaningful expression. Even the woman beside him turned her body to look at her. Realizing what she had just said, Clans broke out in a cold sweat. She had just spoken in Chinese. You can speak, Fu Xiaoxiao asked directly, surprised. She had gone through so much trouble translating earlier. S tongue was a bit tangled.
No, I.
I know a little but not fluent, Xiaoxiao thought to herself. You say you know a little but you're quite good at it. I also know a little English, just enough to say hello, ask your age or your name, but I can't have smooth conversations like you. Since they didn't seem to blame him, calmed down again. Luckily, everyone they met was kind. Lu, the sharpshooter, and kind-hearted Haoming, along with Xiaoxiao, were all waiting for the next step. As soon as the plane took off, the commander nodded at them. No problem, so far no signs of infection. Earlier, everyone did some tests during the break, but the final response test was completed just before boarding. Xiaoxiao thought this was expected. She didn't feel any dangerous aura, and although she couldn't always sense it, she could detect this virus. If everything was fine, then let's take off. This time, everyone stayed in the same helicopter without splitting up. After the plane lifted off, Xiaoxiao looked outside. Even if a missile came now, she wouldn't be afraid. As long as something approached, she would just gather her energy and defend. She still had a bunch of bullets she received earlier in her space. She didn't know what would happen if she released them, but she was curious. If she released them and they behaved like normal objects, that would be fine. If they stayed still like before, then started moving again after release, she would just have to say, Wow, impressive, Klaus. Ugly Nation and Beautiful Nation are neighboring countries. Their prison base isn't far from the border, so it only took a few hours to cross. Next, they needed to find the location of the Grim Reaper. Thanks to, they saved a lot of unnecessary trouble. No one was surprised that he remembered the way. Explained that he often flew between the two places. Even though earthquakes had changed the landscape a lot, the general area remained the same. Plus, the last time he flew over, he had seen the route. Xiaoxiao really admired smart people like him. If she didn't have her special abilities, she would be among the hardest and fastest to die in this world. Over there. It should be that area. After flying for most of the day, finally found a place that looked quite similar based on what he knew and the current terrain. Fu Xiaoxiao looked ahead. There was a tall building still standing in the middle of the city, serving as a landmark. To others, it looked tiny like a toothpick from afar, but she could see more detailed images.
It kind of looks like that.
There are many people, and it seems like a big trading area. Isn't it not the right time yet? Why is it starting? Lu Haomin quickly told them to find a place to stop. They couldn't fly directly there now. I heard invitations are needed to go inside. Based on what he knew, Lu Haomin guessed, they've been promoting for 2 months, so there must be some activity. Outside, it's just small gatherings. When the official auction day comes, more important people will gather at the designated place. Fu Xiaoxiao understood. So, it means anyone outside can exchange supplies freely. She hadn't gone shopping in a long time. It was a good chance to look around, and markets are the fastest way to get news. Lu Haomin squeezed his wife's hand. As long as she wanted him, he would stay with her. When they were about to land the plane, Clance's eyes were covered again. Whether he knew their secret or not, he still had to do what was necessary before fully trusting them. Clance didn't resist. As long as it wasn't harmful to him, he could accept it. Everyone drove to an underground residential area. After their previous experience, they were now quite skilled. Some set up the underground environment, others gathered information. When Clance took off his blindfold and saw the similar underground space, he was confused. How did they find this place? Was it already here? It was unbelievable. Were they so powerful? Fu Xiaoxiao ignored him. She took out a can of milk powder, a thermos, and a bottle from her bag. Chi, sweetie, you need to sleep now. Children's routines shouldn't be chaotic like adults. It was already nighttime.
No.
Big brother. Together, Lu Haomin didn't spoil her. He skillfully prepared the milk foam, handed it to her, then carried her into one of the tunnels and put up a curtain.
No.
Daddy.
Bad. Bad.
Lu Haomin gently patted Chi's little bottom for the first time. Try to be naughty again? Do you forget how we promised to behave when we go out? Chi sniffled. Wah wah. Wah doesn't help either. Chinshi nudged her best friend's arm and said, Hey, your husband is really always worried about clans. Is he so afraid that Chi might be kidnapped? Fu Xiaoxiao replied, He understands. Chinshi turned her head to look at clans. The little guy was shyly lowering his head and drinking water. Chun-Shi immediately moved closer to Clans and asked, Clans, do you like my little sister? Clans hesitated. What's the question? She's very cute. I like her, Chun-Shi thought. All right, we're all kids. No need to overthink. Clans looked at this auntie with a bored expression and felt a bit confused. He really liked his little sister. She was very adorable, friendly to him, and even smiled at him. After having a late-night snack, the people who had gone to gather information started returning one after another. How did it go? The two people who didn't know much about English looked at each other eagerly. It's definitely this place. There are many ordinary people upstairs, but the Grim Reaper they talk about seems different from the one we know. Fu Xiaoxiao suddenly became interested. What do you mean? Well, Puta hesitated for a moment before finding the right word. They don't seem to fear the Grim Reaper's twisted mind or cruel methods. It's like they've been brainwashed. They all think he's a great hero. Those who hadn't gone out doubted whether they heard correctly. Great hero? Didn't the mercenaries and Bob's men say the Grim Reaper was a pervert? His methods are brutal, and he treats the end of world as a game battlefield? Exactly. They mean that the Grim Reaper is only perverted towards those he targets. Others are not his targets. Most people nearby have joined the Grim Reaper's base seeking protection. From Puta's explanation, everyone understood why he said that. After all, they had heard that his forces had grown to thousands, then over 10,000, and now nearly 20,000. Most of them were members of the Grim Reaper, who would say he's bad. Some weaker individuals were either family members or refugees. They held on to hope, thinking that as long as they had food, drink, and work, they would be safe as long as the Grim Reaper didn't randomly attack for fun. Of course, those who felt unsafe could only hope for the best. After the first year, the Grim Reaper only targeted people nearby. Later, he went out to find entertainment. Pu Tai didn't know how to talk about those people. I also heard some stories about the Grim Reaper. It's said that most towns around have no one left. Either they joined a Reaper base or were used as practice targets by the Reaper, and some were brought back to be played with by his followers. Xiao Xiao felt a chill. Isn't that already pretty crazy? How does he have so many weapons? Did he raid a military base? Or was he a weapons dealer before? Otherwise, how could he have so much firepower and followers who are just as crazy? I also heard that the Reaper might have a secret weapon. No one knows exactly what it is, but apparently, he's never lost a fight when he goes out. Stronger than Xiao Xiao. Qinshi thought her best friend's fighting skills were already at the top. Could the Reaper really be better?
Pu Tai shook his head.
Not sure, but everyone says he's very powerful. Once, he took only 10 people and destroyed a military base in one night. Xiao Xiao was a bit shocked. A military base? Are American military bases that weak? 10 people?
Wow.
Even if she were in charge, she might not be able to do that. After all, no matter how strong she is, she can't move freely inside an unfamiliar base. If thousands or millions of people were involved, she could maybe handle it with hidden weapons. But with heavy weapons, laser guns, or suddenly breaking into a place with traps and shooting rays, she'd be finished instantly. Because rays and such can't be contained in space. Pu Tai didn't want to admit it, but that was the information he had. Xiao Xiao shivered. Forget it. Let's not bother him. Just find Bob. Better not to risk losing more than we gain. She was frustrated. Sister, when did you become so timid? Just hearing some rumors and backing down? You should say, haha, he's just a dead god. A true god on a mortal journey, can wipe him out in minutes. Xiao Xiao. That's so childish. Where did she learn that? It's okay. He's not our target. Let's see if anyone else has heard anything about Bob. Lu Haowen, however, didn't see it that way. But didn't we say those 2 pieces of news might have been spread to several places? What if the Reaper is interested and went to China to play? Qinshi. Brother, can we not be so pessimistic? Lu Haowen, it's not that he's pessimistic, some things need to be thought through. If we could eliminate Bob and everyone else walks away safely, that would be fine. But what about others? Fu Xiaoxiao also felt a headache coming on. At this moment, Lu Haomin appeared. When he heard their discussion, he immediately thought of this problem. First, gather all the information before discussing the battle plan. Killing can also be done silently. This Grim Reaper is so mysterious. He probably doesn't have some special power like a cheat code, right? Is that cheat code now everywhere? I don't believe everyone has it. At this time, Li Xiaobo and Bai Hua came down. We found out. The place we mentioned before, similar to a trading market, is open to everyone. It doesn't matter if you're from our base or not. But there's one thing. If the Grim Reaper's people take a liking to you, that's another story. Fu Xiaoxiao. Is this a dark joke? Actually, not everyone in this base is part of the Grim Reaper's group. Many are just workers. After all, the Grim Reaper and his close circle are very picky. They won't eat food that's not fresh, chicken that's not freshly killed, or fruit that's not just picked. So, do they often go out to cause trouble? What do they eat? Li Xiaobo. How does he know? He only heard from a worker who is planting vegetables for the Grim Reaper's base. Also, the trading square mostly uses a currency created by the Grim Reaper. That currency is made from human bones. When they heard this, everyone thought the Grim Reaper was crazy. After hearing this, everyone felt uncomfortable. What kind of twisted hobby is this? Lu Haomin. What kind? Li Xiaobo placed several small bone powder coins on the table for everyone to see. He took them with gloves, turned on a light, and examined them. They probably grind the bones into powder, add a thickening agent, and press them into coins. Is he worried about others copying them? After all, counterfeit money exists. For this kind of low-tech item, isn't it easy to make a lot of copies? That also requires machines. At this time, everyone was starving. After the earthquake, how many machines are still working properly? Lien Yiheng shook his head. Look at this. He then shined an ultraviolet light on the bone powder coin on the table. At this moment, everyone saw something different. A single word, death, appeared directly above, and the entire bone powder coin reflected bloodstains. Still using anti-counterfeit measures? Qin was shocked. Even in the end times, they still use this method?
Why?
Are they trying to go back to the old feudal life of using coins? Can't they just use small animals instead? Outside, you mostly can't see living creatures anymore, except at the Reaper base's breeding farms. What else could be said? Did you hear any news about Bob? Li Xiaobo shook his head. All I know is that those attending the auction stay in the underground rooms arranged by the Reaper. Only some who come without invitation stay in the surface buildings. Since the weather is still between 40 to 50 degrees Celsius, not many can stay underground all the time. The ones upstairs are the trading places in the slums. The rich are at the big underground market. There's an underground market too, yes. Even if you have no money, as long as you bring a properly prepared skeleton of a corpse to the Reaper's office, you can exchange it for bone powder coins. It's too cruel. Even the people in the base have become twisted. Doesn't that mean there's a lot of killing here? But looking at the crowd, they didn't seem to live under a brutal system. There's a rule. Each person can only exchange once. Unless you provide the Reaper with new entertainment, he doesn't allow his toys in the base to kill each other. This is insanely cruel. Why isn't anyone punishing the Reaper? Oh, I forgot. Those people said before that punishment isn't possible. The dead stay dead, and the newcomers join. After all, someone who can take out a military base with one person and 10 others is beyond control. No wonder the military doesn't dare to provoke him. Does the Reaper have some special powers? Or has everyone who fears him deified him? Qin always felt this person was a bit mysterious. Unfortunately, no one could answer. Why don't we try going underground? Anyway, digging once is the same as digging multiple times. They've only dug around the base's perimeter so far, and haven't actually reached beneath the base. Actually, everyone looked over when Klaus spoke. Klaus, I don't know who he is, but I feel like he might have some connection to my older brother. Lu Haomin gestured for him to continue. Klaus recalled previous events. The Grim Reaper appeared quite early. He robbed many nobles and rich people, but he has never come to the Laval family. Although he didn't understand everything, he thought that since the Laval family was such a big target, it wouldn't be ignored by others. The Laval family's strength was obvious, so no one would dare to provoke them. But the Grim Reaper, being so extreme, didn't care if others lived or died. Someone capable of destroying military bases wouldn't bother with a wealthy family, right? His father, Cecil, hadn't died yet, but the world had changed. A family capable of being the richest wouldn't have no ambitions. Maybe his father was unwilling because of health issues, but what about his older brother, who was gradually taking over the family business? He always felt that the Laval family lacked a desire to conquer. They had plenty of weapons, enough supplies, and people willing to work for them. Why would they stay on the island, living self-sufficiently and peacefully? If they really had connections, why didn't his older brother just hand over his mother and himself to the Grim Reaper? Why send them away through their uncles? Could he be wrong? Lu Haomin knocked on the table. Just this alone proves they have a connection. Are you joking? Klaus knew his guess was a bit off, but he still believed it. It's just my intuition. It wasn't very convincing. Xiao, who had just finished listening to the translation in her earphones, roughly understood Klaus's point. Does your older brother know the password to your father's weapons cache? Klaus thought for a moment and shook his head. I don't know. My father had more than one weapons cache. I've only been to one of the larger ones. The others are already in my older brother's hands. Qin, could it be that the Grim Reaper's weapons were provided by your older brother, Dongzhuoxi? But everyone says they don't even know where the Grim Reaper is from or what he looks like. Why don't we think he's Luo Weika? Xiao. Oh, right. That could be possible too. Lu Haomin waved his hand. He can't split himself or operate in two places at once. Klaus also denied. No, my older brother is not a death god. Qin, maybe he's just pretending to be someone else. Klaus, if that were true, my mother and I would have been tortured long ago. A death god wouldn't care about how cruel the methods are. Also, I just think they might be connected, like knowing each other. After analyzing for a while, they didn't reach any conclusion. Xiao. Klaus, is your father's weapons storage hidden? If it wasn't in the building center, she could sense and take the supplies directly without opening the door. Mainly, since it's a wealthy person's armory, there should be many advanced weapons. It wouldn't be a problem to use them against the Death God's people. Klaus didn't understand why she asked. Does it matter? Do you have other ways to get in? Xiao. We have wall-breaking technology. That explanation seemed fine. Klaus thought about the place. It's behind our old house on the mountain. Going there takes at least half a day. My dad's treasure spot was thought to be buried in an earthquake, but he checked and found it was still there. After the earthquake, many coastal cities and islands were flooded. Several cities were destroyed by volcanic eruptions, and even their island was partly submerged. Later, for safety, they moved to a manor in New Button City. Their family island isn't far from the mainland, and the buildings are mostly intact. After the water receded, everyone returned to island life. He didn't know the details of the old manor, but at that time, they sheltered many refugees and increased security. But the underground armory probably wasn't moved. His father said there were several other armories outside, and they wouldn't move unless absolutely necessary. Isn't the richest person in the US supposed to be into technology? Why does it feel more like a weapons dealer? Qin hadn't paid much attention to wealthy people's affairs, just knew the basics. Lu Haowen explained, sometimes businessmen have a dark side. Qin, what's the dark side of the Lu family? Lu Haowen. Why bring up their family? Dong Zhuoxi. Just assume rich people are afraid of death and prepare some self-defense tools. Just like their family, they are openly known as a martial arts family, and everyone knows about their cold weapons. However, secretly, they also have access to firearms. Sometimes things are not simply black and white. There are gray areas too. Fu Xiao. You have a weapons room at home. Aren't you worried about accidentally blowing yourselves up? Clance recalled the terrain. Probably not. My family's weapons room is about 30 or 40 kilometers away from the house. It's quite far. Fu Xiao/Qin. Sorry to bother you. Wealthy families really have huge properties. Their land is much larger than we can imagine, and they even call it one of their residences. Why do you think no one protests or asks you to donate supplies when your family has so many resources? Don't foreigners like protests, free shopping, or kidnapping stuff? Even if many people died in the earthquake, there are still many survivors. We have donated before, but these things are not something I, as a kid, need to know about. He only observed what was happening and saw the use of force to suppress it. He didn't understand how his older brother handled it afterward, but since the end of the world, his brother's gaze on him has become more like that of a clown. He thought their mother and he were already low-profile enough, but it turns out they are still seen as a thorn in his older brother's side. Even raising 2 more useless people for just a quarter of an hour was too much, so his older brother directly had his maternal family deal with them. On the island, there are actually quite a lot of supplies. Airplanes, yachts, ships, speedboats, off-road vehicles, RVs, life pods, gasoline, new energy sources, medicines, and more. There are also fresh vegetable gardens, seeds, fruit trees, poultry, and small animals. He didn't know why, but he felt these people could handle these things well. As long as they weren't for his older brother, he was happy. Fu, hamster, Xiao. Although she had many supplies, hearing about these still made her excited. She was really greedy. Her yacht was gone. Wasn't that just replaced? And there was a cruise ship. If the Earth becomes a sea world in the future, she wouldn't be afraid anymore. Seeing his wife's starry-eyed expression, Lu Haomin helplessly patted her head. Qin just thought that wealthy people are different. I've never been on a cruise in my life. No, she hadn't even been on a yacht. Lu Haowen wanted to say he would take her someday, but then remembered that their transportation on the sea was long gone. So, he had to keep quiet. Qin thought for a moment and asked, Lu Haowen, why is your family also quite wealthy but different from other rich people? She seemed a bit simple. Lu Haowen. She continued, they are the richest, the world's richest. How does our family compare? Although she didn't want to diminish her family's pride, it was true. Their family also owned islands and many properties, but most of their wealth was in businesses. Now, those real estate and supplies in other areas are mainly for the country first, right? Not everyone can be like foreign capitalists. The Lu family is first and foremost Chinese, and they need to set a good example in business. Plus, they have farms and live animals, she added. Their poultry farm was established later, after they exchanged with the farm owner they found. Lu Haowen. Fu Xiaoxiao found it funny. When we go back, I'll find all the fertilized eggs and have Haowen hatch a bunch of little animals for you. Lu Haowen, my sister-in-law still cares for me. Qinshi. Silly girl, you go take care of the chickens as a farmer, I'll just watch. At this moment, Ma Jingyu also brought people down. Now, to join the base, you just need to accept missions at the mission hall. But right now, the only available missions are in the arena and farming. He continued, also, I heard that the auction will start at 5 p.m. the day after tomorrow. Everyone entering needs an invitation letter, or they can only get in through arena competitions. Fighting competitions? If you win, can you get in? Ma Jingyu nodded. That's right, but not as a guest. Winners can enter the venue and continue to compete in beast fighting contests for the upper class. Fu Xiaoxiao. Then I'd rather not. She thought winning a match would let her see more of the venue, but it turned out to be just a performance for others, with higher risks. She didn't want her teammates to get hurt just to get in, so she decided against it. I also heard that the auction inside requires material exchanges, not limited to food, daily necessities, or machines. Basically, any supplies can be traded. What about gold? Fu Xiaoxiao remembered the stuff in her space. If she could get some useful items for them, it might not be a bad idea. This is unclear. The items in this auction seem more like a large exchange of supplies. I heard the main items are weapons made by the Grim Reaper, followed by some toys. Even the competitions are part of it. Clans didn't fully understand because they were talking too fast, but he heard about entering the venue. Actually, there's another way to get in by having invited guests bring others in. One invitation can admit 20 people. Xiao. Are they worried about trouble and bringing a group of bodyguards? When Clans left his island home, his family had received an invitation, but his father was very ill then, so not many paid attention to it. Does the invitation list your father's name or your older brother's? Lu Haomin directly asked for the key information. Clans wasn't sure if his older brother would come. Does it matter? If it's in your father's name, then we have more options. Dong Zhuoxi understood what he meant. It seems to be in my father's name, but I don't think his death has been announced yet. He really thought his older brother hadn't made it public. Now, communication was cut off, and only short-range devices could be used. Crossing to another city would be impossible unless there were communication stations along the way with relay operators. Are you thinking that if Rovik doesn't come, we could go in using Sissel's name? Isn't an invitation required? And who would pretend to be Sissel? Lu Haomin pointed his chin. Isn't there the son of a wealthy man? Everyone. Can it really be like that? But what if we get caught? They might not announce the death, but that's not guaranteed. And they probably don't know Clans, right? What about the invitation? What if Rovik's people find out? Then Clans might be taken away? Nobody's sure Rovik won't participate now. Then we should find someone to take us in, or just steal an invitation. Shouldn't we first explore the inside environment? What if it's a trap? After all, that crazy guy might do anything. So, what should we do first? Should we directly eliminate Bob, rescue Clans' mother, and then up the Grim Reaper's base? After all, most people who come to the realm of the Grim Reaper are not good people. Should we filter them out before eliminating them? Or maybe we should just rescue his mother, up the base quickly and escape? That way, if things get chaotic here, it will be easier for us to run away. Aren't you afraid that he'll involve more innocent people? Who is innocent? The people here? A base that uses human bones as currency? The people on the surface are not innocent, but what about those who were captured? Perhaps. I should go with Lu Haomin to check the situation first, then decide what to do. Fu Xiao feels that if they go together, their actions might be faster. Go rest first. I'll discuss with them. Lu Haomin knows what his wife means, but he's been awake too long and needs to send her away, or she won't have energy tomorrow. I can still go. You can? How much energy do you have left? Want me to try? Fu Xiao. She actually understood. This guy is shameless even in public. All right, you guys continue. I'll go sleep with Chu Yi. They were just talking nicely. Why are they leaving? He's just a kid too. Maybe he can go rest as well? After sleeping, everyone finished breakfast. Fu Xiao and Lu Haomin prepared to head toward the base center. Unfortunately, They hadn't gone far, less than 200 meters, when they sensed something was wrong. Looking at those several rows of landmines, even Fu Xiao realized she had probably found some explosives, and they were timed ones. They thought it was just a one-time thing, but after walking a bit further, they saw more. Now Fu Xiao was no longer calm. She reached out to sense the soil layers nearby. About 200 meters away, on both sides and ahead, she found one each. This doesn't look right, Fu Xiao told Lu Haomin about her discovery. Unexpectedly, his face instantly changed. The two quickly retreated.
Huh.
Why are you back already? Today, Chen-Shi planned to put on makeup and go see what was happening upstairs. She didn't expect that after playing with Chu-Yi for a while, they would see the two returning. Did you forget something?
How could that be?
No one forgets anything. Xiao wouldn't forget. She has everything in her space. But seeing their serious expressions, I realized something was wrong. What's going on? Lu Haomin quickly signaled to a few teammates who hadn't left yet. See if you can catch up with them. If you can't, you all come back quickly. Fu Xiao looked at him seriously. We found several places buried with explosives, but we don't know what's happening. After saying that, she took out the explosives. Dong Zhuoxi picked one up to check, then frowned slightly. Are these explosives with GPS tracking? Lu Haomin and Dong Zhuoxi exchanged quick glances. Fu Xiao was confused.
What?
The explosives have GPS? If we gather these together now. Thinking of something, Fu Xiao quickly grabbed the items and ran toward the previous location. Lu Haomin was anxious. If someone pressed the remote control, the consequences would be unimaginable. Stop right now. Fu Xiao didn't hear him and kept rushing forward. Luckily, they weren't far away. She returned the explosives to their original spots, feeling relieved. Lu Haomin suddenly lifted her onto his back and ran back. This woman was really too brave. Soon, everyone saw Lu Haomin carrying her out, and they all relaxed. Lu Haomin was truly angry. Looking at her innocent little face, he couldn't bring himself to scold her. Instead, he tightly hugged her, as if trying to melt her into his body. His voice was deep and hoarse, full of care and worry. Don't do dangerous things like this in the future. If something happens, you can't get hurt, understand? Fu Xiao's heart started pounding wildly, as if it might jump out of her chest at any moment. She hadn't thought much before. She was just worried that the GPS devices might suddenly disappear and reappear somewhere else, which could reveal their location. In her panic, she just wanted to get everything back to the original place, never considering what might happen if someone pressed the remote control. Now she was filled with fear, trembling uncontrollably.
Lu Haomin.
I'm fine. When I heard you talking about the GPS trackers, I got nervous. Actually, she realized she could have just put them away first. She had forgotten that even if someone pressed the remote, they wouldn't be able to detonate the explosives. In the first year of middle school, Qi happily abandoned clans and ran to Fu Xiao, hugging her leg. Then she looked at her father's leg nearby. After thinking for a few seconds, she reached out with one hand. Dad, don't be afraid. Maybe because she heard her soft, gentle voice, both of them finally relaxed a little. Lu Haomin let go of her and picked up his daughter, turning to Fu Xiao. Qi-yi, tell Mom, what should we do in the future? Fu Xiao. Qi-yi carefully nodded and said, be obedient, Fu Xiao. Chen-Shi quickly tried to smooth things over. It's okay now, you two sit down first. Tell us what happened. She was still confused. She saw them rush back hurriedly, then throw out a small explosive device, say there was a tracking device, and then take it away and run off. Lu Haomin carried her back, and it all felt like a deep, dramatic story with a happy ending when the little one appeared. So, what does it all mean? Why were they so anxious about the tracker? Was there a bomb about to go off? No way. Lu Haowen explained, if the people monitoring these bombs notice the tracker is gone, it means someone took or destroyed it. Since it appeared again at the same time, it shows someone gathered several bombs together. The sister-in-law was moving the tracker around, so the other side might detonate the bombs at any moment. And he made a gesture, as if cutting his throat. She finally understood and broke out in a cold sweat. Oh my goodness. Is this a race against time? Since the other side isn't making a move now, does that mean we haven't been discovered? Lu Haomin sat down with Fu Xiaoxiao after taking a few deep breaths and said slowly, not necessarily. They might have had some action before, but since the tracker returned to its original spot and they haven't moved, they might think there's a problem with the tracker. Still, they will come to check. Qinshi asked, so, does that mean we might have been found? But we're underground. It shouldn't be so easy for them to find us, right? Lu Haomin said, we can change locations or go deeper underground to avoid any detection devices they might have. Dong Zhuoxi comforted everyone. Don't be too nervous. Maybe they haven't noticed us. Isn't this just unnecessary worry? Lu Haomin disagreed. We've only found 4 bombs so far. Do you think there are more somewhere else? Every 200 to 300 meters there is one. Do you think the entire base might be covered? Do you think the Grim Reaper might know that these things are buried underground? Fu Xiaoxiao and the others found this hard to believe. No way. How long would it take to bury so many? At this moment, Klaus and Lien Yijian came out after changing their medicine. We overheard you talking about explosives. What's going on? Klaus didn't catch everything earlier, but Lien Yijian understood the word explosives. It seems his Chinese isn't perfect, so they could only communicate briefly. He couldn't keep up when the conversation was too fast. Dong Zhuoxi told them what they had discovered. After listening, Klaus suddenly gasped. You mean there are explosives buried underground? Zhou Yi didn't know what the adults were planning. When she heard her handsome brother ask a question, she immediately answered without thinking. But what are explosives? Klaus looked at Lu Haomin after recalling everything. So, this trade fair is a lie, right? After saying that, he broke out in a cold sweat. His expression of wanting to cry was very pitiful. She looked confused. What lie? Is she too slow? She looked back at Fu Xiaoxiao's innocent expression. Good. Neither of them understood. She wasn't the only one slow. Then she looked at Lu Haowen, who seemed thoughtful. Is he pretending? Lu Haomin shook his head. I don't know, but it's very possible. Dong Zhuoxi also frowned. This game is getting serious. Lien Yijian also looked serious. If it's not serious, then it's abnormal. Fu Xiaoxiao. So, what does it really mean? Why is everyone talking in riddles? Lu Haomin wiped his face. We need to move up our plans. When the others return, we should first evacuate and then think carefully. At this moment, the walkie-talkie crackled. Thinking of something, Lu Haomin immediately looked at Fu Xiaoxiao. Someone's coming. Let's retreat first. He didn't expect it to happen so quickly. He quickly picked up Zhou Yi and stood up, then tried to carry his wife. Fu Xiaoxiao stopped him. You guys need to put on your gear first. After all, moving underground without oxygen is impossible. She quickly put on her oxygen mask and went to clean out each hole, filling them with dirt as she went. Initially, Klaus was anxiously wearing his mask, but seeing the things that disappeared and reappeared in front of him was a huge shock. He almost wanted to say, oh my god, but Dong Zhuoxi quickly put his mask back on and carried it away. After his thoughts were interrupted, all that was left was a bumpy journey. After about 10 minutes of running, Fu Xiaoxiao gradually moved the passage upward and opened a gap in a broken wall to look outside. Still detecting something over there. It seems the previous locator really attracted attention. Everyone felt the hot air coming in from the hole. At this moment, they no longer cared about their location and sat down on the ground to rest. Klaus was curled up next to Dong Zhuoxi, like a small top, not daring to speak. He was afraid he knew something very important. Lu Haomin glanced over and saw Klaus shrink back. Wanna ask something, Klaus? I am trying to be less noticeable. Are you? Aliens. Otherwise, how can you explain that scene? Guess right, kid. But why do they look so normal? So much like Earth people? Could they be hiding something? Seeing Dong Zhuoxi's teasing look, Klaus suddenly realized he was joking. I won't tell anyone. I swear. I swear on the name of the Laval family. Aren't you supposed to not care about your family identity? If they're about to raid the house, why mention the Laval name? Klaus was a bit anxious. I will take you to many places to get supplies. As long as it can hold everything, it's all yours. Lu Haomin was not convinced. Are you testing me, Klaus? No. How should I explain? You know we have something amazing. Tears streamed down Klaus's face. Seeing his brother crying, Fu Xiaoxiao quickly broke free from their father's embrace and ran to Klaus for a hug. Don't cry. Don't cry. Be good. Be good. Hush. It doesn't hurt anymore. Klaus suddenly realized he was crying and hurriedly forced a smile for his sister. No, I didn't cry, but his eyes still quickly glanced toward Lu Haomin. Fu Xiaoxiao couldn't hold back anymore. Lu Haomin, are you being childish? After saying that, she went over to comfort Klaus. Lu Haomin. What did he do? What did he do? He only said a few words, and he didn't hit him. Why did his wife also go over? Could it be that she was attracted by that pretty face? What does that mean? He's not attractive anymore? His face has no charm? He's getting old? Why is he so green at such a young age?
Huh.
Lu Haowen also couldn't help but say a few words. Second brother, just tell him what you want him to do. If it really doesn't work, then erase him. Noticing Qinxi's gaze, he quickly changed his words. If it really doesn't work, take him back to the base and lock him up. Don't let him go, right? Lu Haomin. Is beauty justice? Does that mean he's lost his looks? Even Yi Jiang put down his telescope and came back to sit. They haven't left yet, but it looks like they haven't found anything wrong. Qinxi thought of the teammates outside. What about them? If they come back and can't find us, how will we contact them? Dong Zhuoxi. Don't worry, they know what to do. If they see trouble, they wouldn't be so careless as to stay. They're all special forces after all. After saying that, he took his telescope to observe the surroundings. Klaus looked at Lu Haomin carefully and saw his extremely unfriendly gaze. I really won't tell anyone. I swear. Klaus has said, as long as you save my mother, I am willing to be your no freedom, that kind of thing. Even if we don't rescue her.
Boo-hoo.
I will go with you. I want to grow up and avenge my mom.
Boo-hoo.
If you don't want me, just cut out my tongue. Then I can't tell anyone. Seeing the tears falling from his big blue eyes, Fu Xiaoxiao glared at Lu Haomin. Don't be so fierce, Lu Haomin. Did he speak? What did he do? What did he do again? Klaus, you terrible green tea. You disgusting, ugly person from that country. Huh? Someone is walking toward the exit. The opening was meant to lead everyone to the ground and was located in a ruined pit. Has it been discovered? They didn't fill the pit when they left, since it was a bit of a distance away. It doesn't seem like someone here to check. It looks like a homeless person. Anyway, he was dressed very dirty. Someone nearby with a detector saw the refugee disappear suddenly and quickly shouted to run over. When the homeless man was pulled out, he was still loudly criticizing the other's actions until someone pressed a gun to his forehead. At that moment, several people arrived to investigate. But Su Xiaoxiao wasn't in a hurry. The area inside was already filled in, so there was nothing to find. What are you doing down there? The man was clearly panicked, but unfortunately, he was so scared he couldn't say a complete sentence. Soon, the people below came up and shook their heads at their own team. Give you another chance. I went down to use the bathroom. He shouted this loudly, and even from far away, Su Xiaoxiao and the others could faintly hear it. What did he say? It was too far for the translator to pick up.